Out of Cruel Space, Part 201, Reports from Beyond the Stars. I can't say I'm shocked that someone took a swipe at her, Eugene Brent remarks as he scans the newspaper. As much as it was common sense to not shoot the messenger, common sense and enormous amounts of political power did not mesh well together. The main article details the very near brush with death that Captain Lake had just avoided and how every single major and minor country on the world had denounced the attack. Whether it would actually mean anything is up in the air, but he was leaning towards no. The poor woman would likely be dead before the year was out. The news that the galaxy was not what people wanted was not being received well. Several groups were attempting to petition a ban on all spaceflight and exploration. There were some religious petitions that all aliens were to be purged, and apparently the Pope had gone into conference with his bishops to discuss how best to bring the word of God to alien life. There were talks about the next great ship to be an invasion fleet to conquer a world and hold it down for advanced strikes. Another had spoken about kidnapping numerous aliens and observing how and why they died in humanity's slice of the galaxy. Already there were political parties based around human purity worming their ways into numerous governments and finding themselves being countered by parties of fanatic xenophiles. The whole thing was effectively a global political train wreck still in progress, and a lot of people were trying to call out what the damage would be before everything stopped moving, burning, or exploding. The door to the receptionist office opens, and Eugene flips down a corner of the paper before flipping it back up. It's his ex-wife and her husband. No one behind them, which was more than a bit of a slap in the face. Although, to be fair, many of them have their own lives now and might simply have chosen not to come. Regardless, this was supposed to be family only, and last Eugene checked Gregory Line was not Miles' father, or even on terms beyond polite with the young man. They ignore each other as best as they can. There's nothing to fight over for the moment, and really this wasn't about his issues, her issues, or anyone other than Miles. The information that had been publicly disseminated hadn't mentioned him much. Just a few notes here and there of him being assigned a command post in the EFL on one of its earliest recruits. Mr. Eugene Brent, Miss Veronica Line, we're ready for you now, the receptionist says, and Eugene folds up the newspaper and walks into the room he's being beckoned to. Excuse me, this message is directed to Miss Line and Mr. Brent only. But he's my husband. Regardless, the message is addressed to you and your ex-husband, the receptionist says calmly. It's already been evaluated, and you will be allowed to speak of what you see, but the message is for you and your ex-husband. Eugene keeps a smirk off his face as he finds a seat and settles in. It's a small room with a projector sticking out of the ceiling and several chairs. He's on the far right side to give his ex all the distance she wants. She sits in the middle, and the door is closed behind them both. The lights dim and the projector begins to play. Miles appears on the screen, clearly armed, and his body language screams tense and uncomfortable. Ah, it's recording. He coughs into his fist nervously and frowns. How do I even say this? Oh no, Eugene says. This can only be bad news. Then Miles gives himself a shake and looks directly into the camera. The news is good and bad. I'm in excellent health. I'm doing amazing things, and to be honest, if you could have 7-year-old me read about everything I've done, he'd call me a superhero. But He runs a hand through his hair and clearly struggles with what he's about to say. He takes a deep breath to brace himself. I don't think I'm ever returning to Earth. What? Eugene demands as Veronica gasps in shock. I can't. I have responsibilities now. Some so big. The recording of Miles runs a hand through his head and he visibly resolves himself. I'm going to be a father. Both Eugene and Veronica gape. Divorced they may be. They spent a long time together and blended their habits a little. Not just once either. Things work different out here. I'm going to have many children, many children, and I'm not sure if they're going to be human. Miles is now looking down as if trying to find out if he should be ashamed or not. I suppose this is both a farewell message and a bit of a confessional. Speaking now because I've got so much to do and will have to hold my peace. Oh, Miles, you don't need forgiveness for this, Eugene says out loud. Things are even more complicated and strange than you think. I'm not just going to be a father once, but many times. First run through and I've got 10 children on the way. 10 children? What did he do? Impregnate a brothel? Veronica asks, and Eugene chuckles. There are so many women out here compared to men that they just share their men with each other. I'm more or less married to 37 women, and they're the ones that think they're lucky. Miles says before chuckling. I have a harem, and they think they're the lucky ones. It's insane. Good Lord, Eugene says, shaking his head. And that's why I can't go back to Earth. If I have to choose between being a good son and a good father, I have to choose to be a good father. I'm going to have children. I have to put them first. Their mothers wouldn't survive 10 minutes without Axiom. And I don't know what will happen to the many daughters and few sons I'm going to have, Miles says, seemingly ranting to himself before giving a crooked grin to the camera. So, congratulations, you're going to be grandparents. Again. Although I think the fact it took me longer than my brothers will be made up by the fact that I'm going to be raising an outright swarm. Huh. Miles dissolves into silence for a moment before sighing. I'm sorry you had to learn this way. I'll try to send contacts, but things are moving so fast, shifting so rapidly, I don't know where I'll be in 3 days, let alone where I'll be in a year. This is a dangerous job. I'm on a warship that's frankly a pirate ship that can switch into a militia vessel. But this is also in space, and the amount of empty space between places is nothing short of mind-boggling. With every moment, I'm getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles from all of you, and that just feels wrong. I feel like I've failed somewhere. Like I've screwed up, but I can't find out where. Shouldn't being unable to go to your homeland be a sign of failure? Isn't this... Miles is interrupted by a chime and looks to his left. Yes? He asks in that strange language that is galactic trade, and English subtitles appear at the bottom of the screen. You're sending that message to your home, right? I'd like to say a few things. A woman answers, and it's in the same language. I think we're about to meet one of his wives, Eugene remarks, even as Veronica leans forward in excitement. Certainly. I was going to be doing some editing to cut out the worst of the babbling, so captioning it shouldn't be hard. Miles says in caption galactic trade, and Eugene's eyebrows go up at the implication that Miles had cut out some of the babbling. He hadn't noticed. Excellent, the mystery woman says, and there's the sound of a door opening with little clicking noises as she approaches. Then a head appears near the bottom of the image. It was as if someone had decided that a wolf needed to somehow be a woman as well, while still very clearly being a wolf. A gray wolf woman with a huge mane of blonde hair and numerous tiny white lines in her fur, to be precise. Then she stands up and up until she towers so far above Miles that he's entirely framed by the over-endowed wolf woman. Then she sits down behind him, and Miles steps around her to hug the alien woman from behind. Her smile is nothing short of dopey as she leans back into him. Darling, could you step out for a minute, please? There are some things I'd like to say to your parents. But I'm going to be editing this so they can understand the galactic trade we're speaking in. They don't know the language, Miles tells her, and she huffs. Well, so much for having a heart-to-heart with the in-laws, she says with a smile before nuzzling back into Miles, who smiles in response. You've raised a hell of a man. I have lived a long time. I have endured the worst that the galaxy can send out. I have seen my homeworld burn. I have lived in chains for decades where mad women would cut me for their own entertainment. Do you really have to go into those details, Agenda? Didn't you tell me you were trying to move past it? I am, and doing so includes facing it, according to the ship's doctors at least, meddling busybodies. It's literally their job to worry and bother you. Miles chides her, and she chuckles a little. They're certainly getting along, Eugene notes, and Veronica nods. Rather quickly, it's like they've been together for years. I've been told that human courtships tend to last longer, and those can last years. So I want you to take what I said about my life, about the things I've gone through, and consider that Miles is one of the better things to happen to me, perhaps among the best, she says. Just better? Miles teases and Eugene grins. Getting revenge on the bitch that burned my world and earning my freedom with the blood of my oppressors is stiff competition, Agenda says with a vicious grin full of sharp teeth. Fair enough. Hopefully I'm more of a consistent nice than those one-and-done events. I'm still free, so it's not exactly one and done. Agenda notes with a bit of a giggle. So you're saying I've got my work cut out for me? Maybe. She teases him as he teased her. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'll be doing my best to take good care of him and keep him out of too much trouble. I'm the one who's going to get in trouble? Miss Pirate, may I remind you who kidnapped who? I put you in a safe, secure little room. You intimidated a mech pilot through her armor, used it to disable another mech, and then tried to peel her out of her own suit before vanishing into the bowels of the ship, only to reveal yourself in my quarters when you gave yourself priority access to everything. Yes, you're trouble. Agenda protests and he chuckles before looking at the camera. To keep things clarified, Agenda and her girls were hired to take a swipe at the Dauntless and bring back as many humans as possible. They only got me, and I made them regret it. Only at the time, I'm quite thankful we got you now, Agenda says, and Miles chuckles. Huh? He looks right at the camera. I think I should leave all that in. It's a good introduction to you, Agenda. Showing off the first wife? Like I'm the prize? She asks with a very human quirk of the lips, and he nods. Don't you start spoiling me now. I'll come to expect it. Right, well, I have no idea how to end this properly. I fully intend to send more messages and hope that someday someone will join me up here in the stars. Although it's likely to be more messages before anything else. Hopefully you'll be able to send a proper message and nothing weird happens. It's going to be most of a year between exchanges. Wow. I think we should end the message here on a more proper note. On the next communication, I'll give you all an introduction to all the girls your son is attached to. Who knows? He may have a proper 100 wives by then, Agenda says with a teasing smile. 100, dear God, Miles says in English before the video ends. Well, he's keeping busy. Eugene, what? I was worried he'd never settle down and find a girlfriend. The first part might not be showing up anytime soon, but he's certainly gotten himself a lot of woman. Don't be a pig, our son is not coming home. Because he's building a new one. He's doing the right thing, prioritizing his children over his parents. That's the smart move, the sensible one. I'm proud of him. Sure, I'm going to miss him, but I'm proud of him. But we might never see him again. Then we're just going to have to be content that he's living the best life possible, Eugene says, standing up and cracking his back before presenting the newspaper. He's millions of miles away from the bullshit here on Earth and surrounded by women who love him, and soon children as well. I count that as a win. His part said he walks out of the room with a smile. Excuse me, is there any way to get a copy of the message for myself? Putting on a DVD or something? It will take some time. There's all sorts of legal wrangling currently ongoing about the information from space. This should be harmless, though. Nothing in there is any kind of secret, the receptionist says, and Eugene nods. Wonderful. Can I get the number of who to contact to get this rolling? Out of Cruel Space, Part 202, Reports from Beyond the Stars. Taking all bets. Taking all bets. Vernon Boy's going to be distracted by all the things he's been reading and go off on a tangent about alien literature, Gary announces to everyone's amusement as they walk into the office. Apparently, the political finagling meant the video's messages were currently being controlled, but Vernon had indicated that anyone even remotely related to him could see it, which meant that his older brother could have plenty of fun with the audience of an entire family reunion's worth of the Shays, as they used this as an excuse to have an out-of-season get-together. After this, they were heading to a gigantic Chinese buffet just 20 minutes away to make the chefs earn those paychecks. The talk of aliens and space magic and strange ships, and what kind of silly thing that Vernon's gotten stuck into this time, is the common subject with a few more down-to-earth people wondering if the message was about some injury or if he had been killed in the line of duty. The terms criminal conspiracy, violent raiders, pirates, and slavers had come up a great deal in the disseminated information. Everyone looked for a seat, and with the whole Shay clan in attendance, there just wasn't enough for everyone, prompting a lot of the younger men to sit on the floor or lean against the walls. I'm going to keep the door open so you people don't suffocate. Good Lord, the receptionist says with a grin, and is answered by several saying, thank you, and a bit of laughter. The lights dim and things start playing on the projector. to not only show Vernon smiling beautifully, but with clear hickeys along his neck and a clock in the background, stating he started recording this at about 3:30. Woo! Gary cheers out, throwing up an arm, and there's a lot of quickly shushed laughter. Hey, hell, there's no easy way or point to dancing around the topic. I've met someone and I refuse to live another day without her. So I can't go back to Earth, plain and simple, Vernon says before letting out a lungful of air. The awkward man had clearly been building himself up to that for a while. There's a silence and Gary cannot leave it unfilled. Well, at least he won't die a virgin. Gary, his mother snaps. What the hell? His youngest brother protests through his helpless laughter. The tension in the room has snapped like a dry twig, and Gary pumps his fist in satisfaction. As to whom, well... Vernon then looks to the side and there's the sound of movement. A blur of red, green, and white silk outright tackles him, and he spins with it before it resolves into him, deeply kissing an incredibly beautiful woman, dressed in an expensive and elaborate dark red, and green dress right out of the Victorian era, with gigantic gemstones for jewelry, and her arms concealed by nearly shoulder-length white opera gloves. Her tan skin complements the tumbling locks of cherry red hair, and topping all of this is a crown and a pair of polished white horns. Then the image flickers ever so slightly, and the clock is now reading 4:15 as the kiss breaks apart. No one in the room comments on the missing 45 minutes, but nobody misses it either. I missed you, the alien woman says in galactic trade, but it's captioned. It was 5 minutes. Vernon answers her with an adoring smile. Still too long. She answers, kissing him on the lips, which he gleefully returns. She then glances to the side to expose her glowing golden eyes. This is the letter to your family, is it? Oh yes, I want to introduce you to them, and perhaps someday have you meet them in person. A bit of a challenge to get them all through cruel space, but challenges exist to be overcome, Vernon says, and she nuzzles into him. When the moon hits your eye like a big... Gary's delving into song is cut off by a hand over his mouth that he peels off to reveal a huge smile. What? They're just luxuriating. It's cute, but it's not going anywhere. There's another flicker in the screen and time has advanced 15 minutes, and this time the room chuckles. When did the dork get so sappy? Someone asks as Vernon hugs his alien bride all the tighter, and she turns around to beam at the camera in happiness. Everyone, meet Princess Miro Noir, my wife. We're heading to her homeworld of Serbo soon. I'm going to be taking part of the Broken Shell tournament and see if I can earn a royal title to match my love. He gushes, and there are sighs from some of the younger girls in the audience. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting any of you yet, Miro Noir says in galactic trade, and it's captioned at the bottom of the screen. But if my Vernon is any example, then yours is a family that will be a joy to be a part of. Meeting her, falling in love with her. It was like the universe finally had taste and color, and that was after the incredible revelations akin to a religious awakening. Magic is real, understandable, and due to language drift, currently known as axiom. Vernon explains in English before holding out his right hand, and light emerges in it. A huge windstorm seems to kick up as both of them have their clothes and hair ruffle before it abruptly cuts out, and in the palm of his hand is a tiny ball, a globe of the earth in gleaming gold. He lets his hand drop, and the ball simply floats in the air and slowly turns. After a couple of rotations, Miro Noir plucks it from the air and gives Vernon a kiss on the cheek. I'll find a place to put it. Then she leaves the room and he watches her go with a fond smile. Then after a moment he turns back to the camera. I once read in a comic book that a true miracle is as rare as turning air into gold. I've memorized the atomic structure of gold and can alter anything into it. Or if I use pure axiom to do the job, manifest it from seemingly nothing else. Yes, that's what you can find off of Earth. Miracles. Wondrous, incredible miracles. Please work as hard as you can to join me out here. There is so much for everyone, so much wealth, so much opportunity and wonder. Of course there is danger, but it's so very worth it. There are moments when I wonder if I'm going to wake up and find this is all just a flight of fancy, a wonderful dream. If it is, then I never want to wake up. If it is and I do awaken, then I will hold it dear for the rest of my life and do everything I can to make it true. Because something like this kind of happiness, of wholeness, it was worth everything. If I had to go through training to be on the Dauntless twice over again to make it here, then I would. I would do so without question or a second thought. It was worth it. So very, very worth it. What are you telling them, darling? Mironoir asked, walking back into frame to give him a light kiss. Just how everything was worth it to make it to your arms and how I'd do it all again, without hesitation. Vernon says, "Oh, Vernon." She gushes at him and hugs him closely. He holds her gently before she lifts up on her tiptoes to kiss him. There's a flicker, and the clock says they spent a half hour gushing over each other to the snickers of the appreciative audience. "I wanted to say something to all of you," Mironoir says with a smile. "There will no doubt be terrible stories about terrible things happening, but do ignore them. So much awaits you humans, and if my Vernon is any example of your kind, then you will thrive beyond the reach of the null. That, and if there are more of you around, it's less likely I'll be called greedy for keeping my Vernon all to myself." "There's nothing wrong with one man and one wife, my love," Vernon assures her. "I want to believe that, but there's just not enough. I have paradise, and so many others don't get so much as a taste," Mironoir says, and Vernon hugs her close. "Forget the rest of the galaxy. It's what you want that I'm concerned with," Vernon whispers, and Gary starts outright applauding. "Shut up!" "But that was smooth," Gary protests with a huge smile as he gestures to the image. "Dad," Lisa calls him out, and he puts up his hands in surrender. Apparently no one wants humor in their romance. So strange considering how many romantic comedies his girls have dragged him to. The scene flickers on them, gazing into each other's eyes, and the clock behind them says it was 5 minutes long. "So yes, I'm staying outside of cruel space to be with my wife. Although I'd love you all to meet her. There's so much to see, to do. Life eternal and wealth unending are just the tip of the iceberg." He then nuzzles into his wife with a content sigh that she mirrors. "There's love without limit as well. As soon as the path to the stars is well and truly open, take it. Please take it. Join us out here. I'd love to have a formal wedding for my Mironoir and myself. I want to see my wife all in white silk and lace." Gary's younger brother outright slaps a hand over his mouth before he can wolf whistle. Little traitor, he was just fine teasing Vernon when he'd been on Earth, but, oh no, now that he was a galaxy away, it was suddenly in bad taste. Anyways, until then, it's going to be hard to stay in touch. With the travel times through cruel space, keeping in touch is a very distant thing. I'll try to send a video every few months, but it's likely going to be a once or twice a year thing. At least until some kind of null-resistant axiom pylon system or relay laser arrays are set up. Of course, that kind of infrastructure is a logistical nightmare, and that's just maintaining it, let alone constructing and transporting such a network. Until then, we've got the, at best, twice-yearly mail lances, and isn't that an interesting mental image? A lance made of mail, but would that be mail as in, "You're rambling, my love," Mironoir says, putting a finger to his lips. He then takes her hand and kisses the back of it. "My apologies. Thank you for leading me back after my mind wandered." Vernon gushes at her, and she pulls in for a kiss. He then looks to the camera. "My next message will also have a recording of the tournament, so you'll have something more entertaining than me to keep your attention. I love you all and can't wait to introduce my Mironoir in person." Then the recording cuts off with Mironoir waving at them all, and the lights brighten up. "Dad, did you have to keep talking?" "Yes, I did, Lisa. I miss him. So I very much had to," Gary says. "Now come on, time to hit that restaurant." The entire family starts moving almost as one as they start to speculate at how long until Vernon gets this Mironoir pregnant. How weird it is for an alien to only have horns as a difference, or how on, or rather off, Earth Vernon had managed to woo a princess. You know, it's kind of funny. For all the stories of strippers or harems, Vern went and found a girl that was dressed from the neck down and latched on like a limpet to her and her alone. Shows just how much bullshit's being thrown around in the news. I heard about alien abductions being next, someone says. Uncle Steve, you were telling me about alien abductions before the beacon showed up, let alone before the Dauntless was sent out, Gary replies. It's funny stuff, not to mention how quickly you believed it as a kid. Messing with a 10-year-old's head is not okay, wise guy, Gary protests and Steve just laughs. Everyone quickly finds their ways to their cars and then to the restaurant. A 20-minute drive needs 45 minutes for everyone to be in the restaurant in question. There's some idle chatter as everyone gets settled and gets their first plate of food. Gary makes a point of making sure both Lisa and Eli have some greens on their plate along with everything else. So the question is, what the heck is a broken shell tournament? Is he going to be karate chopping shells? Is he going to try and karate chop someone with a shell? Is he going to be fighting on top of a shell? What do you guys think? He asks, and the conversations go all over the place. Out of Cruel Space, Part 203, reports from Beyond the Stars. Miss Eastman, is there anyone else with you? The receptionist asks, and Janet shakes her head. Number, this is just a letter from my son to me, she says, and the receptionist nods with a huge smile. You know something. Part of my job is to vet these videos and draw up the important NDAs in case something important is let out in these videos. And I don't know if it's deliberate or not. But Commander Daniel Eastman is either a very funny man or in about a mile over his head. Excuse me? That could be bad. Just get in there and try not to laugh too hard. Oh dear, she says as she rushes into the room. She was well put together for her age. A lifetime as a waitress certainly helped, but the last few months were really easy as she learned that her little boy had set up his payments to come to her automatically. Not all of it, but more than 3 times her regular paycheck. She was going to work just to hang out with her friends now. The money was just a perk. She finds a seat that looks like it's the least broken in and sinks into it with a sigh of contentment. Life had never been easy, and now her boy was so far away. She was worried, very worried. Hey, Mom, things are going, Her Daniel, resplendent in a loud Hawaiian shirt with flamingos all over it, and a mustache that makes him look like he's trying to replace the main character of Magnum P.I. Well, they're going... There's a banging sound and he immediately looks to his right in shock before a blur of yellow and black swarms him and the video crashes. The video resumes and he's once again in front of the camera, this time looking frazzled with numerous hickeys and lipstick smears around his neck and face. He's also inexplicably wearing a pair of welding goggles on his forehead. Right, anyways, there's a lot to unpack. I've been stationed on a space station that's signed up with the Earth Foreign Legion. It's got a stable populations in the millions, numerous distinct cultures, and I've been all but locked down into Deck 4 of 8, the Hivers. Most of the people on this deck are really short but productive, including the girls I've been married to, jumped on by. I'm not sure how to properly say it. It was the biggest booty call to ever happen, and now they're all in love with me. And lust as well, so things are just... There's a sudden rush of black and yellow bodies as hundreds of forms tackle him from above, with a distinct buzzing noise until what looks like to be a plastic surgery-addicted midget, crossed with a bumblebee, and wearing only the latest in punk chic lands on the top, and gazes at the camera before taking aim with a gun that's glowing yellow. Then the entire pile bursts upwards as Daniel takes control of the situation with a roar. Even more of the punk bee women start flying in, and Daniel grabs something from inside his shirt, and there's a huge bang alongside a flash of blindingly bright light. Then the light fades to reveal Daniel has the goggles down to protect his eyes. You girls should know by now that I'm not someone to take lightly, Daniel says in galactic trade as he smirks down at them. A new bee woman zips up. Her right arm is a clunky-looking machine with a gun clearly incorporated in, and a bright pink mohawk for hair. They regard each other for a moment, and then the video skips again. So we've reached a compromise, her Daniel says, sitting down in front of the camera with the insane punk bee midget in his lap and smirking. I get to make this message in peace, and I have to shave off the mustache. Oh my God, Janet says to herself. Also, I have to let the Hive Queen here say a thing or two. Basically what happened is that I got turned around on this space station, so when I was trying to seduce some high-end rich girls with how thirsty the galaxy is. I messed up and walked into the middle of Berserker territory. I got jumped, and they kept calling in gang members, and after a few days of that, and well, once they consider you on their team, then you only have to worry about them being too nice to you. That and random acts of forceful affection, as you saw earlier. Random acts of forceful affection? He's being raped, Janet protests, standing up in a fury. I know it looks bad. It is bad. But, well, I could have escaped the whole time. There is no way I can explain this without it sounding really, really bad. But take heart, I'm not a victim. I'm as much in control. The fact that I can flash bang these girls and they find it more entertaining. And when I put my foot down, they respect it. I doubt that. Right, so, I've been married by alien standards to 200 bee women that have banded together in a criminal organization on a pirate station. Yes, Octron Spin is a pirate station. He's fallen in among criminals. So yay, criminals. But that's more of a, I don't really know how they're criminals beyond location and location. Octron Spin is a pirate station, and the definition of the rough side of town, or even the hood. But, they run a hydroponics farm. They grow fruits and vegetables, but they act like the biggest gangbangers and thugs. They spend their days pollinating flowers and watering plants when they're not stalking Deck 4 and looking to break kneecaps. It's insane. Gardener gangsters, Janet says in an utterly confused tone. So, yay, 200 girls that cannot get enough of me at all. Not sure how to take that, Daniel says. I've been making my way on this station, beating down those that won't work with me and rewarding those that will. Keeping order in this place is insane. I need advice. I think I'm doing the right thing. I'm not only keeping order, but I'm ensuring that this place stays together and becomes a better place to bring people to. And a place that might help the EFL. I wish I could say it's not dangerous here, but I don't go into public without a weapon, if not several. I've had to kill people in order to keep things sane and sober. Daniel's cut off when the bee woman in his lap rolls her eyes visibly and clamps a hand around his mouth. Hey, this is being sent out to my man's mama, right? Well, listen here, lady. Don't let his moping and doping and whining and bitching get you down. Yay, we do things different than you little humans. Yay, we jumped your boy, and you better be grateful. There's worse out there than a Charbas hive, let me tell you. She blurts out, and it's captioned easily. Janet merely glares at the screen and crosses her arms. And don't go all huffy either. Sure, the gravids are more gentle, but if you don't want your boy suffocated in softness, then he can't do better than the berserkers. Daniel reaches out and pushes down the now hovering bee woman so he can look clear over her head. She then swats away his hand and starts styling up her mohawk once again. So yay, not what I thought it would be, not what anyone expected, but here it is. I don't know. If this is the right path, then... Daniel starts thinking out loud and the bee woman rolls her eyes once more. Girls, front and center. He's thinking too much again. She calls out to the side and the tide of yellow and black kicks off again. Shit goggles, he's got a... There's a bang and a blast of light, and when it clears, there's a horde of tiny bee midgets wandering around in a daze as Daniel sits up with his goggles on. Yeah, not really much to say beyond the fact I generally don't have much to really complain about. At least beyond navel gazing, and you can always find something to bitch about if you look hard enough. I'm getting paid well beyond anything I ever expected. The very idea of not having a girlfriend is literally laughable. Daniel continues as the pink-haired mohawk, having girl recovers enough to climb onto his back to illustrate the point. I know you're whining again, so stop that. Stop it. I will hump the unhappiness out of you. She threatens and he rolls his eyes. Sure, things aren't what you wanted, but damn it, I will make it work. Right, well, I'm serving as one of the main command crew on the station, so if worst comes to worst, I can have and am being actively encouraged to throw belligerent assholes out the nearest airlock, Daniel says before chuckling. That's been done so much that there are parts of the station that actually have enough atmosphere to breathe on. The view from it. To walk out into outer space and need only a basic rebreather is amazing. Of course, being hit by micrometeors is annoying as hell and hurts like a, well, Needless to say, there's bad to go with the good and good to go with the bad. Sure, I didn't expect to be dogpiled by literally hundreds of bee women, but damn if they can't cook up a storm and aren't dedicated to making sure I have more than enough, no matter what. Are you moping again? She asks. I'm thinking again, Zabraza, he answers, and she snorts. What did I tell you about thinking? She asks before outright Frenching him. Stop it. But Daniel protests, and she kisses him again, hovering just beyond him. Stop it, you stupid sexy monkey. She protests before flying into him and cuddling close. Why do you have to smell so good and kiss so well? Stupid worrying monkey man. Yeah, the aliens are crazy and effectively get addicted to humans. Something to do with pheromones? I don't get it, but when I tried to take advantage of it, I got turned around and ended up on the doorstep of these girls. They jumped me, and there was almost a fight. I suppose if I didn't want it, I might have. Eh? Fuck it. Fuck it. Love to, Zabraza coos and tries to fly up at Daniel, and he puts his hand between her antenna and easily pushes her away as she giggles. So yay, things sound bad, but I'm doing fine. It's very tough but very tight around here in that I've got the command crew and my own private army of bee women to back me up. The bad news is that there are a lot of kids on the way. These girls don't believe in condoms or self-restraint. Oh dear God, Janet mutters. Look, again, I know it looks and sounds bad, but I'm not like a sex slave or anything. They really care. And there may be danger, but I can handle it. This is going. Girls, he's moping again. Zabraza calls out to the rest and immediately flies up to smother his head between her breasts. The swarm seems to come alive, and he's buried under a pile of the bee women. They're shifting and scuttling around before Zabraza lets go and heads in front of the camera. Her head tilts to the side. I don't know what you do or how you do it in cruel space, but out here a girl's got to jump on a chance to get her man, and if not us who are the type to grab on and hold on. We may like to play rough, but we play to keep. Other girls on this station, they're the have your fun and then do something awful types, so don't worry, we'll keep him safe without throwing him in a cage. Hard to get a better deal than that, eh? Oh dear God, Zabraza, Daniel protests as the pile shifts hard as he rises up with ease. All right, off. They refuse to disperse, and there's a strange movement before another massive bang, and a huge flash of white light causes her to blink again. The light clears, and Daniel is standing tall over the dazed army of bee women, with his welding goggles firmly affixed. There is no way in any way, shape, or form I can make this look good. There is no way, shape, or form I can convince anyone that I won't look like I'm some kind of rape victim. But I'm in control here. If I wanted to be gone, I would be gone. I've decided to go with this because I want to. Sure, the initial surprise was a hell of a thing, but I chose to keep going. I could have escaped at any time, and I could escape now. I choose not to, and that just makes me sound like this is Stockholm. Jesus Christ, I'm only digging this deeper. Daniel explains, lifting the goggles and looking conflicted. This is a situation that no human's ever been in before. You know what? Screw it. I'm doing fine. I'm not going to cover things up. I'm not going to bullshit. There's no perspective from the outside looking in that doesn't make this look god-awful. But it's not. I swear to God it's not. Yes, they took the choice out of my hands. Sort of. But they would gladly take a bullet for me. Each and every one of them values my life above their own. Stop moping! Zabraza shouts as she jumps on him and shuts his mouth with her breasts. Moping is horrible. The plants pick it up, and the girls pick it up, and everyone picks it up, and then everyone's miserable. No moping. Daniel then peels her away from him with a steady grip and sighs before speaking in galactic trade. I'm trying to convince my mother that I'm not being abused. You jumping up to smother whatever I have to say isn't helping. And if I say that the heart of a Charbas hive is more valuable than literally everything else, if I tell her that if walking out an airlock means you live just one more minute, then I'll do it. The question isn't what you say or what I say. It's what she'll believe. You girls are way too eager for her to not think something horrible happened. So she'll do what then? come charging in, slinging plasma and firing lasers. She's a little far away and the image crashes, and now it's just an exhausted-looking Daniel sitting in a chair and holding the welding goggles. He's fiddling with them and takes a deep breath before throwing them away and shrugging. He brings up his hands to try and explain, but apparently finds nothing to say before shrugging again and rubbing the back of his neck. His mustache is pointedly gone, freshly shaved compared to the rest of his stubble. I'm sorry, Mom. The freaking video you've seen up to now did actually happen. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to try and bullshit or anything else. The galaxy's a weird place, and as tough as my little slice of it is, it's also really tight. Really, really tight. There aren't the proper words in English to explain how. Son of a da. Daniel's heartfelt confessional is cut off when he's tackled by no less than 10 of the bee women, and several of them walk up to the camera. Hey, you're Danny's mom? Good job. We've got him good and safe. We'll make him a daddy as many times as you can count. For the love of God, Daniel shouts, standing up, and everything crashes again. I don't even have time to really get pissed off. They're too enthusiastic, too affectionate, and too much everything to do anything but go with the flow, Daniel says after the video comes back on. Right, so this took most of the day with all the interruptions, so I'm going to get something to eat. I swear to God I'm not being abused. I swear I'm doing fine. I just never expected to do anything like this. Ever. Love you, Mom. The video ends one final time, and Janet is left staring as the lights ramp up to full. Freaking crazy, isn't it? He's being raped. He says it only looks bad. Don't you trust your son? I do, but he was clearly being abused. He was being dogpiled and full-on flash-banged them time after time. Even when they piled on him, he overpowered them with ease. I'd say he's doing fine. But do you trust your son? Yes, he's a responsible, sensible young man who wouldn't lie to me about something like this. Trust him. He's doing fine, the receptionist says, and Janet heaves a sigh. I need to go relax. It was somewhat horrifying, but can I have a copy of the recording? Actually, yes, this one was considered completely harmless. I don't know why, but there you go, the receptionist says before pulling out a DVD and a flash drive. That should set you up either way. Thank you. Are you sure he's a trained military soldier? He's openly admitted to killing people. If he wanted out of the situation, he would have gotten out of the situation. He's where he wants to be. I suppose best I can do is wait for another message the next time they come in, Janet says before sighing. I need a drink. Excuse me. Make sure you're home before you start, the receptionist says, and she scoffs. I'm not as stupid as I look, she says over her shoulder. Don't pitch them over the plate. The urge to swing is enormous. Out of Cruel Space, Part 204, reports from beyond the stars. Mira, Augustus, Giorgio Schmidt remarks with a grin at his ex-wife and her husband. Giorgio, Claudia. Mira greets him cordially. All right, enough awkward stuff. Let's motor, Richard remarks, all but pushing them into the room. His half-brother is more than a little gregarious and had been requested, mostly because he had been the one to really pick up the slack in the midst of Giorgio's and Mira's divorce. The awkwardness is gone mostly, but the important thing is Gregory. The emails and phone calls from camp had been hurried, but mostly portrayed in all right enough time. Something about a nickname as well. All right, just a heads up. He's part of a team, and part of his message was recorded with the entire team, including 3 aliens that they've taken on as part of their team. So this is going to be technically classified for the next few months as the brass figure out exactly what's forbidden and what's not. Make sense? Can we still have the contact number for getting a copy of this once things are settled with who's allowed to know what? Mira asks, and the receptionist nods. Of course. Also, I've read the details around Pukey and his team. You must be very proud. Pukey? Giorgio asks as Richard snorts in amusement. What's so funny? It's the nickname he earned in training camp. Apparently he kept it, Richard says. He did, as did every member of his team. Almost everyone who's been out of Cruel Space envies him. Hell, I kinda envy him. He's been through a lot, but came out of it like an absolute champion. the receptionist says. What do you mean by a lot? Mira demands. You'll see pretty quick. The receptionist assures them and all but pushes them into the room before snickering and closing the door. Because that wasn't at all ominous, Richard says with a raised eyebrow and an impudent smirk. All five of them quickly get comfortable, and the projector activates to show Gregory looking to his left, with his right side turned to the camera. His hands are in his pockets, and there's a stern look on his face. Captain Gregory Pukey, Schmidt of the Chainbreaker at your service, he says with a smile as he turns to the camera to reveal a long scar over his left eye that's now not only clearly prosthetic but glowing pale blue. He then pulls his hands out of his pocket and slips off his jacket to reveal that he's in a sleeveless shirt to expose his cybernetic left arm that's half hologram, half digital projector. Lost this to a praying mantis woman while escaping slavers. I got her life in return, he says, tapping his cyborg eye, and it thunks audibly as he does so. This I lost to a 6-armed snake woman called a Desert Nagasha with a plasma sword. This one, to be specific. Gregory continues as he pulls a metal cylinder off his belt and ignites it into a blade of pure light. He then spins it and catches the blade with the hard light hand. Richard just starts cackling at this point. Needless to say, I got myself some upgrades. Like this. Gregory then crouches down and comes back up with his left arm, merging with what looks like a cannon. He turns it to the side and a pulse of sheer light erupts from it, which really brings out the pure, distilled crazy in his smile. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm the captain of the Chainbreaker and commanding officer of a team of crack bounty hunters. Our basic goals are to not only find interesting things out in the galaxy to look at, but also to spread as good a reputation for humanity as possible. I'm fairly sure that shouldn't be classified as a PR mission isn't exactly high security. Gregory then scratches his nose before chuckling. But don't you worry about me in this big galaxy. Here it comes, the receptionist says, poking his head in with a shit-eating grin. The camera flickers and Richard bursts out laughing and applauding at the sight of Gregory and 10 other men, one of them an alien teenager with a snake tail instead of legs. For we are men, they declare as one in galactic trade with a bouncing ball-style sing-along begins. They flex to the left, showing off that the teenage snake boy with the vaguely visible four-pack is easily the least defined and frailest of the lot, with most of them easily having been chiseled from marble if they hadn't outright stepped off the cover of a Harlequin romance. They flex to the right. Men! Men! They switch sides back and forth 3 more times, shouting, men each time. Fearless breakers of chains, we will crush all those who gain their life through crime. Gregory sings out as the camera focuses on his face, with emphasis on his eyes. Richard outright falls out of his chair as he struggles to suppress his laughter. Men! 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 The switching flexes back as the chorus as everyone stares, some in awe, others in shock, and the receptionist is quietly dying as he leans against the wall. No matter what cruelties you inflict, the snake boy begins flexing his cybernetic fingers and letting his hair fall to the side to reveal horrific scars just behind the veil and a cybernetic eye. Everyone has moved into a pose with their arms crossed to really emphasize their huge muscles, and while he looks positively puny next to the humans around him, the effect makes him almost as adorable as they are macho. You won't get away with it, one of the 2 absolutely massive black men states. This one has a bowler hat on and a dazzling smile. For we are men, 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 men. The flex-off happens again and the camera pans over all of them with their massively bulging arms, including Gregory's holographic one. There is no foe who cannot be bested. The Latino-looking one begins. Once again, they're standing tall with their arms crossed. Nor any strength that cannot be tested. The Arabic one finishes for him. So let us face them. As the snake boy starts to lead. Men, 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 men. The flex is real and happening again as Augustus, Claudia, Giorgio, and Mira try and fail to fully process what they're seeing. Richard has regained control of himself and is watching with an approving eye. Whether they run or hide, one of the men, this one with fine-boned features, their capture is as sure as the tides. One with slightly rounder features calls out, "For we are." An Asian-looking man leads in. "Men! Men! 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 Men!" They begin their flexing, but now a pair of pink and red-colored hands are literally grabbing at Gregory's belt, and then the video cuts off just as a black and yellow blur shows up aiming right for the Latino man. It's once again Gregory, but this time he's sitting in a chair and grinning impertinently as a tiny reptilian woman with enormous breasts and an even larger rear glares at him. So our little recording session for possible advertisement was crashed and has been deemed too steamy for mass distribution. A pity? Pity nothing. You crazy apes will drown entire worlds in their own lust with that kind of madness, the tiny reptilian woman protests. Don't think I can't see you're squirming. Just thinking about the video is making you eager, isn't it? He asks with a huge grin. Well, she begins and he picks her up. Excuse us, Gregory says, and the video jumps to show a rumpled-looking Gregory with a huge grin on his face. That was Cindy, my sweet little surgeon of love, that hooked me up with high-end prosthetics she'd been fiddling with in her spare time when I was down an eye and arm. If not for her, I would have been recaptured and probably still in chains to this day. She's not a fighter, but she doesn't have to be. She's a streetwise cyber surgeon and a beacon of good sense and civility. And today's good sense is that you don't show anyone that crazy video. Cindy scolds him and he just grins. It's just a basic beefcake show. There's a nastier, beefier, and better all over the place on Earth. Gregory protests in galactic trade. I don't want to hear about your planet of porn. You weren't complaining when you climbed me like a damn tree near the end of the song. Yes, because expecting me to be calm when there are 10 sweaty, bulging walls of muscle and man in front of me is reasonable. Cindy protests, climbing up to look Gregory straight in the eyes as he grins. Not counting Scaly? He was there too. He teases her and she looks affronted. Don't be gross. She smacks his shoulder. He's our adoptive son. I will never be so desperate as to try my own child, blood or not. Right, on to more wholesome bits. I'm recording a message for my family. Say hi, Cindy. Hi, Cindy, she says, turning to the camera with a cute wave before turning right back to Gregory. Now really, Gregory, that joke was absolutely foul, and I have half a mind to hunt down the nearest bar of soap and wash that filth clean out of your mouth. All right then, Gregory says with his eyebrows up. But please, introduce yourself to my family. Are you really going to use all this? Cindy demands in shock. A formal introduction will just seem utterly false and not give a solid look into what's going on. A sterile slice of the galaxy doesn't show them anything but lies. Letting them know that we're in a loving relationship, even though I can occasionally drive you nuts, is far, far better than some formal introduction where you're effectively reading off a teleprompter. Not to mention, it's also more amusing to make a video this way. I want them to watch and rewatch this and have a smile knowing that I'm not only doing well, but I'm having a blast doing it. Gregory answers and she shakes her head before hopping down into his lap and cuddling close. You're lucky you're so cute, you crazy man, Cindy says to him before glancing at the camera and suddenly becoming shy and somewhat hiding in his jacket. Where did this come from? Gregory asks her gently. What if they don't like me? You've saved my life, offered me nothing but love and good sense, and have stayed by my side through madness and strangeness. If they don't like you, then they can screw off. Gregory answers and she pokes out of his jacket to nuzzle against him. And I meant it too. She was there when I needed help the most. She gave me the strength to keep moving and fighting while behind enemy lines and offered me the tools and resources to steal an impossible victory from the jaws of an inevitable defeat. Gregory explains, I've been advised to not show the video of our meeting, mostly because it's not only very violent, but can give the wrong impression on much of the galaxy at large. What happened to me is fairly rare. Thankfully, if it wasn't, then no one would be safe anywhere. Cindy says softly, You think we should introduce them to our son? He's already got a kid with her? How fast do these aliens move? Mira demands in shock and disgust. That's a wonderful idea. Gregory says, standing up, and the video skips obviously with the snake boy, now covered up properly in a large sweater that he's swimming in, sitting next to Gregory as Cindy sits on his lap and openly comforts the serpent child. Meet Slithern, My adoptive son. He's a Great Plains Nagasha. We call him Scally because we physically cannot pronounce his name properly. I just butchered it, Gregory says. Although, to be fair, he's sort of everyone's son if I'm being honest. Please stop, Slithern mutters into his sweater, and Gregory chuckles. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You're fine. You brought out that video. I don't know how you convinced me it was a good idea, but I'm never doing anything like that again. Slithern mutters and Gregory shakes his head. In a few years, if not a few months, you're going to look back on that and laugh so hard it will hurt. You say that about everything you have me do, including all the exercise. It's important to exercise. Even if you never hit the field, your mind lives in your body. Take care of your body, and you take care of your mind. He's right, Cindy adds, and Slithern just mutters to himself as he shrinks into his shirt. So yay, I've got a well-paying, interesting job, a loving wife, and a sulky teen kid. I'm pretty sure I've skipped a few steps, but I think I've knocked it out of the park, Gregory says with a chuckle. You're such a weirdo, Cindy says, and Gregory chuckles. Maybe, but you'll love it. Yeah, she admits, and Gregory offers a salute to the camera with his organic hand, and the movie is over. Well, that was a thing, Richard says with an enormous grin on his face. He, Mira stammers out. He distracted us from the fact that he's been badly injured with a literal song and dance, and then a complete change of the subject, Giorgio notes before heaving a sigh. I was not fooled, however. He has been grievously hurt. The loss of an arm at the shoulder or one's eye being slashed out are immense. He's not the only one hurt. Did you notice the snake kid? All his fingers are fake, but the thumbs were left alone. He's also got a shit ton of scars under the hair and a robo-eye of his own, Richard says. It would be wise to remember that despite everything we have been told about the galaxy, they have not hidden the dangers. They've simply not brought attention to them, Augustus remarks. It's not like it's any worse than what's on Earth, Claudia says before thinking. We still, unfortunately, have slavers and monsters and lunatics of our own. Why would it be different beyond our little piece of the galaxy? Very fair, my dear, very fair, Giorgio remarks as he stands, then offers his hand to help her up. Hopefully we can get a copy of this soon so I can baffle my coworkers. Out of Cruel Space Part 205, reports from beyond the stars. You're the Jamesons? Come on in. I'm afraid not. All news is, well, I've seen a lot of these messages home, and this one is one of the weird ones, the receptionist says, and the small family looks from one to the other in confusion. That's implying that you've seen this video message before us. Why? Emma Jameson asks, and the receptionist sighs. There are at least 4 layers of protection and information filtration on these. The situation is very delicate, so we're trying to make sure that no one does something stupid and kick off World War III. Every message has at least 4 layers of examination, first from the person making it going over it, then the intelligence division on the Dauntless did. Then the crew of the Lance gave everything a once-over, followed by people like me. The ones that are flagged as sensitive get another 3 levels from the government, the military, and then all a cryptologist. We're being careful. Your boy's got a full 10 layers in that the head of intelligence, the Admiral's sister and Admiral Lee, the man in charge of the next mission looked over it as well. Your son is moving in powerful circles. Meaning our boy's moving in powerful circles, she says, and there's a nod. Oh yes, if he ever comes back to Earth. Well, if he ever wants to. Most of the reports I've been going over show men being almost criminally happy. I've been looking for signs of drugging, but aside from most of them looking really relaxed and happy, there's no constant symptom. No twitching, no dilated pupils, no nothing. I guess they're all just getting laid on the regular, and that'll put any man in a good mood. Really, Emma says in a flat tone as Charlie, her husband, chuckles into his hand. She elbows him, and he waves it off in amusement. Emma, he's a full-grown man. He's going to have a sex life, and it's none of our business. I just don't want him to be like... Emma trails off, and Charlie hugs her gently. I know that man hurt you, but we know that there's a lot more good in Herbert than what happened. He's a good kid, and has been a hell of an older brother. So he's caught up in the dangerous stuff? I'm sure he can handle it. It's Herbert, Charlie says, and Emma nods. Although, to be fair, it's probably best that it's just you and me. After all, being introduced to alien wife after alien wife of Herbert might be a bit much for the girls. Hallmark moment aside, can we get moving? I've got a few more people today, and you guys are at the front of the queue. The receptionist says and gets a slight glare from Emma, but it has all the effectiveness of a spitball against tank armor. They're bundled into a room with a projector in the ceiling, and both Charlie and Emma sit next to each other as the lights dim and... Has he already got a son? Charlie asks as he sees a very familiar young teenager in a formal button-up shirt and vest regarding the camera as he fiddles with his topmost button. He's wearing gloves and looks like he's training to be a butler in some rich man's estate, or maybe getting ready to work for the Queen of England. Do I have to dress like this? He asks someone to his left. It's a neutral outfit that gives away little, while allowing you plenty of room to hide tools and weapons. It is something you need to get used to. There's a large and long beep to cover up whatever was said, but younger. Herbert nods in response. Right. Very good. First things first. The elephant in the room. Due to an incident that... He looks to his left. I am not allowed to speak of. I was made the... He looks to the left again and sighs. The beneficiary of the alien medical technology. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, or some way or the other, I am now 14 years old again. 13 and a half by my reckoning. The loud beep comes up again, signifying that someone's clearly talking to Herbert. I stand corrected, Herbert says with a sigh. All right, I'm currently not allowed to say what I'm doing, or nope, not allowed to say where either. My day-to-day activities are classified, and as you can probably tell, this is going to be a hell of conversation, as I'm not sure if confirming my identity is operationally secure. It is. There's a loud beep and Herbert nods. I know it actually isn't, but I'm going to count that as a win, so I'm not allowed to tell you what I'm doing, how I'm doing, or where I'm doing it. May I please have a list of safe subjects? Herbert asks to the side, and instantly an arm snaps out. It's from a man in a suit and gloves and is holding a single card out for Herbert to take. He examines it and offers an unimpressed look at the source of the arm. Really? Yes, is the answer of the beep, and Herbert turns the card over to reveal the word nothing on it. You know what? Screw it, Herbert says, ripping up the card. If it's so damned important, I'll censor it in the editing process. I need to talk. He tosses the shredded card over his shoulder and looks right at the camera. Right after I was assigned to poke at the more unusual alien laws and falling afoul of them. I woke up in the middle of a gangbang with alien horrors and promptly panicked. I then escaped as best I could, but that led me to a 1,000-story drop where I bounced and needed to go to the hospital. Not my best moment. His every censored word also covers his mouth with a black box in it as well, so his lips can't be read. After I awoke, I found myself to be legally married to 100 different alien women that walked out of a horror-themed strip joint from the looks of them, and all of them just a couple of years older than my new physical age. Needless to say, I was flabbergasted as I suspected the previous events to be as a dream. You wax loquacious and flowery when frustrated. It is a habit I will have to help you break. The person off to the side says again in all their censored glory. Right. Will that be before or after you teach me the finer points of stabbing someone in the spine? Herbert asks. While they can't make out what he says, it's very clear from his body language that there's a lot of sarcasm in it. During, the person answers, and clearly it was not what Herbert was expecting. Okay, Herbert says, looking off. Well, they look like monsters, act like schoolgirls, and there are goddamn facehuggers running around minus the wang. It's as messed up as it sounds. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time, but I figure if I keep working at it, I'll get some answers. Who knows? Maybe I'll have some fun while I'm at it. This isn't about fun, it's about effective. A man in your field needs to get results, otherwise your operations will be annulled, and an enormous amount of resources and man-hours will go to waste. Perhaps even lives will be wasted. Yes, sir, Herbert says solemnly. Well, this next part is going to be nothing but censored, so I'll be adding a little bit of it for no reason beyond my own amusement. I'll leave it up to you on whether or not what I said was something sensitive or something completely unimportant. At least he's taking this in good humor. Charlie remarks as Herbert grins and glances at the person who's no doubt monitoring him, who audibly sighs. So after my failed attempt to sneak into an arrangement system to snub the laws involved and use that as an excuse for political pressure, and my ensuing kidnapping, rape, and near-death incident that I still can't fully recall and have no desire to, I ran afoul of the more unpleasant laws of the galaxy that make it so that men attempting to initiate divorce with people who live in an arrangement system is nigh on impossible. So I was stuck with 100 idiots who can't tell the difference between a borderline comatose man and a willing one. Mr. Jameson, the other voice cuts him off. Have I misspoken? Only in that this will be heavily censored and redacted. It was going to be anyways, so anyways, I'm living in the embassy of Ambassador Hulla of the Versi system as a sort of recompense, as it was exclusively with citizens from her system that I've been forcibly married to. All told, the girls are very timid, thoroughly chastised, and very eager to make amends with no knowledge on how to do so. I'm being told this is kindergarten levels for learning how to manipulate people, but I still feel like a sleaze for it, in spite of the justified rage I can't completely smother. It is good that you recognize the anger and the justness of it. Even better that you rebel against your initial instincts. There are few faster ways to be uncovered as a member of intelligence than wearing your heart on your sleeve. Or rather, no faster way than actually wearing your heart on your sleeve. Feigning something is often a much better idea. So what should I pretend to be afraid of these stupid little crab things? Herbert asks, as he visibly shifts and something thumps before skittering away. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. At least it'll be more easily justified than trying to sick the girls on each other or some other messed up mind game. There you are, baby steps. You need to learn to crawl before you walk before you can run, and running is important in this line of work, if for no other reason than to get you away from the soon-to-explode mangled hulk of a vehicle that you were just forced off-road in. I have so many questions. Do well, and I might grace you with some answers. Huh. Okay then. This is a random bit of censorship for my own amusement. I just realized I was so busy with the confessional, I forgot to have some fun. Perhaps you should focus more on obfuscation than entertainment. I suppose censor this here. There, that'll keep everyone guessing for a bit and make them think we let something slip through. Very good, but perhaps a few lies to mix in with the protection? A false lead? Or 3? Or a misdirection? That sounds grand. Well, suffice to say, and is this next bit allowed? Herbert asks to his handler, and clearly gets some kind of result. I've been learning how to drive the local vehicles and navigate the insanely heavily populated planet that is Centris, which is important on a planet that, despite having a staggering variety of both peoples and people, they still all turn their heads when a man walks among them, let alone a man so young as to be easily taken advantage of, which I look like. Needless to say, I need an escort out in public. Joy. Which is why we'll be starting your training in the other areas soon enough. Really, because I was looking forward to the stealth training. Young man, I don't think you're taking this all too seriously, an old and proper voice says from off-screen. I've just been reminded of the sheer absurdity of my situation. If the wall were to peel open like a banana, I wouldn't question it at this point. Well, that certainly makes what's about to happen next much easier, the proper old man says, and Herbert gives him a confused look. What's happening next? Herbert asks as the video fades away. Training, the proper sounding voice says in the alien language with a single white subtitle, to illuminate it and make sure no one misses it. That was deliberate. Why did they put that in? Charlie asks in surprise. Mind games. He's part of military intelligence. This is Herbert practicing his own abilities as much as telling us anything. Emma says slowly, their other person there must be his teacher or something. So he's gotten caught up in something that's put him in an intelligence division while also making him a child again. At least he's not living a boring life, Charlie remarks in a slightly stunned tone. Oh no. Now my mind's going to the Philip files. The what? Declassified documents that detail the missions of a British super spy. It's right out of James Bond. The man legitimately did some of the things that the more absurd movies had. I think it's nonsense, but my mind's just going there. Well, what do we tell everyone else? He's caught up in serious spy bits? He'd have told us everything, but then would have had to kill us, Charlie asks, and Emma elbows him in the side. What? Charlie, Emma scolds him as she fights down some giggles. I hope he's all right. He's part of a team, a crack team. He may have been made young again, but he's still got his training. I guess. Out of Cruel Space, Part 206. Reports from Beyond the Stars. I'm sorry, ma'am, the video is addressed to your sons, Edward and Peter, not to you, the receptionist says as he gets glared down by the woman in front of him. He'd gone through the training to go out on a Dauntless-class vessel, however. He was a far harder nut to break than this spray-tan woman was capable of. Unless she found some kind of leverage on him, but that was unlikely. I am his wife. Former. You were divorced 3 years before the beacon arrived, let alone before he was chosen to lead the first contact mission, the receptionist says evenly. He had dealt with this type before. The type who had everything break their way for so long and had so much praise heaped upon them that they become nothing short of insufferable. Couple that with the midlife crisis she's not so much hitting as outright assaulting, and this woman was going to be a peach, he could tell. Then my children aren't seeing this message. What? Edward the younger protests. Mom, Peter exclaims, and the woman smiles. See? Do you see what you're doing to my sons? How could you? Lady, not only am I entirely aware of your bullshit, but your sons aren't stupid either. All they have to do is walk into the next room to see their father's message to them. You're not allowed in, but they are. The receptionist answers calmly to the thoroughly spoiled woman. Inwardly, he hopes that she does something stupid, so he has an excuse to use the taser. It would be the most interesting thing to happen today if she does. Sure, at first the messages were interesting, but after a while they were the same. 3 categories of showing off the new wife, a heartfelt message or something so censored that it may as well have been static. They are not going in there without me. She tries pushing. You're not going in there at all. He doesn't care. Then they're not going in there. Attempt number 2, electric boogaloo. That's their decision, not yours. The receptionist hints as he steps around his desk to stand right in front of her at ease, or seemingly at ease as behind his back his hands are pointing to the room with the projector rather than simply being clasped together. I am their mother. It is my right to... Book it, he says, and both boys dash into the room. He shuts the door behind them and turns around to body block the former Mrs. Cistern from following. She slaps him, and he just grins. If you do that again, I'm legally allowed to use my taser. So please make my day. Get out of my way, she screams at him. Miss Lawrence, please calm down. The receptionist says honestly, hoping she doesn't. Calm down. Calm down. She screeches at him as he wonders what the hell Admiral Cistern ever saw in this woman. A white noise generator kicks off and drowns out the drama happening in the room next to them. Yikes, Edward begins. Yeah, Peter confirms before nodding as the message starts. It's Dad. Did he always look that old? Edward asks and Peter snorts. People grow older, what a concept. Peter sasses and Edward smacks him in the side as they both sit down. My sons, my boys. While this message is going to be vetted time after time, what's in here is meant for you, Admiral Garfield Cistern says after his image appears on the projection. Things are not as I assumed. I thought many things. Part of me thought I would die, and my death would be used as a warning that would keep you both safe. I also humored the idea of a galaxy embroiled in war, one filled with predatory business tactics, and so many, many other options. None of them prepared me for a galaxy of desperate bachelorettes. I was better prepared for a horde of alien horrors attempting to devour me than the horde of alien, Cistern says before cutting himself off with a slight cough. We both know what he was about to say, Edward says with a grin, and Peter chuckles. Well, suffice to say, there is opportunity and enough stability for there to be other arrangements. Other arrangements? Peter asks. I plan to make things easier for people to leave cruel space. Easy enough that those without training can join us here in the stars. We need more than just military men out here. Engineers, scientists, and artists. Our children. You two. I want you both out here with me. But the way is not ready yet, and it won't be for a long time. When it is ready, when the way is clear, I want you both to join me. I'll be building up the resources and technology to make it happen. It will be years, though. Years where things change, where things move and alter. What I want you both to understand is that no matter what happens, no matter what you hear and no matter what I have to do to make sure humanity as a whole gets the stars as their own, you are my sons and I love you both. I want the best for you both. And until the way is clear, what's best for you both is to stay on Earth. Both Edward and Peter looked to each other before turning back to the recording. I'm sorry I wasn't the best father. I was too often too caught up in my work in trying to live up to the legend of the perfect admiral, the man with the unfailing plans. Admiral Cistern says before seemingly deflating, before taking a breath. Right now, those plans are all about making it as easy as possible for people to leave and return to Earth. By the time I'm done, you can visit me whenever you want. Yay, right. How's he going to do that? Edward scoffs. Peter just shrugs before pointing to the movie. He might tell us. Unfortunately, I can't tell you, Admiral Cistern says, and Edward gives Peter a mocking look. Not because I don't have a plan, but because it's in its early stages, and some idiot might try something if this message is intercepted. And in a galaxy this big, there's always more idiots than you think. Conspiracy after conspiracy unfolds. The laws are strange and archaic, and the mechanisms to change them are slow and rusted, as if covered in tar. Corruption, stupidity, just plain laziness and other such things. Needless to say, in order to get anything done, I'm going to have to be a little forceful and audacious. Hopefully it doesn't reflect badly on you two, but if it keeps you safe, feel free to denounce and slander me without end. Drop my name if you have to. This galaxy is corrupt and stupid. It's going to take a lot to get you both out here, and not everyone on Earth will understand. This is declassified? It sounds almost like a threat, Peter remarks with a frown as he considers things. I know it sounds bad, but I honestly can't say anything that doesn't sound like some ominous threat without thousands of different organizations jumping onto things. It took less than 24 hours before there was a massive digital breach of security, and literally invisible spies are trying to sneak into the ship so often that the guards are making sport of how far they can throw them away. Admiral Cistern then shrugs and makes a motion, as if he's asking what the hell he can do. I'm sorry, guys. I have to treat this message as if it's going to be intercepted. So the biggest specifics I can give is the broadest overview possible and a few vaguely threatening sounding assurances. It makes sending a heartfelt message to your sons fairly difficult. Thankfully, I know how to work with that to a degree. Even that threat of not everyone on Earth understanding is easily explained by someone in my position, flat out being unable to please everyone. Suffice to say, a lot of different people want things that are not only different from one another in this mission, but straight up opposed to each other, meaning my biggest job is finding that perfect balance so that no one has a reason to really get angry. But that's my problem, not yours. It will not be your problem, it will be mine. So what do we do then? Edward asks. So just sit tight as best as you can. Admiral Cistern says before sighing. It will be years before we can see each other again, and that hurts. It hurts a lot. My sons, I think of you both every day, and nearly every decision I make is run by the thought of you both and how this will affect you. Admiral Cistern looks right into the camera and smiles. I'll see you lads soon, I hope. Soldier on, little troopers, soldier on. The video ends and the dimmed lights start turning up again. Both Peter and Edward look to each other just before the white noise generator deactivates, and they hear their mother scream at the receptionist outside. Inside the room, Edward sighs as Peter just slumps down into his chair. Mom went crazy. Yay, Peter says. I mean, was she always like this and is only letting it out now? What happened? Edward presses. There was always something, even before she split with Dad. You were too young to notice, but she was getting more and more pissed off before the actual breakup, Peter says sullenly. Oh, well, it's been getting worse and worse. The tan, the new car, throwing out everything she used to wear for leopard print and pink. Is she trying to look like the living embodiment of a midlife crisis? She is the embodiment of a midlife crisis. I hate to be an asshole, and I'll never say it to her face. But Mom's a gold digger, and when she's been going out at night, She's been going to bars. I didn't need to think of Mom as a cougar. She's not. She thought she... No, not going to say it. You were really on her side before. That was before I heard more stories and took a few hard looks at ours. Mom's still Mom no matter what she's done, and what she's done is horrible. Dad was not the best husband and isn't the best dad. He still didn't deserve the sheer amount of shit he got, though. How bad was it? Edward asked. If even half the stuff Dad's told me is true? Bad. Really bad. Not something to talk about on intergalactic snail mail, though. Will you tell me then? I don't know what to believe. I couldn't believe him at the time, and I think that hurt him. I don't know. This is just a messed up situation with Mom going nuts and Dad literally light years away. And you're going to university in a few weeks. Yes. And Mom wants to bring men home with her. Yes. Can I go with you? I don't think so. But you have friends, and if worse comes to worse, you can call the police and tell them there's a stranger in the house and strange noises. I'm not going to call the cops on Mom's booty calls, Edward snaps. And I'm not having any more of this conversation, Peter says, standing up and going for the door. He opens it to see the receptionist step out of the way as their mother stares at them. What was that about calling the police on my booty calls? She asks, and Edward freezes entirely. Mom, when we get home we need to talk. You've been worrying us and the way you've been acting today is the last straw, Peter says, putting a hand on Edward's shoulder. He's turned you against me somehow. He's on the other side of the galaxy, and he's still turned you against me. Actually, it was more you screaming at this guy and trying to stop us from seeing the recording at all, Edward says. Not now when we get home, Peter says, forcing Edward out in front of him and setting the pace for leaving the area. Good day, sir. Come on, Mom. Why are we doing this now? You want my help? Here it is. I'll lead the conversation. Just stay out of the crossfire, and in a few weeks, I'll be well away from this. Just keep your head down. I still don't get what happened. You'll figure it out, Peter says as their mother comes stomping out of the room behind them. Just tell me, Edward says, and Peter sighs and leans in. When she split with Dad, she did it as his enemy and refused to think well of him. She wanted to do better than him with less effort, but she didn't put anywhere near enough in with her fashion lines. Now he's in a ridiculously influential and wealthy position and likely beating off supermodel-level women with a stick. She's pissed, Peter whispers to Edward. Oh, wait, why's she pissed about that? Edward whispers back. I don't know. She just is, Peter hisses. What are you two scheming about now? Out of Cruel Space, Part 207. The Bounty Hunters. Don't pull the trigger, squeeze it. It should be almost a surprise when the gun fires. Mustard advises Roth as she tries to get used to the handgun she's been training with. Why do we need to do this again? We're Mera. We have poison in our... Andrea begins to say, and Mustard grabs her by the hand and outright licks her fingers along the nails, making sure to get a dose. Because I get more kick out of cough medicine. Poison may not be a common trick with all the axiom everywhere. But that doesn't mean it will always work, even if I was a threat that would just make me kind of woozy for a while. Your poison is meant to debilitate and numb smaller prey and slowly build up in larger threats until it creates a fatal mistake. And if I charge it with axiom, then that little lick would have laid you out for days, Andrea says before smirking. Not to say I don't mind the attention on my fingers. I rather think my nails are quite the lovely shade of green. All natural, too. Our family's got it good, Roth says before letting out a squeak of surprise as she fires the handgun, and she moves to toss it up and away, but Mustard catches it without even looking. It's just a tool, Roth. No need to be afraid, Mustard says, flicking the safety on before anything silly happens and holding it to her. Care to try again? Until I can use these things as well as you can, you bet I will, Roth says, all but snatching the gun out of his hand. Thankfully, with the safety on, no one is hurt with the careless handling of the deadly weapon. Be gentler with it. When a gun is loaded, you have to treat it as if it's going to go off at any moment. But you said to not be afraid of it. You're not afraid of the vacuum of space either, but that doesn't mean you're going to hurl yourself out an airlock. There's a difference between not being afraid and being reckless. Mustard says calmly, and Andrea scoffs. I still don't get it. With my arm fins, I could cut a Canador through her power armor, and with my nail needles, I can take down pinpoint targets in the air, on the ground, or underwater. Guns, lasers, and plasma don't even work underwater, so why would we bother with it? We're more like specialists, right? Yes, but even specialists need to have the basics, Mustard remarks. What you guys call basics, most people call special forces. Roth says even as she aims down the sights of the gun and damn near scares herself as it goes off. It's on the outside edge, but it's on target, mostly. And what you girls call the basics, we call special needs, Mustard remarks as he draws his pistol and fires off a trinity of shots in a quick movement. 2 in the bullseye and 1 off to the side. That's what I'm hoping you two to get to. How long will that take? Andrea asks, and Mustard shrugs. Maybe twice your body weight in ammunition? A reliable snapshot is a hard thing to get down, Mustard remarks. Look, we're not looking for miracles. You girls have good instincts for blending in, finding trouble, and you can go to places no one else can. I want you to be safe, though. If we're going to work on things. Mustard trails off as both Roth and Andrea start smiling wide and get a far-off look on their faces. He rolls his eyes and takes a few moments to clean and examine his gun before replacing the magazine and holstering it. A trinity of bullets from the ammo box right next to them gives his hands a bit more to do as he reloads the old magazine and then slots it away. It takes a few more moments for Roth and Andrea to come out of their happy places. So we going to keep doing this? Do we have to? Roth asks. Yes, training is important. This is actually my training time, and I'm spending it with you two. I'm in here for this part of the week, and I'm not leaving until this ammo crate is at least half empty, Mustard remarks. It's very, very important. It's what separates the punks that I can knock to the side, like a bowling pin, and the people we have to take really damn seriously. But it's boring, Andrea complains, and Mustard rolls his eyes. Still important, Mustard remarks as he steps to the next little cell and he starts to have his target go down the range until it's at the very end. I've still got nothing on J3 and Tang. He waits for a moment and then draws his gun and fires a single shot. Then he grins and fires off 2 more, followed by a flurry as he empties the magazine. Looks about right. It takes a while for the target to come all the way back and pulls it off the hanger. What do you think? There's a crude smiley face in the head section of the target. How? Skill and practice. That, and I'm making a movie reference. One that I'm inviting you to watch with me if you want after this. Mustard offers, and both girls look interested. Lethal Weapon, our leads are a family man and a man in mourning of his beloved wife's death. Action, heartache, comedy, and more. Interested? There's a quick flurried discussion between Roth and Andrea, and they come to an agreement before quickly getting their pistols out and firing. At first only to empty the small crate in a way that Mustard won't disagree with. Then after a few comments about their accuracy, they start getting into a competition with each other to see who can be the better shot with the volatile and scary kinetic weapons. Halfway through, they stop flinching and their accuracy increases. After that, Mustard starts teasing them both in between his own shots, and they start competing with him as well. Or rather, they more compete for the closest gap between first and second place, as Mustard is clearly having a very, very easy time staying ahead of them both. Still, the crate is outright empty soon enough, and Mustard is making sure they both properly stow and store the weapons. Do you think we can deflect bullets with our fins? Roth asks, and Mustard instantly has a 1,000-yard stare as he pictures her screaming with a hole in her arm and seeing it happen all too essentially. Let's table that idea for now. Besides, I thought you two wanted to watch some classic entertainment with me. Sounds good, Roth says as she and Andrea make sure to get as close to Mustard as possible. So how long until the upgrades are finished? We weren't given a time frame, Andrea asks as they follow Mustard into the small entertainment center, and he runs a hand through his hair in thought. Hard to say. The chainbreaker, for all it's a lean and mean ship, is also a big thing. Ship sizes tend to skew towards the gigantic, and most of the work is just getting rid of all the sheer hell we haven't been able to scrub out yet. We've only been using about 5 to 10% of the available structure, thanks to our skeleton crew and our self-reliance, Mustard remarks before shrugging. We've got to stay on the ship to make sure that there's no chucklehead sneaking aboard alongside the workers. Oh, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Roth asks before she considers, then darts to the nearest wall, opens up the maintenance hallway, and launches finger needles into something that Mustard didn't sense. The hell? Mustard demands with his gun already out and held in both hands. Still awake! She's still awake! Roth squeals, running away from the open panel, and a lutrin races out, the tips of her antenna glowing alongside her eyes before being slammed into the side, and a gun pressed very pointedly into the side of her head, courtesy of Mustard. And you are, he demands her. She says, and part of Mustard wonders if there actually is an alien out there somewhere named, probably. Well, mind telling me exactly what the hell you thought you were doing? The work crews all have a very distinct sash on that you are pointedly lacking, Mustard says before glancing her up and down a bit more. As well as most clothing. Are you really in here with just a one-piece and boots? You do know that if you have to sneak to get in, then it's hostile territory. I know, she mutters in a dejected tone, hoping for... Are you narrating what's happening? Mustard demands in shock. Says nervously as Mustard starts giving her another quick scan as she tries to figure out exactly where she belongs. Lutrin are a people that all look identical to each other. Busty and athletic green-skinned woman with fuzzy antenna. It's so bad that even though they can tell each other apart with a fair amount of ease, they still have markings, tattoos, and paints that tell them apart from each other for everyone else. They're required by law in some places to have either visible name tags or distinct markings of some kind, as it's too easy for them to take advantage of the confusion that two Lutrin in the room bring about. Wait, the number 7 is on her back, Andrea says, and Mustard leans to the side and sees that right in the small of her back is a big black number 7 in Galactic Basic. I live on deck 7. Honey, let her go. She's one of... Roth begins and Mustard pulls up the gun and nearly grinds it into something utterly invisible directly above him. Around the muzzle of his gun, a black carapace slowly unveils itself in midair and spreads to reveal a jet-black insectoid monster woman, wearing a dark pink sweater that covers her up to decency, and like a splash of blood, her lips are painted bright red. Of course, decency and child-friendly are different things when you look like you're smuggling a quad of watermelons under your oversized sweater. One of the Huntress Isma's daughters. When I felt her presence, it all clicked. Mustard says softly before letting go, and then looking right up at Isma before he sniffs and holsters the pistol. I nearly killed you. This weapon can and will pierce your exoskeleton, and from that angle, your brains would be scrambled in the most literal ways imaginable. He steps back and gives the enormous Zedden room to reach to the floor, and right herself quickly to tower over him, like a behemoth of both primeval hunger and lust. If not for the clearly amused and playful quirk of the single facial feature that Mustard can read, he would have already hit the panic button. I am again intrigued human. How did you sense me? I was invisible, inaudible. I cast no wake in the atmosphere and left no scent behind. I moved so carefully that there wouldn't be any tremors. I foiled all 5 of your basic senses, and you have little to no experience in sensing through axiom. So how did you know I was there? How do I know I'm not going to regret holstering my gun? Mustard volleys back, and Isma's smile goes from amused to dazzling, with a massive array of teeth on display. She then slowly reaches for something in her massive sweater and pulls out a small disc. She taps it, and it's a recording of Pookie. I welcome you and your daughter to my ship, Miss Isma. It's the least I can do after you saved my life. Actually, if you could go around and give my boys a bit of a brush up on their stealth detection, I'd appreciate it. We need to make sure no one's slacking off. Ever. The hologram of Pookie says, and Mustard groans. Does that suffice? Isma asks, and gets an unimpressed stare from Mustard that sends her into giggles. I'm nearly 8 times your size, armor-plated, stealth-capable, strong enough to rip you to pieces and have more kills to my name than you have hot meals. That just means the severed head goes on the mantle and not into the incinerator. Is there a point to this? Mustard asks, and she giggles all the harder. Yinnish. Yzma orders her daughter, and the now fairly intimidated Lutrin hides behind her Zedden mother. I thought I had your measure. Then your captain impressed me. Now you've impressed me. She shifts around Mustard as she does this, and both Roth and Andrea are only a few steps away, but uncertain of what to do. Meaning you're here for more answers, which is why my finding you with all 5 of my senses foiled is so interesting, Mustard says softly. Oh my yes, it's something that's rarely seen. There's no proper name, but for a race to seemingly have it on the regular? Such an instinct for playful stealth, such viciousness and determination in battle, such endurance and such an ability to sense danger, Yzma says before tittering. You only sensed me when I was about to move. There was nothing else that changed. I was perfectly hidden until I planned to do something. You're going to be testing the rest of the crew, aren't you? Oh my, yes. Try not to get killed, Mustard says, and Yzma titters. I will. Come along, Yinish. We've got to meet the rest of the men, Yzma says, reaching up to the ceiling and grabbing her fully grown but much smaller daughter as she rises up and turns invisible with her little girl in her arms. Then they're both gone to each and every sense. Mustard reaches under his shirt and pulls out smoke grenade and tears the wire out. The massive gout of bright white smoke which he directs down the hall highlights the still present Yzma and Yinish. He quirks an eyebrow, and the invisible alien matriarch scuttles away on the ceiling, giggling hysterically as she goes. Out of Cruel Space, Part 208, Antlers, Assumptions, and Artillery. So you both want to sign up? Is what Bjorn hears when he and Holly walk into the recruiting office. At the desk for signing up is a pair of Faely. One of them looks like she was made in an apple factory, and the other is a fair bit more organic. Bjorn gives a confused look to Holly, who shrugs as if it's no big deal. Maybe it isn't. Right, let me just draw out the paperwork. Will you be signing up for administration, fieldwork, logistics, combat, or other? The receptionist, William Billy Vale, asks, as both organic and mechanical Catwoman visibly and clearly eye-fuck him. Is there a girlfriend division? The mechanical one asks. Ma'am, this is not a dating service. This is a military recruitment office. Billy remarks with a thoroughly unamused look on his face. Sure you are. Look at them. The organic Faely protests, pointing towards Bjorn and Holly and getting them both to pause on their way into the back. Ma'am, that woman has requested and is receiving our protection. He is her bodyguard, Billy says flatly. Oh, then we need protection. Oh, please, human, help us. Save us from our celibacy. Ma'am, it does not work like that. If you're only here to sexually harass myself and my colleagues, then please leave, Billy says with a touch of strain, and the Faely thankfully get the message and leave with a slight mew of disappointment. Bad day? Bjorn asks. Maybe 1 in 5 people who walk in want to sign up. The rest are just screwing around. It was funny at first, but now it's just annoying. Billy replies and Bjorn shrugs. Not sure what I can do for you. I have my orders, you have yours. How about you grab me something out of the break room so I don't have to leave my spot? Billy asks and Bjorn nods. Yeah, I'll send you a coffee or something. Sure, why not have someone go into shock after trying to steal my drink again? Has that already happened? Twice. Thankfully, it takes a while for a body to absorb the stuff, so getting a person's stomach pumped is possible, unless there's a shock value like in a hot pepper. That can apparently kill. How does it kill? Something with the way that Axiom regulates the body temperature. It causes a temporary panic and can cross wires, so to speak. Apparently, there's a somewhat common medical condition where the axiom that regulates things internally gets thrown off by external factors. I don't know the specifics. I'm not a doctor. I was only ranted at by one. So you've had yourself some fun, I take it? Bjorn asks with a grin. Just shut up and grab me some donuts. Billy grumps and Bjorn just laughs. He quickly gets Holly to move through to the back and then grabs an extra plate from the break room they pass by and placing a trinity of donuts on it. With the offerings in place, Billy's wrath is set aside for a time, and Bjorn catches up to the amused, if somewhat exasperated Holly. What? You're supposed to be protecting me, not making little donut runs for your friends. We're in a safe place. You don't need me hanging over you every single second. Bjorn remarks, and she huffs somewhat. Sure, so I'm heading to the gym. Will I be needing you there? She asks, and he shakes his head. No, but I need some PT as well. I'll change into my gym clothes and catch up. Why do you need specific clothing for working out? Sweat, it lets us keep going, but it makes a hell of a mess. Oh yay, the source of the sexy smell, Holly realizes before thinking. This could be a problem. As long as you can keep yourself under control, it won't be, Bjorn remarks, and she glares at him somewhat. Unless you'd rather have a lazy day. There's no such thing as a lazy day. Every day there must be effort and strain, Holly announces dramatically, and Bjorn snorts. Then let's see how well you can handle it. I can handle it. You've made a point of working out alone, and that room is well ventilated and cleaned. I only went after it was empty or leaving shortly after. It doesn't feel right. I mean, it's supposed to be hard to do this, but, that thing... Holly somewhat stammers around and then rubs the back of her head where the spike once was. If you don't want to work out, you don't have to. You can let yourself grow weaker if you want. There's no shame in it. Yes, there is. There is a lot of shame in letting yourself grow into this, Holly says before flexing hard, and then letting it go away. I'm going to assume this is a cultural thing. People change, and as long as you don't rot into disgrace, then you're free to do as you want. You're under the protection of the undaunted. You're not expected to be an undaunted, if that makes sense to you. It does, but this is more of a centrist thing, really. Keeping up appearances, keeping advantages, not letting go of things, be it a friendship or something else. It's important there. So much keeps shifting and moving that letting go is a horrible thing. Which was part of the problem with the, Bjorn asks, gesturing to the sides of his head. A Carib thing, too. It's really not something to talk about with non-Carib, though. Ah, he says. So are you going to be exercising or not? We've gone on runs together and that seems to have been fine. Are you all right pumping iron? I should be. Of course, that's if you can keep up, Holly teases. That depends if you can even pace. It's not about who lifts the heaviest weight. It's about who gets the most from the exercise, Bjorn remarks, and she scoffs. I'll get my workout stuff on then. Sure, I'll do the same. Wait, since when do you have a workout outfit? Since yesterday, you need to pay more attention. I bought it right in front of you and everything. I was on the job. I was looking for possible weapons and ambushes, not at what you were buying. You even checked and carried the bag. In case of bombs. Oh my God, how can someone so maniacally aware be so oblivious? Training, Bjorn counters, and Holly pauses and blinks in shock. Then she starts to giggle and wanders off in the direction of her room. Less than 15 minutes later, Bjorn straight up stops and stares at Holly as he takes in the outfit she's wearing. A sleeveless black body glove with a pair of lime green leg warmers. She's got what looks like a tie-dyed t-shirt on overtop that on a human woman would flare and dance, but on her is straining against her chest to flutter only slightly under them. A headband keeps her brown hair up in a gravity-defying style that looks like she didn't so much walk out of the 80s as straight out mugged by it. Something wrong? She asks, leaning to the side and putting a hand on her hip. The body glove presses down on her fur enough that her incredible musculature is visible, but it's not pressed down to the nearly pornographic levels her club outfit had. Why? How? You know what? Number, I don't care. Let's go. Bjorn lies as he tries to push the strangeness from his mind and fails. Giggling like a lunatic, Holly follows him into the gym. She makes a point of standing in front of him and aping his movements as he stretches and goes through some warm-ups before cardio. So, how much bounce to the ounce are the girls back home? We are not talking about that, Bjorn states. Oh, why not? I won't get angry. I promise. Besides, from what I know, they don't have anywhere near this amount of tail or ass. His old mission reports were supposedly declassified, but it reads more like a parody of spy novels. The man leans into it too. Is he an actual spy, or is he just some big walking distraction, pretending to be one? What do you mean? I think it's called a Kansas City Shuffle. It's a trick where you make sure everyone knows they're being tricked, but make sure they're wrong about which trick. It takes a lot of focus to counter one trick or another, so by getting everyone looking really hard in the wrong direction, you can more easily fool someone. Sir Philip and his reputation could be a Kansas City shuffle, but it could also be completely straight. If he is that good, then getting people to think it might be fake plays into it, and now my head's going in circles and I'm going to be bothered by this for hours. You haven't even stumbled in your running, Holly protests and Bjorn shrugs. I'm more jogging, really. This is pretty easy stuff. A pace that I can keep up for a very, very long time. So what, it's automatic? Mostly. Are you done yet? She asks and he glances at the clock. He's only been at this for a few minutes. Fine, I can pick it up later. Good, because you're already smelling like you want it bad, and I want to make sure you don't wear yourself out for later, Holly says with a dirty grin, and Bjorn gives her a sideways glance, even as he turns off his treadmill. Holly, you know for a fact humans are stamina monsters. You know this fact in numerous ways, Bjorn remarks, and Holly grins. Oh? So you care to show me again? I seem to have forgotten, Holly asks, and Bjorn snorts. How about after we've earned it? Bjorn asks. We've earned it? Holly asks in amusement. What you think that it's some terrible torture for me? I do remember a rumor as a little girl where the... You know what? Never mind. No, tell me. Out of Cruel Space, Part 209. Key, Herbert's 100 Harem. The mission today was simple. Be ready. Be ready for any number of things as Harriet does her thing and gets in the bugs and devices. Another cell, or perhaps portion of the Umbral organization had been uncovered, and they were in the process of figuring all of it out so they could track it back to the next link in the chain. Margarine Jules had been invaluable as the now late and unlamented Darla Swipe's body double. However, her usefulness had ended, and as such she was on her way to a planet of her choice, with a new name and all the paperwork to prove it. She had declined undaunted protection and wanted to GTFO. Understandable, some people want distance from a bad situation more than protection from it. And with a fat little nest egg to get started, Olive Bissell would be having a good head start on her next step in life. Far, far away from Centris, and that was all he knew about it. If her new name was even Olive Bessel. And that wasn't an off-the-cuff joke. Herbert's money was on it being a joke. Harriet enters the building and Herbert focuses all the more. She's in disguise, of course, but is that even needed? The building has janitorial staff, and she has a copy of the uniform. The locals seem to ignore the janitors as if they're just part of the building itself, and it makes the Axiom disguise that Harriet has on, and the actual disguise under it seem pointless. Still, as Sir Philip had told him, the only unnecessary precaution is the one that does not work. Otherwise, they're all necessary. His breathing is maintained at a calm and steady pace as he looks down the sniper rifle. He was waiting for one of the 9 codes to be sent out, or rather, 3 sets of codes with 3 different messages. The first message was to play Overwatch and kill anything trying to pursue the infiltrator. The second was to provide as noisy a distraction as he was capable of. Third was to empty the building at bullet point. From above, a large vehicle descends upon the building, and Herbert focuses the scope on it. 3 very long bodies, with one of them towering over the others and shimmering in natural axiom patterns over her scaly hide. Next to her, the 6-armed one is almost boring, and the other has clear fins and a water aesthetic. The facial features, however, are what really grab his attention. Dancer, this is Blitzen. Come in, Dancer. Over. This is Dancer. I read you Blitzen. Harriet replies and Herbert nods. We got bogeys. Looks like a primal Nagasha and her daughters. 3 total. Hydro Nagasha and a desert Nagasha for the younger pair. Facial features match up closely to the communications officer, Jingai, from the EFL Tiger, Herbert says, and there's a pause. How close, Harriet asks. I think we're seeing Jingai's mother. Herbert replies, and there's a nearly audible pause from the other side. This changes nothing, reindeer. Stay on target, and be sure to note all details for the report later. Yes, Mr. Claus. Both Herbert and Harriet say, while biting down the latest bit of silliness for undercover work. Apparently having a level of sheer absurdity meant that if they were intercepted or compromised in some way, then they were still keeping some level of anonymity, especially if it implied things that meant nothing. Santa and his 8 reindeer might be an interesting theme, but the mission only had 3 people on it. 5 if you included getaway drivers, and they weren't giving so much as a listening bug, but rather it was scouting to confirm the information they already have, so they can make a proper move. The closest thing to actually matching up to code names was Sir Philip as Santa, and a jolly old elf he is not. Old perhaps, jolly. Number, he makes a few notes on the Nagasha trio. Clearly the daughters are trying to emulate Mother Dearest, as the Desert Nagasha has her facial paint in the same patterns as her mother's, axiom-infused markings, and the Hydro Nagasha is mimicking her every movement. Size-wise, the girls should be fully grown, but they're acting like nervous children around her. Are they just large for their age, or is the woman so domineering that her daughters dare not slither out of line? Dancer, our triple bogeys are nearly on your position. Confirm, bogeys in sight. They're not interested in me, Harriet replies after a few moments, and Herbert nods as he watches it through the windows. Harriet lets them pass without comment, but certainly a wide berth as she goes on, cleaning her way up to the target location. The Hydro Nagasha turns to look at her for a few moments, and Herbert trains the rifle on her, waiting for a signal. Thankfully for the operation and the girl's life, she turns away and Herbert goes back to passive scanning as Harriet hits the room she's needed in and makes a bit of a deal out of cleaning things. Just to make sure people see that the small office isn't going to be used for a while, as it's dusted, swept, moped, laser scanned, and then hit with a mild burn laser to clean further before dusting, sweeping, and mopping all over again for another scan. Aliens can take cleaning pretty damn far. Herbert then pushes down the thought of how the hell an alien janitor would react to a motel room on Earth if they could survive without Axiom. Maybe a heart attack? Maybe. He manages to rip his head out of that mental cycle and observes as Harriet does her thing and starts to make her move through the rest of her shift. Now's the other half of the waiting game to make sure someone doesn't catch wise to the bullshit and get angry. Few things are more suspicious to people trying to keep themselves hidden than someone booking the hell out of there with little warning. There's a flurry of movement in his peripheral, and Herbert leans to the side to look at the building without the scope. Near the bottom floors, there appears to be some action. Of what kind he can't say. The sniper scope's directional microphone is far too easily overwhelmed by the traffic between him and the target. Thankfully, the vehicles are fast enough to not impair sight. Dancer, this is Blitzen. There's some kind of scuffle 3 floors down. Be careful. Confirmed and relaxed, Blitzen. I'm nobody. They don't care about me. Keep it that way, Dancer. Stop flirting children, Sir Philip says, and Harriet damn near flinches as Herbert twitches. The mild chuckles of the ancient deviant quickly fade away. Harriet continues to go through her routine and goes through every office to give it all a deep cleaning. It keeps her well away from the mess below that is now spilling into the 4th floor beneath her. It moves and starts and stops as there seems to be no one that wants to confront the 3 snake women, but there's no way to tell what's actually being said. Hang on, they're far enough away now to use this, Harriet says as all 3 Nagasha are now 5 floors below her, and then there's a slight burst of tinny static. Utter incompetence. Each and every last one. I shouldn't be surprised that you torture-obsessed deviants are pushing too hard again. You'd think that having your own incompetence roll you up and nearly wipe you fools out would teach you a lesson or 3, but no, you've learned nothing, a furious woman bellows, and from his scope, Herbert can see it's the primal Nagasha, who's clearly giving as much a lecture as a beating. Our friends hate you. There isn't a single person in your idiot organization that doesn't loathe the very thought of you. How do you think I got here without any protest? Only your dumbest slaves and the spies aiming to take you out first are in this building. Wave to the sniper. One of the humans is literally primed to kill you. The primal Nagasha all but howls back in a fury. Oh dear, reindeer with me. Santa's going down the chimney, Sir Philip says, and Herbert rushes upright even as he cloaks himself in Axiom to fade from sight. He flicks on the safety and straps the massive weapon over his back. He then jumps off the building he's on and uses Axiom to convert the kinetic impact to more energy. The rush spikes his adrenaline as he fades out of reality further and rushes to the edge of the spire he's on and launches himself over. It's a good thing he's phased out into intangibility, because if not, he'd be reduced to a broken smear against the stupidly fast vehicles between the spires. He lands safely and then uses further intangibility and scales the building, half in, half out of reality, to literally leap up the stairs. He arrives through the floor just as Sir Philip opens a side room and steps out with Harriet crashing down through the staircase with a plasma pistol ready. Between them and the Nagasha is a Tret woman with a terrified look on her face and numerous bits of Kutha around her body. They're constantly glowing and sputtering out, even as the primal Nagasha sways with her axiom-infused markings, thrum with energy. So she's disrupting the Tret specifically? Scary, Herbert hadn't even felt that interference. That was an absurd display of precision and power. Dancer, Blitzen, excellent timing, Sir Philip says with his white beard disguise and reddened nose in place. Couple that with his gear pouch around his gut, and he does indeed look somewhat like a Santa, but it's still too ridiculous to take seriously. You see, everyone hates you. The humans are new to the galaxy, and you've already angered them so much that they're sending assassins. How have you survived this long? Madam. Sir Philip interrupts and everything seems to pause. While I appreciate the unexpected aid in our tearing out of this most poisonous root, there is still information to be gained from allowing us to interrogate this woman. Miss Vercross, I believe? I haven't used that name in years, decades, in fact. You haven't used that name in so long that the last time you answered to it was before my own illustrious birth. This is Allura Vercross? Isn't she supposed to be a Mera, not a Tret? The primal Nagasha asked in wonder. Her main business is in cloning and kidnapping. Not only that, but she's stolen a few unscrambled memory-retaining headpieces from undaunted soldiers who have been rejuvenated. The sheer potential havoc that can cause moved up the priority to have us look quite closely. We found a most interesting pattern where an unnamed but extremely high-priority patient would show up every 50 years. The documentation shows that the person would quickly grow to be the next leader, almost overnight in fact. The first one is a Mera, followed by a Pavarus, and then an Arumenta, and now a Tret. The pattern was identical each time, meaning the same person over 200 years. The first two times were Voral Cross and Skross Uraval. I mean, really? Anagrams? The primal Nagasha seems incredibly amused by this. The Dark Cabal were big on power and short on long-term thinking. Honestly, rolling some dice and then using it to pick a naming book, then the page number and name from them would have served better. No one has accused Miss Vercross of being intelligent. It's unfair to expect it of her, Sir Philip says with a smirk as the increasingly panicked Allura Vercross looks from side to side to try and find a way out. She charges the nearby window, but the blast from Herbert's gun terrifies her still, even as the wall right under it detonates under the impact of the bullet. You think this is over? That I don't have resources and hidden allies? Everyone, including other Dark Cabal survivors, hate you, the primal Nagasha says simply. We're already moving on a fair amount of your assets. Legislature from the War Doctrines penned some 5,000 years ago allows the undaunted to legally seize the vast majority of them for our own use. After all, you attacked some of our soldiers in good standing while trying to toy around with your rival Darla Swipe, whom we've also taken care of. Darla? No, she's not dead. She can't be if she was then. Knife Top, Flayer, Cutter, Shaker, and Breaker have all been rescued and deprogrammed. They're civilians again and will not be going on a killing spree for lack of communication with their dread mistress. I spoke to her last week, Allura whispers. You spoke to our agent last week, Sir Philip says with a smile, and the primal Nagasha begins applauding. Well done, so very well done, little humans. Oh, I think I like having you around, and not just because of how my little Jingay was treated by one of yours. Ma'am, Sir Philip asked with a single raised eyebrow. Oh, nothing. I just had the privilege and challenge of a Jingay for one of my many daughters. Go figure that the one born with a slow and addled mind would do damn near the best of all my children. Mother! The Hydro Nagasha protests as the Desert Nagasha seems to wilt into herself. But enough of my family drama. You, Allura, were going to only get a warning. But now that I know for a fact you're the same raging bitch that founded this little branch of hell, And sadistic stupidity, well, I'm not going to let you go. The primal Nagasha begins as she starts looming massively over Allura. I'm afraid not. Comet, bring in the bigger truck. Sir Philip begins before speaking into his wrist communicator. You see, we still need to get some information out of the girl. We're quite concerned with some things she took from us. We were actually investigating in another direction entirely when we were made aware of the threat, and our little mission today was more than a little slapdash for my liking. However, with your aid, madam, it was pulled off with aplomb. The primal asks, looking over the three of them. The sheer size of Herbert's rifle is visibly considered, followed by the sheer amount of wall it had taken out with the bullet. The prime plasma pistol ready to fire in Harriet's hand is given a sideways glance before she leans down somewhat and takes a deep breath of Sir Philip, serpentine tongue flickering out to all but lick him. You're very young for someone that carries so much. Not much older than my little Jingay, but never renewed. Your skin has been beaten into leather, your bones ground to grit and forged into steel. She muses before looking over both Herbert and Harriet again. No blood connection, but there is nothing either of them know that you do not. Indeed, Sir Philip says, and she smiles. Very interesting. I will give you a chance. The fool is yours. In 2 weeks, I will be visiting your ship to inquire as to what has happened. May I have a name to inquire after? You may call me Kringle. Chris Kringle, Sir Philip says, and Herbert forces down a snort as hard as he can. Blitzen. I'm certain you are, the primal Nagasha says smoothly. No doubt you have a report to make, so you may refer to me as Hubbard, Mother Hubbard. I see you've read through some of the sheer mass of human literature that was released. I have indeed, but this time you're getting the bone, little doggy. Be sure to try and earn another. Mother, he's ancient. Why are you flirting with him? The desert Nagasha asks in disgust. Because I want to, Mother Hubbard says to her 6-armed daughter with a smile. That and she has fine taste, Sir Philip remarks as he quickly checks his wrist communicator. Excellent. Blitzen, be a good reindeer and knock out Miss Allura. We have a sleigh to ride. Herbert nods before fading out of sight to reappear with his hand to Allura's forehead. The technique had taken a bit to really get down, but he could knock someone out at a touch now. It was nice to know how to do what was done to him before he was punted backward through age. Out of Cruel Space, Part 210, The Dauntless. Corporal Lore, while I understand that your private affairs are indeed your private affairs, they cease to be as such when a rarer species of alien shows up on our doorstep and claims to be married to you. Admiral Cistern says evenly as he sees the Nerd Squad member fight to stop himself from shouting. The whole of the Nerd Squad are enthusiastic, but far from easily controlled. It's why they tended to be lower ranked than their skills would otherwise imply. Gerald Lore is an excellent field trooper with a tendency to upgrade his own and his squad mates' equipment, a skilled researcher, and can be easily trusted to keep a secret. However, he's also an impulsive piece of work that requires a lot of cleaning up after. Like right now. Sir, in all fairness, the social situation of the galaxy at large generally means that speaking nearby, or not speaking to an alien at specific times could end up with you married to them by their standards. Can I please have more specifics? Corporal Lore asks, and Admiral Cistern can't help but chuckle at the rather on-the-nose observation. Fair enough. I'm referring to the Gravia woman identifying herself as Maidenfair 6969, which is her actual legal name, I might add, that claims that on an online game, you gambled for and won her eternal soul. He clarifies and has the great pleasure of seeing his soldier utterly flabbergasted and reduced to simply staring at him in disbelief. Lore attempts to speak, but no words come out. He attempts again to once more find himself utterly silent. Upon his third try, he manages to choke out a squeak of shock. Quite elegantly stated. I was joking. I'm certain you were. However, Maidenfair's 6969 was not. She is currently in the process of lodging the paperwork for her marriage to you being approved by our own lawyers. Thankfully, the justification of a sense of humor is saving you on the Dauntless. But once you leave undaunted territory, then the form she has already submitted and had approved by local law means that you are a married man. What? She recorded the interactions between you and her on the game, and it's being taken as a viable verbal contract, a request to forever have her close and beloved. Suffice to say, our legal teams congratulate you for somehow proposing to someone while teabagging their in-game avatar. What? Incidentally, she stated on record that she considers that a form of foreplay. It was just in game trash talk, Gerald mutters in a dazed tone. I'm afraid that due to cultural differences, you very much excited the young woman, and she's all but planning what to name the children. I've never even seen her before, which is why you need to talk her down before she does something drastic. Admiral Sistern remarks, there has to be a way out of this. You could try acting like the adult you allegedly are and talk to the woman, explain things and reason your way through your problems. This isn't a romantic comedy, young man. She has a functional brain, and you do as well. Talk your way through things. Yes, sir, I'll get on it, Gerald says, and Admiral Sistern nods. Very well, speak with O'Donnell. He knows where Miss 6969 is, he says, and Gerald nods. Dismissed. He receives a salute, and the man marches smartly out of the room. As the door opens, Sir Philip walks in with a bit of a smile on his face, meaning that today's going to have some interesting things happening. He nearly greets the man, but a finger is raised, and Admiral Sistern falls silent to allow the man to work. He casually walks around the room and pulls out several bugs to place them in a lead-lined container with enough little pockets for them all. The small container resembles a pitch-black medicine container, and once the final bug is snapped in, Sir Philip nods to him. Sensitive information, I assume? Somewhat. I've been poking about after making a new acquaintance, and have found out one of the prime reasons why the rather large mess that is galactic politics hasn't collapsed under its own inadequacy. You have my attention, Sir Philip. Simply put, there are numerous, rather powerful stabilizing factors around several points of the galaxy. Quite a few, to be frank, and they range from criminal organizations to legitimate governments to private citizens. They tend to focus as a whole towards long-term profit and stability. This makes them rather vociferous opponents of the shorter-lived and shorter-sighted organizations, such as the Dark Cabal and Umbral organization. Or at least short-lived by galactic standards, many of those organizations are centuries of age, which really emphasizes the need for the undaunted to put down roots of our own. And that, sir, is why I think these individuals will be in some way an asset. You are the first head of the undaunted, the one to set the trends for all those who come after. You are, in effect, setting the mood for this organization, and it's already proving to be of a like mind to these forces. By working to alter laws ever so slightly, using advantageous positions, and taking advantage of the laws to deal with forces of chaos with a soft hand, you're in effect emulating many of these women. Am I? We have identified two such forces, one in charge of a larger organization, the other a private citizen. We already have connections to them on a personal level through the marriages of the soldiers. No names, Philip. I trust you to run these affairs as the superior intelligence officer. Not to mention my own office is endlessly bugged, and as good as you are, there must always be the assumption that a few have been missed. Very good, sir. Suffice to say, we've left a wonderful first impression on this organization with our clear goal of long-term enrichment and stability. If this pattern continues, you may even be more formally introduced to this organization in general, as the Undaunted becomes an increasingly well-known organization throughout the galaxy, especially with our teams of bounty hunters and the EFL offering stability in their own rights. Yes, speaking of which, I was hoping for your opinion on something. By all means, sir. Simply put, there are not enough humans to keep pace with how much the Undaunted is already growing. Every day, more and more people sign up, and I was wondering how concentrated we should keep our human troops. While we are indeed a single part of a larger galaxy, we have our own needs and dogmas that will cause conflict with others. Corporal Lori and his playful banter in an online game has caused enough of a misunderstanding that he has a being that is effectively an elemental force attempting to mate with him. Unfortunately, sir, this is not a problem that will simply vanish. We're the new flavor of the month, and until something new comes along, we will be drowning under all the volunteers. It's best to simply roll with it, sir. This organization will simply not be able to be human-centric, and so it must stand on ideological legs. Sir Philip explains, and Admiral Cistern nods as this confirms his own thoughts. However, with many organizations in the galaxy, there is a generational push. Entire family lines will sign up and define themselves by being a part of the Undaunted. Much like how many women define themselves by being criminals, even if they never participate in criminal activity, many will also define themselves by being undaunted. Now, Admiral Cistern's thoughts turn to the EFL and the reports of several people, particularly Daniel Hoagie Eastman, whose wives' criminal gang. The Berserkers seem to be nothing beyond a style of dress and the skill to fight back against those who would lean on them. Beyond that, they sell food and candy, legally. I advise you to take advantage of this and an easy in, if you will, by pushing towards men and males, something that we're effectively already doing. We will be able to have the beating hearts of families and family lines consider themselves part of the Undaunted, a culture based around being part of us. I've already given the order to implement such measures in the advertising campaigns. I'm glad that you agree. Hopefully we can avoid being seen as nothing more than a boys' club, but I doubt we will be able to avoid such a thing in full. I see. I will have to tool my training methods and notes to accommodate alien mindsets and physiologies. I assumed you had already done so, Admiral Cistern remarks in a mildly mocking tone. Well, yes, but now I will continue to do so openly, is the answer he receives alongside a smile. Tell me that you will not have the cloak sent to my department exclusively. Actually, I was thinking more Gobe, Kobe, Slobe, and Metak. Perhaps Vulba and Sharbies. Their smaller sizes cause people to underestimate them. I dare say you could have a great deal of fun with that. Oh my yes, no one thinks twice about the Gobe mechanic or Kobe nurse. Keeping a Slobe out of a location is difficult in the extreme, without them being trained, and the Metak are quite fierce when pressed. There's a slight presence of relief about Sir Philip at the idea. To say nothing about the fact that people welcome the coming of both Vulba and Sharbies without exception. Having a reputation as famine breakers tends to make someone rather welcome. Regardless of species, a full stomach is always welcome. Incidentally, do you believe that our stabilizing friends will have any issue with a male-focused push? Unlikely. The powerful people of the galaxy are understandably almost entirely women, and with the advanced technology to keep them alive as long as possible, they have extensive family lines. They no doubt have many sons of their own, and simply put, there is not much to do for men in the galaxy. This has led many of them to some form of depression, listlessness, or even turning to criminal ends. The sorcerer phenomenon has proven to be a potent outlet among the Apuk, but it's so far only manifested upon a singular planet and for a singular species. Until now, Admiral Cistern muses, we're very much a game changer, sir. Before us, the idea of armies of men were the result of some fantastical story or the realm of a video game. As a species, we are as much a perverted young woman's fantasy come to life as the galaxy is a perverted young man's fantasy come to life. So long as we're mutually perverted, fantasies come to life, I suppose it evens out. Admiral Cistern notes before standing up to look over the bridge to see the more casual day-to-day affairs happening below. A small coffee run is in progress to keep everyone well and truly energized. Sir, we must prepare Philip. We've reached the time frame for the earliest period in which our contact to Earth can be reestablished. For all we know, we've been declared criminals and thieves to be murdered for our act of theft. That is indeed a concern, sir. One that you haven't been alone in having. The men keep it to themselves, but there are very, very few fools among our soldiers and staff. Do you have a plan? The Undaunted is my primary plan, Philip. The EFL is one of my backups, and the stocks I've been gaining control of in more and more companies has been yet another. The village upon Serbo, the men marrying themselves to aliens, our men on the Chainbreaker, the offices on Zalwar. I've encouraged all of it in order to ensure that if things go wrong in the worst way possible, then the men will still survive. That we have backups and plans. I do hope you have a few of your own. In the worst-case scenario, sir, I will be returning to Earth for a reckoning. In my mission, best no less, Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern nods. Little else needs to be said. Of course, such is only a worst-case scenario. Hopefully, much like I advise Corporal Lore to do, discussion and reason will win the day, and whatever difficulties there are will be resolved amicably. But it's good to be prepared just in case, Sir Philip comments. Indeed. Admiral Sister notes as he looks down and considers a bit more. Has the interrogation of Vercross turned up anything interesting? Several things. Most concerning is the fact that one of the stolen mental imprints of our soldiers has been stolen by a third party. Sergeant Horace Blue, to be exact. Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern huffs somewhat, meaning we need to be ready in case another Sergeant Blue shows up, possibly in an alien body. Admiral Cistern notes grimly, yes, I've already alerted our psychological staff of the unique challenge that is potentially brewing. I believe the term dysphoric would be insufficient. Oh my, yes, there isn't a single scientist that isn't penning entire novels worth of fascinating details from all the things we've learned. The psychologists are not exceptions. Out of Cruel Space, Part 211. The Dauntless. Gerald wasn't sure what he was expecting as he exited the Dauntless. Usually the end result of blowing off steam online was getting banned from some game or another until he made a new account and did it all over again. But of course, expecting a normal, rational, and sane response in this insane galaxy was likely insanity itself now, wasn't it? He had heard of the Gravia, seen the pictures of the women. Too many straight lines and perfect shapes. Honestly, the race looks like geometry homework more than anything, albeit in a fashion that a lonely high school teacher would put together in a half-awake daze, then lose his next few paychecks, if not his job for. Now, of course, pictures of a Gravia, as he's doing extra last-second research, is one thing. Getting French by one is another. He pushes back, and she pulls away to smile, seeming to shift from a small number to an enormous amount of polygons at the same time. It was like watching the strangest tech demo in real time as she shifted from to low resolution right in front of him. The effect was ethereal and otherworldly. Her eyes were enormous and guileless. Her outfit was a single nylon dress that left her breasts halfway through spilling out and her hips bulging at the sides. Strappy stiletto heels and big jangly bracelets and earrings complete the look of brainless but beautiful. She makes the already over-the-top and downright pornographic races of the galaxy look both conservative and understated. Okay, that was over the top? Oh, I know, cutie pie. Come on, let's walk and talk. There's like a wonderful little cafe nearby that has Canador dishes, meaning that you can have something with the kind of pizzazz and wow that you're like used to having, you know? She says, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him off. Wait, this was supposed to be a big talkity-talk about how you were just playing around and that you'd rather get to know me and blah, blah, blah. I know, like I totally know already. The whole paperwork bit and the certificates won't stand up in a court if that's what you're worried about, so just relax, cutie. It was all bait so you'd come out to talk. Maidenfair gushes at him, and Gerald blinks in shock. Wait, so this is, he asks as she brings him over to a hot pink convertible and all but bundles him into the passenger seat with a combination of fussing, pulling, and more than a few kisses that is slowly painting his face bright pink. She slips into her seat before starting up the vehicle, and bouncy pop music starts playing loudly over the speakers as the car floats up and then takes off. She pulls out a large pair of sunglasses with pink rims and all but dances along to the music, even as she effortlessly navigates the congested city lanes with utter ease. How are you even doing this? Gerald demands as she easily bobs around the blurring traffic. There is no assisting computer program, and by all rights they should be splattered across the hulls and windows. There's like nothing to it. Just velocity, angle, and resistance meeting thrust, direction, and intent. Maidenfair gushes easily as she reaches into her purse with one hand and pops something into her mouth before chewing it. It's bright pink bubble gum that audibly pops as she smiles at him. The sheer difference between the utterly vapid exterior and the effortless skill she pilots the air car is nothing short of astounding, before suddenly pulling out of the traffic lane and swooping down to a parking spot and then pinpoint, descending into one with ease. Come on, you'll totally love this place. It's just like, totes amazing. Maidenfair cheers as she jumps out of the car, and Gerald stands up on shaking legs due to the sheer speed and countless near misses of the ride over. The girl is insane. Soon enough, she's dragged him into the restaurant and is sitting right across from him in a booth just gazing at him with so much enthusiasm, that he can see little points of light manifesting in the air. Oh me goddess, I was just about to say the same thing. What? That too. We're like totally on the same wavelength and communicating so well. What's happening? Gerald asks at the exact same time Maidenfair says it. Jinx, she says immediately after. What? You talked. Now we gotta kiss, she gushes before leaning forward and giving him a peck on the lips. He just blinks in stunned silence, unable to form a coherent thought. Well, you two are certainly having a good time. What can I get for you? The waitress asks, bouncing up, and Gerald slowly turns to behold a snick with an apron over casual clothing. Sure. I'd love an infused salad, and he'll be having a slabber in the Canador style. In the Canador? Oh, he's a human. We've had a few come through, I need to stop assuming. More than half the men that come through here are human now. I guess I'm hoping for a tret and not... Like, why are you hoping for a tret? Isn't having any man bouncing around like a good thing? Maidenfair asks, and there's a pause as the snick taps her side with her blade arm in thought. Well, yay, but... Well, it's that there's just a sudden burst of humans, you know? Because it's not like there's more men in the galaxy or more men showing up. It's just, there's a big ball of it somewhere close and only for now. This isn't gonna last. Eventually, all the men going through is gonna dry up and the fun ends. To make it worse, by the time I'd be able to get my cousin in so she can snag a boy this well will be drier than hot grill in the middle of the desert halfway through a drought. Not at all. I've done like all the calculations and stuff. There's a huge bunch of humans in cruel space, and a lot of them are going to want to come out. Then there's the whole bit where one of their race's biggest advantages is to breed a lot, meaning that they make a lot of men too. So there's slowly going to be more in men bouncing around and just waiting for some girl to lie, sweep them up and kiss them close. Right, and speaking about my kind, I came to try and talk you out of just jumping on the first half proper excuse I can have to grab onto one of you humans and have all the fun before totally going out and having a wonderful life together, Maidenfair asks. No, I want to talk you out of it. I have a job to do. I experiment with dangerous things, Null being just one of them. You don't know me as a person. Corporal Gerald Lore, you're like a member of the informal nerd squad based on your adoration of media that was once considered fantasy and science fiction, but is more related to historical fiction or a totally awesome action movie when you're out of cruel space. You've been part of at least 2 major assignments that are so classified that I can't find a thing about them. You're like so young that part of me wants to adopt you instead of date you at just 24 years old. You've got a pretty big family by human standards with a mother and father, 2 siblings, one a sister, the other another brother, and your grandparents passed on not too long before the Dauntless set out. Maidenfair blurts out, and Gerald's jaw drops. You spent most of your time in cruel space as part of an impromptu ninja clan for your own personal amusement under the pranking jurisdiction of Kogadaiki, and there were no less than 42 formal complaints made about you before you stopped and said you reached the magic number for mayhem. Since then, your behavior has been like spotless, and you've been like the go-to expert for things that are imbued with axiom or Kutha, holding an energy pattern inside them. How deep into the Dauntless files have you gotten into? Gerald asks in shock as he mentally reevaluates the woman. Oh, all the way. It's really neat reading, Maidenfair says before giggling. Did you know that humans are one of the races being classified as an apex? There's not many races like that around, and it's showing with who really likes you. The Canador are developing all sorts of new fetishes, and the Apuk are going totally gaga over you guys. It's really cute to see. I'm sorry, an apex? Gerald asked, trying to get control of the situation, when the ditziest bimbo he's ever imagined proves herself to have his info down to the letter, after she could somehow drive through literally supersonic traffic in her Barbie dream car without a hiccup. Oh, right, silly Willy. I keep forgetting just how new and untaught you've got to be as a human, Maidenfair says, tapping herself on the forehead, and her polygons shift into low definition, then high. Apex are the races that are most likely to get into a fight or use violence as an answer. They're the ones that control most wars and war-type industries. It's more about a mindset than about physical abilities. Greater Desert Nagasha, Matak, Apuk, Canador, Snikt, and so many others are really good at getting into fights where others are much more peaceful. So why are that categorization called apex? Why not the violent or the aggressive? Because they tend to be in charge. When things get really bad, you really need someone whose reflexes are in the apex to get anything done. Sure, any ditz or doll can live a nice and comfy life and go through things without anything bad happening. But the apex are the ones that are ready for things to go bad, but to go really bad. Oh, are the Gravia on the list? Oh no. Great for numbers, better for theory crafting and memory. Awful, awful, awful in emergencies. We've all got our strengths and weaknesses, and there's nothing wrong with that. The differences help us all figure out new things. Okay then. Now look, it's not that I don't appreciate an interesting conversation or being bought a meal, but we don't really know anything. I mean, but she does know him, doesn't she? She's done her freaking homework. I don't really know you. I appreciate that you want to start something with me, but I study Axiom and Null both. I don't think it would be healthy for you to stick around and... He's cut off by the slabber being put in front of him. It's a hot steak sandwich. Maidenfair outright coos as her salad is put in front of her, and she offers her thanks to the waitress as Gerald tries to think of what to do next. I got a question, Maidenfair says, and Gerald blinks as he looks up from the food to look her in her shifting polygon eyes. If you still think you don't know, anything about me... What? Oh, come on, you're a researcher. It's one of your biggest jobs to pay attention and totally make things out and figure them out like that, she explains, snapping her fingers as she smiles. I think you've figured out a few things about me. Say a few reasons why to try and stick with it. Gerald stops and then reconsiders literally everything that's happened since she first kissed him. The car, the drive, the explanations, and now. You've planned this whole thing out, haven't you? She giggles to herself and nods. I totally want a hunk of a man with a lot to talk about and a neat life. But I had to do something to make you see past that silly bit of totally annoying coincidence where the way we Gravia act and talk and that are seen as this sign of weak minds and thingers like that. It's a consequence of the languages and that all the galaxy is more than just totally math. So we pepper in bits to show that we're not totally sure, because we can't be. I think I can feel my mind physically bending, Gerald says, rubbing the side of his head, and she giggles. Oh, this is like nothing. You should see what I can do with graphing paper and a pencil. Based on the fact that you built that big ship of yours in cruel space, I'm sure I can give you working blueprints with nothing but some number play and a good walk around it, Maidenfair says, and Gerald's eyes go wide. Oopsie, I didn't mean to scare you. It's just that there are only so many places to put support structures in order for the superstructure to hold together. In the way it does, and once you have the basic shell, you can totally allocate based on resource and accommodation needs all over the place. There's a hallway in the middle of the ship where you totally keep the gravity down and have a system to slingshot you around. Likely with those little bits of metal on your sleeve, so it's totally got to be a magnet. Oh dear, Gerald mutters as he looks at the gigantic fucking security breach that in all likelihood is just one of very, very many that have successfully deciphered the ship even without the hack. Sorry, I try to be nice, but I get all silly, Will, and... She stands up to leave. Sorry, I'll go and... Gerald grabs her by the wrist and guides her to sitting back down. While I could have gone without the scare, you've proven your point. My main argument against you doesn't really work now, does it? I know a fair amount about you. You know a lot about me. And I don't have to worry about you being an idiot. So let's keep talking. Sure, I mean, you got to see how much of a security risk I am, don't you? That too. Two? Oh, you do like the way I'm put together. Maidenfair gushes happily as she turns to the side to emphasize her proportions that make silicon look natural and winks at him while sparks ignite in the air around her. Her polygon count goes so high that she looks like a distorted human, and he nearly flinches before it suddenly drops down so low she looks like a pattern of geometric shapes in a Valley Girl dress. Then it flows back into the more in-between state that's much easier on the eyes. Sorry. Out of Cruel Space, Part 212. Elsewhere with Others. Of everything we got, why that package? Why that one little thing? One of the three masked women asks as she regards the data feed from the cargo hold. She's the smallest of the three, and despite all the scrambling over her body, could only be a gob or a metak with her wings in close. We don't question what we're transporting, only that we do, especially for the pay we've been given and will receive. The pilot of the tiny vessel replies, and the third girl makes a strange sucking sound. The pilot in question has 4 arms and a helmet specifically made to press down but not crush things coming off her head. It's also designed to hide larger hairstyles without ruining them. A vanity, but one that does not compromise her suit or identity. While true, we have never been paid this much to transport something this small. My tentacles are puckering at this. We should get the second hatches ready, the third says, and she's clearly a memi with the way her helmet extends to incorporate her many head tentacles that she uses to control the dozens of ship systems. Right. I'll get on prepping it then. This is too weird to not be someone trying to be clever. The engineer says, opening the door out of the cockpit. The stealth shielding will need to be double-checked if you suspect treachery, the pilot remarks. No duh, the engineer snaps back. She's acting like it's weird for us to get a job like this. That smuggling is some glorious adventure that you can finish off the say with a drink and call it done. The co-pilot snorts as she scans over the ship systems again and sighs. It's coming up on her own cycle. She's going to be more and more useless over the next few months than is going to go completely insane after 3. Unless she gets pregnant or actually takes the cycle suppressants like she's supposed to, the pilot growls in frustration. She claims religious exception. The co-pilot says mildly as she flicks from one screen to another to see once again that all the ship systems are in tip-top condition. I don't buy it. Little idiot isn't a gravid, and she's going to get thrown off the ship if she doesn't get her act together, the pilot remarks. The 3 women don't even know each other's names. One of the facts of society is that you always need something moved without the nosy or just plain stupid stumbling into it. That's when girls like them showed up. Completely anonymous, no questions asked or answered delivery system. All that mattered was the payment and the package. They never looked into the package so long as you could hit the price for the weight and the care it needed, and it would get to your destination, pay and physics allowing. By keeping everything blind every step of the way, they could operate under and offer plausible deniability in every part of it. It kept them out of all kind of trouble, both legal and practical, and allowed them and those like them to offer their services in just the first layer beneath respectable society. Ask around a bar or a basic den of any kind, and you can find runners like them, or a way to contact them. Thankfully, the law enforcement in most systems understood that without runners, people would just find new ways to do things. So as long as there was no real way to tie anyone down to anything, the law enforcement kept good and clear. This job, though, this one was different. It was one thing to pick up a package from a dock that was suddenly empty with the lights off. It was another one entirely to pick up a package from a recently conquered ship and then take a single small package from the middle of a docking bay, in the midst of it being looted. The thieves and looters had all given them a wide berth as if there had been weapons held to their heads, and they had the marked package and were gone. All told, it had taken minutes. It may have been a short enough time for any one of the 3 of them to hold their breath during the entire affair. The console dings and a voice chat opens up. What the hell have you been playing at? The stealth shielding on these pods is scuffed up where it isn't filthy. Where did you get them out of a landfill? Did you loot a crash site? The engineer demands in a furious tone. Never mind that. Are they functional? The pilot asks. It all checks out. But seeing all the cosmetic damage on the shields has me going paranoid. If you need me, I'll be making sure these pods don't go off like a bomb when we need them. The engineer states, and the pilot nods. Copy that, mark down what repairs you make, and I'll throw in an appropriate bonus. Now there's some motivation, she says, and the line goes off. At least one of us is enjoying themselves. The co-pilot mutters as she scans over the screens before pausing. Captain? What? The pilot asks, looking to her. And pausing, on the central screen are numerous energy readings, forming a very distinct pattern. The entire ship jumps, and they're suddenly out of the axiom lane, and "You have done well. Dock at the aft of the vessel and collect your pay," a distorted voice says over communications. "The fuck is going on up there?" the engineer demands as the pilot turns off the exterior communications and scans the area. There is a large ship nearby with an open aft cargo bay, large enough to fly their ship into. "It appears our employers want things more secretive than usual. Hurry up with those scans," the co-pilot sends to the engineer. "Shit. Okay, I can skip a few bits just in case. What's my time frame?" 20 minutes. "Not happening. I can't give even a basic scan on one of these suckers in an hour, let alone 20 minutes. We just have to cross our legs and beg for luck to pry them apart in the way we want. In my experience, crossing your legs and hoping the next time they're open, the universe will give you good long loving is a bad way to go about things." The pilot snaps. "You got any better ideas? Even the most bare-bones basic scan is going to take too long, and just eyeballing things isn't enough on a spaceship. You need to go into the guts and take a really close look with all sorts of tools. It's not like we can make a spaceship out of food cans and glue here." The engineer snaps in a fury and then calms down. "If you wanted this done, you would have told me around the time we grabbed the package and not now." "Well, why weren't you—" The co-pilot begins, and the pilot cancels the connection to stop infighting before things get any worse. The trip into the aft cargo hold is uneventful, and they pass through force field that keeps in the atmosphere. There in the center is a small pallet with a small stack of Axiom Ride trade bars. An obscene amount of money that sends the pilots' and co-pilots' minds racing. "Be ready with those pods. This could still be a trap," the pilot sends to the engineer. "We have no way of knowing if the pods—" She starts to shout before being cut off. She's going to ask for a pay raise after this. She'll get over it. We just need to make sure we get out alive. We can deal with payday after we survive." The pilot says as she finishes the landing sequence and takes a deep breath. "Make the switch." "What? Me?" "Our engineer is checking our escape pods. I need to be ready in case we need to run, and that leaves you. Now go out and drop off the package before picking up the payday," the pilot says, and after a moment of staring, the co-pilot gets up and leaves the cockpit. On the internal cameras, the pilot watches as she uses a gravity lifter to pick up the package without touching it and leads it out of the opening cargo doors. She walks it out to be right beside the pallet of trade bars and hooks it up to the pallet and leads it into the ship. "You have done well. Remember, you were not here. You ran no packages, and there is nothing that happened here. Now leave," the altered voice over the communication says, and the pilot takes off and quickly gets their ship out of there. The doors close behind the ship, and then after a time, a large, brute arcana covered in sterile white, and with a plethora of scanning equipment strapped to her walks into the bay. Behind her, a small army of cobes carrying laboratory equipment follow and then set up a containment area around the container. "Ensure that the memory imprint is completely intact. I want no screw-ups on this," she orders, pacing around the package even as the small army of reptile women go into a flurry of work. She checks a device on her lower left wrist and sniffs somewhat. "We are thankfully ahead of schedule by 46 hours and 24 minutes. However, there may still be unexpected dividends." "Ma'am," one of the cobes says with a smile, "no detectable damage on the exterior components on the memory retention equipment, ma'am." "Excellent. Proceed with a basic scan followed by a deep scan and inform me of the results as I prep the surgical bay." What happens next? What happens next is of great import to a great many plans. She orders and numerous instruments are set up to begin scanning the headband, and she watches with interest, her goggles zooming in to perform a periphery scan of her own. As her aide stated earlier, there is no sign of physical damage on the prize, and it's quickly shown on a basic scan to be intact, leading to her waiting in utter stillness for the deep scan's details. The moment comes as the copy is declared as perfect, uncorrupted by time or movement. They then rush it through the ship and into the medical wing for its proper positioning. And now we learn about the measure of man and humanity both. After only a short time, the headband is around the forehead of the patient, and she gently strokes around the jaw. It's all she can do to not wake the amalgam here and now. How much she wants this. How... She forces out her emotions and thinks rationally. That is the bane of the galaxy. So many women in the governments they're part of think with their impulses and not their intellect. Entire races are easily summarized as fools or twits, and may as well be cut out of the same cloth or punched out of the same metal as if they were factory-produced. It is not the product of the factory that rules the galaxy, nor is it the engineer that maintains it, or even the owner who oversees it all. Number it is the designer, the one whom even the owner answers to but will never admit to it. The trendsetters and the innovators who change things to suit their needs and desires, to have the will to carve a new path, also means having the will to be followed down it. Perhaps I am reckless, she says to herself. Perhaps I am too emotional and too easily caught up in the calls of my blood. They may be right. In fact, I'm almost certain they are. However, nothing ventured, nothing gained. All I stand to lose is a terrible memory of what could have been, and I stand to gain so much. So very much indeed. Ma'am, the pot is ready, ma'am, one of her assistants states, and she sighs before caressing the amalgamation's cheek one last time. She cannot think of it as anything other than an amalgamation. To grow attached before it can even wake up on its own is nothing short of folly. She pulls back and nods. Send it. It is time to test the mettle of humanity in a method most unexpected. Let us see how their hearts and minds hold when they have neither their heart nor their mind. She remarks to herself before helping bundle up the sleeping amalgamation and placing it in a life pod with a very specific destination. For a moment she hesitates. Her instincts and her reason wage war with one another. Then she smiles as she forces them in alignment and pushes the button to send the pod on its way. Ma'am, one of her assistants asks, what is it? I understand the need to do this, but why that body? Why that? I don't want to say corpse, but there are many reasons. May I have two? I miss him. She mutters out loud, putting her hand to the view screen and leaning against it as the overwhelming urge to chase after the pod causes her legs to shake. A terrifying prospect with the irresistible strength of a brute arcana. The slight shiver in her is enough to begin to rip up the deck plating underneath. And the other? I'm no fool. I know I will be caught. Now I can claim to have been a poor, overwhelmed woman and avert much of the ire from myself, from all of you as well. Always assume you will be found out, if not outright caught in the act. Always be ready with an excuse, no matter how improbable. Yes, ma'am. Good. The next phase of the plan is observation only. Let's see what there is to see. Out of Cruel Space, Part 213. A scion of many worlds. There was soft blanketing darkness at first. Gentle and drifting. A sensation that stretched out to eternity that seemed to embody the concept of rest itself. Then there's a sensation of awkwardness. Things just aren't fitting together, and he can't open his eyes. He lets out a moan as apparently he's exhausted beyond belief, and then jerks as his voice comes out, trilling and unfamiliar. He's in a tight corridor and he can only hear some kind of scratching at a distance. Then as he shakes his head, things jolt in the strangest way, as he can sense something nearby, tingling and warping from some things attached to his head. He slams to the side as hard as he can, and whatever he's in tilts, then rocks back, and he grasps that he's in some kind of cage, so he checks the other side, and it tilts hard before then falling over. Something shifts, and with a clunk the world opens forward, and he moves his hand up to rub at his eyes. Then he flinches back at the feeling of the coarse, brutal claws. He uses the back of them to clear the gunk away, and his eyes snap open to behold 2 3-clawed hands. His wrists are covered in puffs of fur that trails down, as he looks down to behold a body covered in the pale white fur. What's going on? He demands as he pushes against the wall, and everything shifts until it flops to the side with him facing up. He now has room to sit up and rises as best he can. His muscles are weak and atrophied. His sense of touch is going utterly insane, and everything is unfamiliar. There's the sound of roaring and the crashing of the steel against steel in brutal, harassing clunks. He once again looks upon his hands 3 brutal black claws, segmented like armor and coming to sharp points. He's been reduced to 2 fingers and a thumb, and all 3 end in a spear. He clenches and unclenches them a few times. There's little feedback. Whatever's happened, he has almost no sense of touch through his hands. The absence gnaws at him. His feet are much the same, except they open far wider by default. Two curved claws gripping the floor of stone, and a third behind to offer balance. Whatever he is, he's some kind of brutal predator. There's another crash, much closer this time, and it's coupled with a garbled amount of speech. Some of it he recognizes as galactic standard. The rest is foreign. What he does recognize is a mix of threats and foul implications. Details later. Survival now, he mutters to himself as he pulls at the local axiom as he's been taught to reinforce himself. What was meant to be a tiny whisper rushes in with the force of an explosion. In moments, his body is reinforced, particularly around his newest additions. All 6 of them, 2 on the head and 4 on the back, and in an instant it snaps into place. Antenna and wings. He's a goddamn Mothman right out of a campfire story, a starving and weak Mothman with maybe seconds to live if he doesn't get some goddamn control of the situation with what sounds like a barbarian horde crashing down towards him. He cases the area. He's in a room. There's a slight sway to it that he can now feel with his fully activated antenna. In fact, it gives him an almost radar-like sense with a heavy focus to energy. There are some batteries nearby, and he can sense the magnetic flow around the nearby ferrous metals. The largest snarl of power is a small group in a larger crowd of people, parting them like the Red Sea. Energy weapons. He's sure of it. The room he's in is large and ornate with large pillars around the far wall and a circular pattern. From the looks of it, the room is an ostentatious balcony that's been boarded over in a hurry. Maybe even a place of worship that's now closed for some reason. A horde of knickknacks and assorted junk are all over the place. Most of it seems to be made of glass, some of cloth, and there isn't much metal in any of it. Unfortunately, while he does know how to rebuild things with Axiom, he needs to have the appropriate materials, which leads him to the pod. And while the pod is undoubtedly a great source of materials for anything he could need, it's also his biggest clue as to what in the actual hell is going on, so he's naturally reluctant to damage it. Another crash, and he can sense the burbling madness get closer. He considers the wings, but that's not going to work. He needs time to practice and experiment. Flying isn't something you just do. Thankfully, the barricaded wall of the room seems to be mostly made of wood, and he's willing to bet that it'll work well. The room he's in is high up and unsteady, meaning not properly secured, so he heads to the nearest wall and sinks his claws in. With ease, he feels the claws go clean through the thin boards, and he rips out a small section of wall. His new senses suddenly opened up massively, and he tries to whistle, but it comes out as a high-pitched trill. He pauses partway through it. That was not a sound he wanted to make. The clamber of the approaching barbarian horde grows even louder, and he turns before making up his mind. So now we look into the perspective of another character. Say one that's attacking the temple. Magritta the Massive crashes through her opponents and sends them flying like toys. Her moniker, once a cruel joke, was now true in regards to the sheer force of her blows. The prize was here, the means to shatter the grip of the grand midwives have on the many tribes. A living prize, some kind of sainted artifact that the midwives were keeping protected with all their might. Not enough to face her, though. With her wings wrapped around her arms and hands, her grip is unbreakable, and her swings irresistible, for she is a metak. As mighty as a mountain despite being smaller than a Jomos mound. She's not even kidding. She has literally walked among Jomos colonies, and the mounds tower over her like trees. It's absurd how much of the world is so much larger, despite how easily she can tear it up and throw it around. What lays beyond is not for the likes of one of the last midwives tries to pronounce like a priestess at mass and is hurled to the side like the waste of time she is. The final barrier stands between her and the prize, and she infuses the power into her wings and rips the reinforced door off its hinges before racing in. She is Maytak. As swift as she is strong, she need only grab the prize and be away swifter than even the wind can touch her. The chamber is a rapidly covered over balcony with thin wood and an obvious hole in the wall. She is not the first here, but something still remains. It glows with an inner light as if the stars themselves had been captured and made into metal. It shines brighter than any mirror, and there is a soft cushioning within it. It almost resembles a coffin, but made of metal and glass and otherworldly materials. Is it the chest, or was there... She begins to ask herself when she hears something nearby. A being is on the outer side of the building. This is followed by light in the distance, as the midwife warriors begin to truly use their weapons of light. Only her wings can resist those forms of attack, and they are clever enough to strike where her wings are not. With a snarl of frustration, she finds that her mind is made up for her, and she makes for the hole in the wall. Perhaps she will find some trail of the previous thief, and a brutal claw grabs at her neck and rips her from the air before slamming her into the wall with force enough to crack it. The white fur and claw say Urthani, but they're a shy and timid people. They would never... What am I? The Urthani roars into her face, baring every tooth for her inspection. By reflex alone, she slams her wings together into their wrist to break the grip, and they throw her away to spin in the air. She rights herself with ease and turns to see the strange Urthani climbing upwards. The being sinks its claws, designed to keep it safe as it sleeps upon the trunks of trees, into the wood of the building as it climbs higher. The strange one glances back at her often, but she makes no move to attack as she simply stays out of reach to try and unravel the puzzle presented before her. Urthani are peaceful scavengers. They sup on the nectar of flowers, the sweet flesh of fruits, and will occasionally scavenge carrion. They avoid battle and live dull, empty lives of endless consumption from birth to death, never burning with true desire or ambition. This one is more akin to a furious beast forced into the form of an Urthani and set loose. Is this the prize from within the star-glass coffin? There is a scream of protest and rage from within the chamber of the coffin below. Clearly the prize was not the coffin itself, meaning it is this Urthani. An Urthani that looks as if her breasts and rear had been torn away, that moves like a beast on the hunt and refuses to fly. An Urthani that knows not what it is and is aggressive, strong, and yet wise enough to not attack twice. A mystery indeed. Too often are her adventures straightforward and clean. She had attacked the citadel in hopes that the treasure from the goddess had been something worth stealing, but instead it has stolen itself. The Urthani runs against the stone of the more properly built parts of the citadel and very clearly curses in an unknown language. So it knows both trade and another tongue. How many fit within its head? To her utter fascination, the Urthani takes the harder route, and rather than simply flying away to wherever she would wish to be, the strange one imbues their claws with power and embeds them into the solid stone. The climbing is even swifter now, as if an insult was taken by the impediment. There's a few curses in that alien tongue as the strange one rises higher and higher and quickly crests to the very top of the temple where they take a look around, clearly surveying the area. Then the strange one looks upward and begins cursing again as they behold the sky ribbon. There's some deep breaths and a string of curses as they pace along the edge. She flies up with ease and is sensed instantly, turning to face her with claws at the ready. "What are you?" she asks, both throwing the question from before back, and it actually seems to work as the stranger Urthani huffs. "I am Sergeant Horace Blue of the Undaunted." The Urthani answers before glancing down at his own grasping claw and clenching it. "But also not. What is this place? Who are you, and why have I been turned into this thing?" "They call me Magrisa the Massive, first as insult, later in fear. I am many things. This is the top of the Western Citadel, a temple of the grand midwives, those whose magic breathes life into the wombs of women so that there may be another generation to come. Those that do not bend the knee find their family lines in peril." Magrisa answers with a grin as she paces around to get another look at Horace. She even steps off the roof and begins hovering to behold the stranger more fully. Again, little in the way of hips or anything but puffy fur from the more noble Urthani breeds. If anything, Horace resembles some spoilt princess of a naturally tall and broad frame before her breasts and ass grew in. There's something else to the Urthani, something that Magrisa cannot place and has never seen before. Is this really the time for the "you're the first man I've ever seen" routine? I know the galaxy is hungry for men, but I've never heard of such things, Magrisa states, and the Urthani looks shocked. Then their expression steels itself. Of course, that would be how midwives would control a large area. They must be changing things to prevent men from being born. Men? She prompts, and he sighs as she lands to the side. He takes a step away, wisely not trusting her. If a woman is the one who carries the child and nurtures it to the fullness of size, then a man is what plants the seed. I am not the one to explain, though. My people, my true race, the human, we come from the black void beyond what you would consider life. Except now I am this thing, he says, and she struggles to understand. What can live beyond life? Still, if this being is something that can produce children without magic, or has inborn magic to create life, then Horus is a living holy relic to the Grand Midwives, meaning this promises to be an adventure to remember. Urthani, she answers, and Horus looks at her oddly. You are an Urthani, drinkers of sweet saps and nectars, eaters of the flesh of fruits. They also dine upon the flesh of felled beasts, but only rarely. They are not warriors. Why not? These antennae can see much from a great distance. These claws are sharp and strong. Couple those with wings and few foes, let alone beasts would stand a chance. They are timid and frail of spine and soul. Their muscles are more rotted meat than might, and their lives are soft and sweet. Magrisa dismisses and Horus huffs. Not a bad way to live, but not for me. You claim to be able to breathe life into a woman's womb, she asks, getting to the meat of the conversation. I did not say it like that. Could you do so now? No, this body is different. It has the proper parts, but it works differently. The urges of mating are not within me. Mating, like a beast? Are we all not beasts? Just with mightier minds? I suppose, but you could. When the time is right, you could mate with a woman and she would bear a child? Yes, he answers, and she smiles. This is going to be good. Not only will this be a story worth retelling, but the sheer amount of chaos this would bring to the world would be glorious. They're nearly here. I've never flown before. Is there anywhere nearby that is safe to land? Now Horus was speaking her language. Oh, course, miss. Mr., he, him and his. But I'll tell you about all the little language bits later. Which way? He interrupts, and she catches a ring of insult and annoyance in his aura. She insulted him? That's hilarious. Follow me, she says, taking off, and he glares after her for a moment. Then he crouches down and launches off the roof, just in time for the hatch to the floor below to open and the Grand Midwives to see him rocket through the air. He brings out his wings, and after a few moments of struggling, his very axiom presence takes on a dark, predatory aura that screams self-control, and his flying stabilizes into an effortless glide. She wonders exactly what kind of heroic mantle he's taken upon himself to suddenly have so much control and skill. There's a song just under his breath as she leads him away through the dark night sky. She cannot understand it. Na 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 na, Batman. Out of Cruel Space, Part 214, A Scion of Many Worlds. Magrika glances over to the side as they fly. The Grand Midwives were more than a little stupid during night flights, and we're being followed, Horus says in his bizarre accent. He speaks the words, but there is nothing to signify where he is from. The natural trill of a Urthani is there, but suppressed so ruthlessly that it barely can be heard. Where? She asks, turning to him, and he points over his shoulder and upward. She glances back and sees a winding shape along the stars. It crosses the ribbon of the world, and she can see that it is an aerial Nagasha, her flattened body easily cutting along the rising warm winds from below. Oh, cute. She's going to try and track us, Magrika says with a daredevil smile. So there was more than just a rabble of barely organized idiots at that temple? Good. I think more are coming. She's just the forward scout. She hunts by heat, though. We need to dive and get under the trees. We're torches in the dark to her. Oh, thermal senses, that's easy enough to toy with. Horus responds and begins studying the forest below. What are you seeking? Does he have some strange method or magic from beyond the stars to help? Mud, he says simply, and she nearly starts to fall in amusement. Great stranger from beyond the stars, unknown magic, and forced into an odd body. Still knows the best way to hide from a Nagasha is with mud. Well reasoned. Follow. She commands and dives down to the forest below. She darts down between the trees and through sheer instinct, weaves through the towering plants as she glides closer and closer to the ground. There is a whistling sound behind her, and she can tell it's Horus, unused to his Orthani self. He clearly does not know how to properly swoop in silence. Clench the antenna. The whistling stops almost instantly, and she suddenly brings out her wings to stop herself as she lowers to the base of a grand baragass tree, the slick bark catching the already slowly forming dew and directing it down to its roots. In ankle-deep mud, she lands, and there's a slight sloshing noise as she turns to witness the odd Urthani lowering himself soundlessly to the water. Without hesitation, he lands and looks to her, his wings folding backwards and dipping ever so slightly in the muck. If his frankly bizarre appearance and utterly foreign way of speaking hadn't convinced her he was unlike any Urthani she had ever heard of, his willingness to dirty himself sealed the deal. She smiles up at him before reaching down and grabbing a handful of mud, which she then tosses into his face. At first he does nothing, then his claws smooth it over him for better coverage, before a snap movement on his right leg hurls a claw full of mud directly onto her chest. Fair's fair. True enough, she notes with a grin. He then crouches down to her level and begins hauling up massive clawfuls of mud that he dumps all over himself, and in a short amount of time is almost completely brown. A quick flutter of his wings spreads out a thin film over them, and she nods before falling backwards into the mud, rolling with it and standing up well-coated. She gestures for him to go up, and he nods before stepping onto the wood of the tree, as she morphs her wings to aid in climbing, and they make their way upwards. She grins as she sees his wings and antenna flutter and twitch as they climb. So it is instinctive for Urthani to be clean, even those not raised by them. Suddenly he lets out a shushing noise, and both of them freeze before movement behind them lets them know something is passing. Horus leans away from the tree and grips only with his lower claws and left one as he watches the Nagasha pass. We've shaken the first touch of pursuit. Now food is the next priority. This body I'm in has never had a meal from the feel of it. There isn't a single part of my stomach or guts that holds anything resembling food in it. Well, this is a baragas tree, Magrika notes, and he looks at her baffled before looking up. Oh, fruit. I hadn't noticed in the dive, he says before beginning his climb all over again. You want some? She churns it over in her mind. Baragas fruit is fairly sweet and juicy. The tough, oily skin on them is annoying, but rarely an issue. What is an issue are the cackling gracchus that often eat them. The overly aggressive beasts will prove to be amusing, and may be a proper main course if they get a fire going. Yes, but don't worry, I can feed myself, she assures him with a grin, pulling at her lips as she watches him climb. He is fascinating, sinking his claws in and tearing out hand and footholds rather than gently leaning in and letting his weight do the work for him. Perhaps he does not like this tree. He then flutters his wings a little to let him leap upward and quickly crests onto a massive overreaching branch. He walks up, outright swaggering towards the fruits that are budding off the sides of the branch, and grabs one. That was a bit of a mistake, as there's a rush of movement and a creature runs up on its knuckles, then gives a crackling roar right into his face that's cut off when he thrusts his right arm right into the monster's face and literally pops both of its eyes and shreds its brain. He pulls out his claws with a slurping sound, and the cackling gracchus falls backwards onto the branch. Well, that was quick. Most beings back off when roared at by a gracchus. Are these things edible? Well, he has his priorities straight. Perhaps he's too hungry to care. Best be cooked first. They can carry sickness, she answers as she reaches the branch and walks up. Then we have a second course, Horus remarks as he grabs flicks off the gore from his claws and then grabs a few of the fruit to bundle up in one of his arms. Do you know a good place to set up camp? She makes a pensive sound as she considers things further. Any doubts she had about this being some kind of truly bizarre setup had faded. Even the bravest of Urthani would have fled, and though he did seem to want to remain clean, he wasn't anywhere near as fastidious. Easily enough, there's a system of caves not far away. I used one for shelter on the way here. There should still be a fair amount of firewood there. Magrisa explains, and he nods even as she grabs a baragas fruit for herself. Follow. She then launches herself off the limb and begins gliding on the cooler night air. It's the strange way of winds. Above the trees, the warm air rises and lifts up flyers. But below it pulls down, and you need either a great degree of mastery in the ways of power or to flap incessantly to stay in the air. She glances back to see that he's clearly a master of the power. His glide is effortless, despite him carrying easily his own weight in his claws. His load is uneven, the gracchus in the right claw, and four baragas fruit nestled in the other arm. Normally that would need a huge amount of effort to even balance, but he seems to scarcely notice. She is most intrigued. Perspective swap. The grinding, grating sound of his claws rubbing together disturbed him in ways that he could not articulate. For his own fingers to be illegal via the Geneva Convention was a hell of a thing. No serrated weapons to be used in war. Granted, the galaxy is already happy to break the use against flamethrowers and their ilk. Also happy to test others endlessly, he's being evaluated even as he evaluates his new form. This entire chain of events is odd and no doubt will continue to be odd until she has the answers she seeks. Having hands and feet that do double duty as war crimes is aggravating. Thankfully, at the moment, they're more useful as he sliced open the flesh of the baragas fruit for the things inside. The seeds were incorporated into the tough, indigestible peels, leaving the insides to be just so much sweet pulp waiting to burst out. It was almost drinkable once the skin was past. As for the gracchus meat, it was disturbingly like pork. Chewing it was a pain with his teeth. Tiny sharp things more like needles than proper slicers. His mouth was also oddly shaped, and his tongue was horrific. A long, thin proboscis, flexible enough to enter a flower no doubt, or perhaps more suited for drinking blood. He has to tear the strips of meat into tiny bits in order to properly swallow it. But there is a deep satisfaction. Clearly he's designed to take his meat in a more liquid state, which well and truly disturbs him as he mentally vows to never drink from putrid carrion. Maybe blood is acceptable. He picks between the tiny teeth with his massive claws and resists the urge to bite, as he knows it would slice his mouth clean open. And thinking more on those claws, they were similar on both the feet and the hands. The thumb is going backwards on the feet, but they're made the same way. The palm is somewhat sensitive but protected. Then there's a single joint from where the claw begins. The back of them are smooth, but there's a brutal serrated edge that goes up to the next joint. From there it becomes a spear that quickly comes to a point. 2 bigger claws and a slightly smaller one for a thumb. That was all his hands wear. 3 serrated black blades. He holds his fingers together and forms a larger spear-like head to Magrika's interest. Something interesting? Most Urthani have 2 prongs. The points don't lean together like that. For you, though, it's like your arms are the ends of spears instead. She notes curiously before seemingly dismissing it. Of course, most of them actually have asses to sit on and breasts to heave. Have you truly never met or even heard of a man before? Horus asks her, and she shakes her head. I'm uncertain as to how it works with Urthani or Matok, but with humans, men are the natural hunters and warriors. The 2 sides, men and women, both need to come together to create a child. Both halves are needed to fully build a society, a people. A child, Magrita interrupts him, and after a moment he nods. Yes, at least this is what my kind believed as we lived in what the rest of the galaxy calls cruel space. Why is it called that? It's called that by those who live only with axiom energy. The power that lets you shift your wings, the power that allows beings like you and me to live. It cannot be used in that place. Not actively, and not in any other way as well. What does that even mean? Magrisa demands. How do I explain this? There are rules to the way all things exist. Drop a stone and it falls. That is a rule. He gestures to the campfire between them. Place something within the flame, and it begins to burn. With enough heat, even stone can burn. Rules of the world, and all worlds as well. Understand so far? I'm no fool. Explain fully. In cruel space, there are certain rules that do not exist. Therefore, there are many things that cannot be done in that place. Horus explains before tapping his chin with the knuckle of his claw and nods. Draw on the power around you, and you may be stronger and faster for a time. Most any fool can do this if they simply know where to feel. This cannot be done in cruel space. There are many things that cannot be done in cruel space. What rules there are so harsh that you and I would not be able to survive there. We would both begin to die in different ways, and likely would be nothing but cooling meat in but a few minutes at most. Are there beasts that coat themselves in flames to do battle? Magrika challenges. She doubts that a place where one can't even draw power to themselves can be dangerous at all. No creature I know to exist, but there is danger in every corner. How many things upon this world have a tainted bite where even the smallest graze can slowly kill you? He asks in response, and she shakes her head. None. Not unless they tear into a vital vein. There are many thousands, some so horrifically tainted to the touch that even holding them can kill you. They don't need to attack. There are plants like that too. When I was in my proper body, I had a friend that touched poison ivy. He spent months separated from everyone else because the taint was so grievous and infectious, it could spread like a plague. A taint? I'm not sure how else to explain it. Poison and venom seems to be very rare outside of cruel space, where inside it's a common defense mechanism. As common as hiding, really, he explains, and she looks confused. Poison and venom, those are two words for the same kind of taint? There are many kinds of taints. Poison is something that, if you try to eat it, or in some cases smell or touch it, then it will hurt you. Venom, on the other hand, is used as part of an attack. If my claws had a taint to them that attacked when I cut something, then I would be venomous. If it was in my fur and it would attack when I am attacked, it would be poisonous. So it's whether the taint is armor or a weapon. Magrita says, stirring the fire and grinning, even as something lands outside and Horus stands up. I was wondering when they'd catch on. By the mountains, they took their time. Perhaps you should have built the fire higher if you wanted more attention from them, Horus remarks, and Magrika gives him a surprised look. Oh, come on, if you wanted to stay hidden, the fire would have been in the back of the cave. You wanted to fight them. She clearly reevaluates me as I take out a few more thin strips of meat and just straight out swallow them without bothering to chew. I'm sure my digestion will work it out, better than getting them caught on all the little freaky needles I have for teeth. I'm going to need a mirror or something to get a proper look at myself with time to actually take a look. Maybe I'll make sense of the mile segmentation that's in my vision. I think I have compound eyes but don't know for sure. Whatever's on the front of my face, there's some kind of mental trick smoothing out all the segments. Fuck these weird eyes. The electrosynaptic, whatever sense from the antenna is less confusing than fucking sight. Horus groans as he rises up and steps around the fire. Don't like those big black eyes? Magrika asks with a grin. They're black? Black and shiny with whatever you're focusing on, lighting up to pale green to show your focus. She confirms and Horus nods. Better and worse than I thought. Wow, he remarks, and she chokes down a cackle and follows him out of the cave. 5 on the hill above, 10 down here with us, Horus mutters as they leave the cave. Magrika the Massive, you are known to us as is your theft. What the pits is wrong with that, Orthani? Oh, that's nice, rub it in, Horus remarks. Don't be a fool, Erika. That's what was stolen, the altered one. An Orthani twisted to serve the grand midwives in the most holy of manners. A voice says softly as what looks like a four-eyed angel descends from above. Horus doesn't know the classification, but he's sure he'll be able to figure it out easily enough once all this nonsense gets sorted, one way or another. No, he says simply. He then mentally cheers as the confusion runs clean through all 4 of her eyes at once. What? I said no. I'm no one's possession. I'm a sergeant of the Undaunted. Horus growls out in a fury. His wings begin vibrating, and his lower claws dig into the ground. He narrows his eyes as he starts sending slight amounts of axiom into the dirt and primes it. We all belong to the grand midwives. It is they that breathe life into the womb, and each and every one of us is a sign of their benevolence. I am not, Horus states, and the angel glares at him in a fury. Her second set of eyes is pushed out to the side to give her a much wider field of vision than normal. To think you would grow so tainted and feral after such a short time outside your crystal. I was told that you are capable of acting as a grand midwife in times of the rain by sheer instinct alone, but your mind is so fouled. Clearly you are not ready. The sacred hymns have not been properly sung in your sleep. You spent so little time since the stars gifted you to us actually asleep. You should be dreaming of children and life. I was sleeping too long as is, Horus counters as his stance widens. You are going to fight us? You have no combat training, you have no weapons, and you are Urthani. Not a being of battle. Perhaps Magrica will be a challenge. She'll be staying out of this. It's you girls against me. If you think you can take me, Horus counters, and there's a stillness as Magrica snorts in amusement and starts to outright laugh before taking a few steps away and sitting down on a stone. By all means. Oh, this should be an amazing show. You're coming with us, whether you like it or not, you foolish child. The angel says, stepping forward, I am Lady Ellure, guardian of the Eastern Temple of the Grand Midwives. Amazing job when I came for my fun, Magrica taunts. Be silent, heretic. You spit on the generosity of the midwives in bringing your undeserving life to this world. Lady Ellure screams in fury. Is the entire world controlled by this cult? Horus asks. Cult? Cult! We are not some petty group of fools following some warlord to our graves. We are an integral part for all parts of the world. Every city, every queen and warlord and tribal chiefess bends the knee to the grand midwives, or their lines go extinct. It is through us, and US alone, that there are more than mere beasts upon Lacrin. So that's what's going on. No wonder they want me contained. No doubt if I had played along, they would have claimed that any child born with my attributes, rather than those of their mother, would be a sacred child to be given to the midwives to raise in the cult. We are not a cult, Lady Ellure screams, spit visibly flying. I disagree, Horus says in a tone so matter-of-fact that it may as well be a punch in the face for how direct it is. His mind and soul have both been tainted. Drag him to the ground so he can be placed into his sacred crystal and purified of this foulness, Lady Ellure bellows before charging at him while drawing what looks like a morning star from her side. The rest of the group follow the reckless charge, and Horus only smiles as he unleashes the primed axiom under all of them and kicks up an enormous cloud of dust and dirt that he vanishes in. Perspective swap. Oh, he's wearing the dark mantle again. I wonder what he plans on doing with it, Magrica says out loud as she sees a slight distortion into the wall of dust that Horus kicked up in an instant and grins as a response. Moments later, there's a blast of wind as Lady Ellure flows power through her wings and feet to stay grounded as she blasts away the cloud. Horus is, of course, gone. He's escaped, she shouts before the sound of a meaty thump rings out, and one of her lesser is thrown from above the cave down onto them, out cold and bleeding slightly. He's here! One of the remaining four on the cliff top screams out before there's a series of brutal thunks, and then she's thrown down onto the crowd below. As one, they all pump their wings and shoot up after him. But after a few moments, there are sounds of confusion, and Magrica flutters up to get a good view from above at the chaos unfolding. The remaining three of the five above the cave were all splayed out and unconscious all around. They hadn't even had time to scream or make a sound before Horus got them. A little cowardly, Horus, attacking from the darkness like that. Any beast can ambush. But are you a proper warrior? Magrica calls out into the surrounding area, and something blasts past her as a blur, slams into Lady Ellure, and rolls with her before sending her flying into her fellows. It's Horus, and he stands up with Lady Ellure's spiked morningstar. He then grasps it below the head and pulls until it tears clean off, and then bends the remaining haft in half. Well then, let's see if this rabble can stand toe-to-toe with an undaunted, Horus growls out as he slowly walks forward. Several of Lady Ellure's squadron charge at him with drawn swords. He jolts to the side, his wings coming up and glittering with the power as he deflects the swords, parries at the wrist to dislodge their grips, then sweeps down to take their legs out from under them. He rises again, his wings flapping behind him like a cape, even as he takes the cloak from around the shoulders of one of the three. He then puts it to the side. Anyone else? Come now, it's 10 on 1. Surely you can face one unarmed man, 10 to 1, he asks, and there's a smile, even as the mantle he's holding seems to almost physically manifest as a black cape. They charge, and without opening his wings, he soars at them in his own countercharge. His shoulder smashes into and throws away the shield of one of the warriors before a brutal flurry of body blows, followed by a headbutt, drops her entirely. It had taken him heartbeats to win. He effortlessly ducks under a sword, melts under its twin, going for his gut, before his wings are swept around and smack her in her face to stun her, before he moves to slam his curled fists into her face twice, before another interrupts him. He catches the punch from the swordswoman looking to redeem herself, and then open palm strikes against her elbow, and there's an audible snap, and she screams high and loud before being kicked away, and Horus returns his attention to the still slightly dazed dual wielder, before ducking back to avoid the charge of another woman. He then charges again and brutally drives his fist into the face of the now mostly recovered dual wielder, and she goes tumbling backwards to lay still. They're on him even more now, and he spins to move away from the thrust of a spear that he grabs onto before snapping the head off, and then the shaft is broken in two like a twig before kicking away its wielder. He grabs both sticks and twirls them a bit. Still a bit numb for my liking. This is going to be clumsy. He gives the sticks another twirl and then deflects the regained swords, swatting them at the hands to break their grips before driving the batons into the heads of the swordswomen. The sheer amount of force he brings to bear drives them to the ground, unconscious. 6 to 1, and now I am armed. Care to keep fighting? Horus asks as the group stares at him, and Lady Aelur's blinking is out of sync, showing her sheer confusion. How? Because I am undaunted. If you wish to retreat, you may. I'll even let you gather the wounded and leave. Just tell the temple that if they want to put me in a cage or chains, then they best be ready for a one-man war at the very least. Understand? What are you? Lady Aelur asks in shock. I am undaunted. Horus responds before turning and walking towards the cloak he set aside earlier. Bit of rope, and I'll have something to keep me decent at least. Decent? Wait, are you trying to hide that dangling thing? Lady Aelur demands, and he throws his head back to laugh. Finally, someone commented on it. I was worried it was a phantom memory of my true self. And yes, it's considered extremely crass to show it, where I'm from. But I woke up without pants and haven't had the opportunity to cover myself up yet. So you're saying that you've been a bad boy? Magrisa mocks as she flutters down. What's it for, anyways? She reaches out for his swinging privates and gets a swat of the hand from the baton. Hands of the merchandise, he says as he quickly wraps the cloak around his waist and ties it off. I'm going to need a belt or something, if not proper pants. The grand midwives will never stop hunting you. You are a living symbol that they must reclaim. Sounds fun, Magrika comments with a bloodthirsty smile. Tell them to bring their good armor and full money pouches. Entertainment that pays for itself is even better than free entertainment. You will be the last of your line. You will be condemned to never bear a child, and there shall never be an heir to your legacy. Oh, I don't know about that. Mr. Pantsless here can probably get me what I need. Can we not talk about that? Horus says, and Magrisa looks up at him and laughs. Oh, he's shy about it. That's adorable. He can fight many without aid, but doesn't want to talk about children. This is more amusing by the minute. She then turns to Lady Aelur. You go and tell the temple that so long as the Undaunted wants to stay free, then Magrisa the Massive shall be beside him. Oh, and make sure they get that bit about bringing full money pouches when they attack. I love a prize that comes for you. Out of Cruel Space, Part 215, A Scion of Many Worlds. You are endlessly hungry? Magrika demands, and he shrugs. After the fight, they'd kept moving, but he kept swerving away to grab more and more fruit. It was almost routine at this point. A quarter hour of flight. He'd say he'd be back and veer away. He'd then grab a fruit, often seriously angering the local wildlife to his own amusement, and then swoop back in, peeling away the skin. He'd offer her a first bite, and when she refused, he'd devour the entire thing in moments. I am and I am not. I understand that my body will attempt to use the power around us to sustain it, but that's not enough. Furthermore, I want to make it stronger. Stronger both with and without the power. He explains even as he splits another fruit and quickly devours its flesh. His body seems to shift somewhat, and she raises an eyebrow at the odd sight. "What are you doing to yourself?" she demands as she notices his waist bulging sideways as something seems to be filling it under the shell, fur and skin. "Remembering myself, who I was before I was made into this. I've been sensing into my own body. There are a lot of missing bits, and I'm remembering myself to fill it in. It's going to take a lot of sheer food." "And what happens when you're yourself? Will you go home as if nothing happened?" she asks, and he hums loudly in thought. "I don't think I can. I think that I'm a copy." "What?" "There's a way to heal so thorough that the pain of your memories are undone as well. Every wound, every mistake, every scar and sickness, and everything that ever happened undone," Horace explains. Could that allow a warrior to regain limbs?" "Oh yes, regain youth as well. I went in to wipe a few years as a test, and the ban placed on me to retain my memories must have been stolen and used on this body, effectively making another me in an alien body. That would mean that your original self may be centuries dead, perhaps millennia even, unless the ban was some kind temporary thing?" she asked, trying to root out information on this strange being and his circumstances. "It was supposed to be temporary, but I can think of no other way for my mind to end up in another body from that point. If something else had happened, maybe, but I was just lying down for the healing coma." "How is it done?" "Go to sleep with the help of a properly trained doctor or on the right kind of bed. The band is needed, otherwise you lose your memories." "I should have woken up on that bed, younger and stronger, and pulled the band off myself. But instead you woke up nude and in that crystal coffin." "Yes, which means someone's playing a game that involves sending me here where the grand midwives found me. Do you know what could have made that coffin? That kind of manufacturing talent is rare, and..." Magritte trails off as Horace begins outright chuckling at her question. "It's not rare?" "Not at all. Beyond this world. What did Allure call it again? Lacran?" "Yes, this is the world of Lacran, the Eastlands of Urath to be more accurate. This is the Tower Forest, named for its trees, and we're heading to Thorax Village, a place where there are other Urthani. I doubt we can stay there long. It will be the first place the Grand Midwives will look, and you've said that Urthani aren't usually warriors. Bringing battle to those unable to fight is a shameful thing to do. I was thinking you might want some clothing, and to at least see what your own kind think of you." "My kind? I'm not even sure what to consider my kind. Do I even have the same soul? I have the same memories, but best leave questions like that to elders. In a person's twilight years, you not only have the experience to understand such things, but little is expected of the old beyond wisdom, so they're usually good at giving it." Magritte advises, and he lets out a thoughtful rumbling noise that begins to trill before he abruptly stops. The trilling is clearly not his favorite sound. "Do you have better ideas?" "No," he answers simply, and she nods. He excuses himself again and snags more fruit on the wing. He's getting faster at it and brings back two. One he offers to her, but she waves it away. The sound of him greedily devouring the food sounds as loud as an avalanche, and the strange gurgling sounds as his torso expands and shifts is even more disturbing. "What are you doing to yourself?" "I'm missing organs. Humans have extras. These extras let us devour even toxic foods, a strong defense, but there's a weapon hidden within as well." "A weapon?" He's conjuring weapons within himself? Is he an idiot? "The adrenal glands, they're on the kidneys. Organs that help filter the blood. They give a special drug that makes its user faster, stronger, and immune to pain." "Okay, that does sound impressive, but... And you know exactly how to remake such a thing within yourself?" "I think so. If not, then I'm going to have a stomachache for the record books, he says, and her wings flare out to stop her dead in the air, and he flutters to try and avoid racing away. He looks to her in shock. Then stop, you fool. Reverse whatever great changes you've done, and try not to kill yourself. But it is your flesh, not some cloak in need of stitching or a sword that needs sharpening. You take care of it or you die. Why would you even care? Aren't I just an amusement? He demands, and she sees red and flies into his face until her forehead is butting up against his, so he can see her rage without being able to look away. I declared myself your ally. You declared yourself mine. Do you not understand what that means? No, I'm from another world. Perhaps you should explain. He counters, actually pushing back against her in indignant protest. It means that our enemies are shared, and with the midwives hunting you, they will hunt me too. You left them alive. You made sure they know of us. Us. It's not you or me anymore. It's US now. I didn't expect this to be some kind of twisted marriage proposal for blue midgets. Don't you understand? You're the great prize of the grand midwives. You can do their great and sacred duty without being part of their order. They have to control you or their control over the planet breaks. But if you die, then they're going to string up whoever they think is responsible by their own guts and use all the healing power they have to make sure they scream as long as possible. You're afraid, he says, pulling back and grinning. She drives her head into his jaw and feels something crack. He falls from the air, and then his wings unfurl to slow his descent. She dazed him. Even I can't fight entire armies alone. She snarls down at him. There's a cracking sound and a grunt of pain as he resets his jaw and spits out a bit of blood that clearly has a tooth in it. And that is the greatest difference between us. If I have to, I will break kingdoms by myself. If I must, worlds will burn. And you think you're so mighty, some kind of war god from beyond that makes worlds shake. You bleed far too freely to be a god, child. Magrica taunts, and he suddenly swoops up to her level again. No gods, just men, and if you knew even half of what a man could do with cause, then you would scream in terror. Try me, Magrica snarls. If I wanted that pathetic temple of midwives dead, then I would simply fly back and slaughter them. It is easy to take a life. Life is fragile, waning, weak. I know how to fight a guerrilla war, how to leverage the strength and cunning of a few to slaughter the many. I would foul their supplies, strike as they rest, and butcher them like animals. I chose not to, though, because this world is a possible prize. A prize! An entire planet held captive by a mad cult that threatens the death of entire family lines if their every whim isn't immediately obeyed. That is a prize. I don't even have to conquer it. I just have to break the power of the cult, and the people will follow me willingly. You're planning to become queen of the world? Without an army? How? I'm undaunted. What does that even mean? It is many things. An oath, an army, and it's growing into a philosophy, perhaps even into a way of life as well. To be undaunted does not mean to be unstoppable or unbeatable, but to never stop and to never allow yourself to be beaten. That doesn't make sense, Magrica protests. When is the fight over? When one side has lost. And if one side refuses to accept defeat, if they keep getting back up, no matter how hurt, outnumbered, or outmatched they are, then they die. When do they die? When they can't keep going. Where are you going with this? You can't just choose not to die. True enough, but it's not about doing the impossible. It's about everything else. I am undaunted. I will keep going. I will be strong until it is literally impossible for me to do otherwise. Until I am dead, I am not beaten. I am naked. I am unarmed. I am lost. I am so far away from my fellows, I cannot even tell you the distance. I do not know if I will ever see any of them again. I face an entire world as my possible foe, and my one ally is furious with me. Magrica has no idea what to say to that, especially since he's smiling. I can smell the victory feast already, he says, and she sucks in a shocked breath as it finally makes sense. He's mountain clan, but from beyond the mountains. He's somehow everything they strive to be. Her smile grows to match his. Her people have siblings beyond the stars. Well then, let's go get it, she says, and then flies off towards Thorax village. The staring is uncomfortable. It's one thing to be naked. It's another to be naked and looked at as a cripple. Thankfully, the cloak I've wrapped around my waist is mostly pushing aside the discomfort, even if they're all clearly seeing me as half-naked, thanks to their lack of knowledge of men. The Urthani are a very quiet people. Quiet but curious. There's an area maybe 5 paces wide that none of them are approaching him, but then after that it's a sea of fluffy moth women that are just silently staring at him. Their claws are digging into the wood as they all stare at him. Enjoying the popularity? Magrisa taunts as she heads into the elder's tent. Yes, tent. These women build tents on trees. Less crazy when you can walk 4 people shoulder to shoulder across them and casually fly, but still odd. No, Horace calls back and there's a waver in the crowd. He looks around to try and get at least a semi-decent look at the local clothing. He doesn't think that Magrisa's loincloth and straps would suit him, but if he's an Urthani, he should dress the part. Sort of. Either these women are all naked or wearing white to match the fur. Why's he so dirty? One of the girls asks. Had to avoid a Nagasha, so dirt and mud it was, Horace remarks as he brushes his shoulder a bit. By comparison to these girls, he's absolutely filthy. The leave footprints as you walk around level of dirty, and no doubt they'll probably think he stinks too. And isn't that great for his self-confidence? There's a few minutes as Magrika speaks with the elder, and Horace gets stared at. All right, that's it. Someone stand up so I can figure out what pattern to reshape this cloak into and get some proper clothing on. There's a deafening silence, and he takes 4 long steps to the left, and the women back off and clear a path. He flutters to the side, and the Urthani freeze as he's right there in front of them. Stand up, please. Wait, what are you planning on doing? You don't plan to tear off my breasts and rear end as yours were, are you? I am a man, not a woman. I am perfectly healthy and uninjured. Maybe a little dirty, but that was to hide from the heat sensing of a Nagasha for a time. Please stand up. I will not hurt you. At most, I will touch your clothing to better understand how it's put together. Is a man some kind of distorted woman? Is that why you have no woo? She asks, and Horace blinks as he tries to process this. It's a quirk of language. I have lost nothing and am not distorted, just different, Horace says, and she stares up at him before slowly rising up. It turns out she's wearing a stark white chest wrap and a long loincloth that hangs all the way down to her ankles. Does no one wear anything but loincloths? She asks as he observes her outfit and finds a sort of cross-stitching in it. The pattern in the cloth, does it mean anything or is it simply something done? He asks, and she fidgets as she takes a step back and lets out a whining sound. Hey, undaunted, stop scaring the locals and get over here. The elder wants to speak with you. Magrika calls from the elder's tent, and Horace nods as he takes another step back from the Urthani woman who scoots away from him before quickly flying off. Horace quickly opens his wings and soars towards the entrance of the tent, and then lands calmly before stepping in. Oh my, aren't you a strange thing? An old voice asks before he can properly scan the area. There is a fair amount of wispy smoke in the air, rising from ornate clay pots with many holes within them. There is something in the smoke, some kind of medicine or painkiller. Between several of them sits the elder, a withered, shaking husk of a woman with her eyes bound to signify her blindness. But her antennae are fully intact and she can clearly make him out with trivial ease. Compact and different. He is, as you explained, Magrika, the elder says, emphasizing the he. See? Magrika's reliable. She knows what few do. Magrika boasts, and Horace gives her an odd look for speaking in the third person. Sit down, child. I've left the fluttering fear of my youth long behind, the elder says, and Horace steps forward and sinks into a cross-legged position. I am told that you are a stolen mind placed in a stranger's body, that you are separated from your people and hunted by the grand midwives, that you can fight many while alone and fear nothing, that your claws, delicate instruments of climbing and cutting, are seen as crude and blunt by you. I am told many things. However, I chose only to believe what I know to be true. Meaning? Lean forward, child, she says, and Horus does so. She leans over, and her antennae brush against his. There is more to the story, the elder exclaims. Really? Magrica asks excitedly. Your body is ancient and unaging. Your mind is the youngest thing you wield. Your flesh is older than this entire village. You have been bathed in the tears of a spider garbed in white, who weaves a shattered web of numbers and knowledge. You are the sacrifice that has awoken in the ruined temple. You are lost and discarded. You are pain. You are loss. You are hope and fear and wailing despair. She says, leaning back and smiling. What does that mean? I am lost. What happened? I cannot tell you. Events leave an impact if you know how to look. But just because I can see what happened to and around your body does not mean I know all things. I have seen the spider. I have seen time incomprehensible pass. I have seen despair and pain, and I have seen her plan to destroy your flesh time after time, but unable to do it. Most times she is weeping. That makes no sense. If this spider is so attached, then why would she place my mind in this flesh? I do not know, but I do know it was recent. Not even a single season has turned since your mind was placed within that body. Can you trace it back? Is there a way of communicating with my other self, or maybe with my people? I can do quite a bit alone, but I'm stronger as part of an army. No, not without an artifact to serve as the link. I saw the artifact, but it's not with you, is it? It was not in the crystal coffin. Is there a way to contact my people? I believe so, the elder says. Although I advise you to depart soon. To save my village, I must say all that I have learned to those that come seeking you. You must understand this. You have your priorities and we have ours. Just remind our pursuers that we request they chase us with full purses so we may dine on their coin, Magrica says, and Horus snorts. Then to the north I bid you. Areda's Valley is what you seek. Therein lays the order of star-seekers. The women there spend their lives reaching outwards to divine wisdom from the heavens. Have them connect you to your brother, to the soul you were twinned from. With their help, you should be able to speak with him, share memories of the stars, and with that, the Dauntless will be able to predict where I'm looking up at the night sky from. Dauntless, undaunted. What are the differences? The elder asks. The Dauntless is the name of a massive warship that I serve, that my brother serves upon. The undaunted are those who have sworn the oath. There are few upon the Dauntless that have not sworn the oath, and many off it have sworn it as well. It's just occurred to me, Magrica notes, and Horus turns to her. She smiles. You are not Horus Blue, your brother is. So what is your name? He blinks in realization. She's right. Horus Blue is the name of the human solar serving on the Dauntless. He's a Caribbean man and self-taught mixologist, but he looks at his alien claw, the serration and harshness involved. He takes in the sensation of the very pulses of electromagnetic energy that his antennae are sensitive to. He can see the crowd outside trying to listen in and can feel them shifting around nervously despite not being able to see it, hear it, or smell it in any way. He growls in his throat with a slight trill to it before he shifts how he's sitting and focuses deeply. He goes into his childhood, goes into his youth, and considers, thinks and deliberates. Then he grins. Jasper Blue, then? What? Then call me Jasper Blue, he says before chuckling. It's a joke and a way of stepping apart. I am not the person that went to sleep in an experiment with healing comas. I am something new. I am still of my family. I still have those forming memories and lessons, so I am still a Blue. But I'm not Horus, so I'll be Jasper instead. But a jasper is a kind of stone. I don't know what a Horus is, so how did you get? The elder asks in confusion. There are many stories back home. Jasper and Horus were minor villains. It's a silly joke to break down the horror of what's going on. The now renamed Jasper says, rising up. Hold a moment, the elder says, and she grabs a cane from nearby and rises up slowly until her antennae are nearly in his face. Kneel, child. Kneel so your name can be made yours. Jasper falls to a single knee, and with a single, slightly shaking claw, the elder traces out a circle between his antennae and then places her palm upon it. She then speaks loud enough for the Urthani outside to hear her. I am Granzi, elder of Thorax village. A child is before me, his journey long and strange, his path twisted and made of starlight and tears. He has found that the name he has worn is not his to wear, not his to have. So he has placed it aside in humility and respect. And so, with respect and humility, I give to him a new name, the name he has chosen. Outside the tent, there is a rhythmic trilling from the Urthani. They may not be sure about him, but this is something they're positive of. This is something they know. You have knelt before me as a child of the family known as Blue. You borrowed the name of your brother Horus. You have chosen the name of Jasper. So rise, Jasper Blue, and bear your name with pride. May all of Lochran know this name in the days to come. Thank you, Elder Grancy, Jasper says, not knowing what else to say. If you want to thank me, then garb yourself properly. It's indecent for an Urthani to bare their chests like that. I only have so much material in this cloak, and there's a long flight ahead of me, Jasper protests as Magrika snickers to herself. Do you not know how to sew and weave? I do. Heck, I know how to do it with axiom, or the power, as most of you seem to call it. It's just, I don't know enough about this world. If I make the wrong clothing, I may bring about fights that are better avoided, and when never mind. Can you show me some examples of clothing that would be appropriate for me to wear? She gestures to a chest in the corner. I doubt what's there will fit you, but if it's merely the pattern and cut you seek, then it will serve. Thank you, he says and quickly steps over to open the chest. There is an oiled vest and pants with large compensation for the sheer size of the women in the world. It's been years since those fit me. The lacings along the side are for practical purposes, but also decorative. Elder Granzi says, and Jasper nods and grins as he sets them down, and then adjusts the cloak to be worn properly. He pulls at the axiom and shifts and molds the power to reshape the oiled leather. He also pulls at the wood of the two sticks he still had to form hidden armor. There's an appreciative whistle, and he turns around to see Elder Granzi withdrawing a polished silver mirror. The being Jasper sees in the mirror is baffling, so thin with a deceptive coat of white fur with dabs of brown mud on it. The antennae stand tall and curve back somewhat. With the deep brown vest he's created, it shows just how skinny he really is, and his pants also squeeze down the fur. However, it makes his arms and the legs from the angle down look like puffballs until they reach the three-part black claws. He turns to see that the fur on his head is longer than the rest, but thankfully reaching backwards due to his flying in the mud to accidentally style it. Thankfully, his face is mostly human-looking, but still covered in white fur. The fur is long enough that it hides his tiny nose, and the large black eyes are more like darkened searchlights. He opens his mouth to see the small forest of needles angled inwards. They're more for holding something in place as he drinks from in than for chewing, slicing, or crushing. That should be something to focus on when he tries to regain some more human traits. He wants to eat more than the pulped insides of fruit and tiny chunks of meat. He sticks out his proboscis and shudders at the sight. Interesting. Wait. A proboscis is often part of a nose, but I have a nose. We still need to breathe with our mouths full, Elder Granzi says, and Jasper nods. Ah, by the way, what does the trilling mean? The trilling? Elder Granzi asks, making a trilling sound herself. He nods and she smiles. It means you are paying attention. It's affirmation. It is many things and even anything, but mostly it is to declare that you are there and offering your attention. I see, so... Jasper's next question is cut off by something in the distance roaring, and he can sense all the Urthani take off to the higher branches of the tree. Whatever it was spooked them bad. I hadn't known one had gotten that big. Elder Grancy remarks as Magrika pops up with an eager look. Mine, she calls, and Jasper gives Elder Grancy a confused look. If she's up for a fight, then we're in for a treat. Come along, Jasper, she says, hobbling out on her cane, and with an amused look on his face, Jasper follows. Nothing like a bit of exercise to round out a day, especially now she knows that she's dealing with a proper clanswoman. Or is it clansman? Either way, his heart is Mountain Clan, something she should have caught on to when he requested to fight 15 opponents by himself. A little stupid, but knows when to be respectful, knows when to take advice, and has a mission. So she's not only got fun times ahead, but someone reliable to watch her back, especially as he grows more and more comfortable as an Earthani, which is an odd thing to consider. The roar of the Vanek sounds out as she sees a large creature thumping around. The nasty things have to be culled every few years before they grow too big. But if one's a particularly successful hunter, it grows very quickly, usually losing the traits that made it such a good hunter, and then goes on a rampage. The big, stupid thing made of gray hide and leaves slams out of the underbrush with a bellowing roar. "A gorilla rhino shrub?" Jasper asks from above in confusion. "It's mine, my opponent," she calls up to him. I get it. You've got dibs. I'm just watching," Jasper says from above. "What is that thing anyways? Is now the time? So you're saying you can't give a lesson while teaching that ugly thing who's in charge?" His teasing tone brings a grin to her face, and she laughs as she launches herself down at the horned beast. It takes a swipe at her, but like many oversized creatures, it has little, if any, answer to what to do when the smaller thing you attacked just rides the blow. Then comes the standard routine. A noise of confusion, a grunt this time, followed by the first few dignified attempts to shake her off. After that, they get more and more violent until the creature either slams into something it really shouldn't, or she decides to end the fun herself. The comfortable routine of killing something hundreds of times her size is like a warm blanket on a cool night, familiar and very welcome. There is still something to consider. After all, having a Vanek rattle the tree of an Earthani tribe is just rude. Poor moths are so flighty it might even traumatize a few. Oh, right, Jasper wants to know what it is. That gives her an idea. She pulls on the power and her limbs grow absurdly strong, even as her wings flare out, and suddenly stop the thrashing in midair. She then heaves hard and the Vanek goes soaring upwards. It's called a Vanek. They start off as plants that use sweet smells to first lure in bugs. Then they start to move more and more as they go on to bigger and bigger prey. "Neat! How big do they eat?" Jasper calls down to her as Elder Granzy starts laughing in amusement. The Vanek reaches the top of its arc some 10 meters away from them, flailing hard and bellowing in the moment where gravity seems to be absent. Then physics comes back to remind everyone that while she'll let you have your fun, there's a price to pay for the ride. This is about the limit in this area, but in places with larger creatures to feed on, a Vanek can seemingly blot out the sky. Magrisa explains as the beast falls and she angles herself before giving a mighty heave of her wings and launching clean through the beast like an arrow. She then snaps her wings open and stops her flight on the same level as Jasper and the Elder, receiving a strange gesture from Jasper as he slams his claws together and nods. "What are you doing?" "It's called applauding. It's a compliment," he says, and she smiles before fluttering over to land on the branch next to them. "And what's that thing you've torn out of the beast? Something vital, I assume?" "Oh, this," she asked, putting the large pulsing orb she ripped out of the Vanek down. The fact that it's as tall as she is was no impediment to her ability to rip it out. This is the core, kind of both the heart and brain of the Vanek. They're actually plants you see once they lure in their target, usually with a power-laced song or a sweet smell. They use the song to put them to sleep and wrap around them. They then eat their prey and grow much, much bigger. This one must have caught an alpha pack beast, or maybe a storm washed up a greater seafang. Either way, the Vanek ate well and decided that it was time to go out and chase down its meals rather than wait for them. Are these things a danger? Do they attack people? They root near the ground only and only in wet areas. They're also rather slow when they're small, and more powerful minds easily resist the songs, no matter their size. Elder Grancy explains before smiling. In fact, we have a grove of them we've cultivated to work as traps for the beasts of the forest. We make sure the vines are in good position and then take a chunk of their catch. It's how we get most of our meat. Also, these cores are delicious when cooked. Roasted on a spit until the juices are steaming, and then let it cool for an amazing meal. Magrika explains with a grin. Are they good raw? Jasper asks. They can be, but Vanek core is a rare treat. Usually something for ceremonies only. Elder Granzi notes, of course naming so unique a Urthani could count. It's far too big to easily cook. So I'll tell you what, you make sure the girls know who to thank for the feast, and I'll trade this core for one the size of my fist. Anything else? Elder Granzi asks, and Magrica considers. You have to let Jasper have some, but he's already eaten a lot, so I doubt he'll have much more than a taste. By all means, please have the first stab, Mr. Blue, Elder Granzi says, and he smiles before regarding the massive orb. Is something wrong? Just figuring out what to rip out first. I think I got it, he says, stepping forward and bringing his arm back to plunge into the fruit and get a good handful. Not like that, Elder Granzi scolds him, and he flinches. Use your tongue. You mean the freaky stabbing hose thing in my mouth? He asks, and Magrica starts giggling and congratulates herself for calling it. Something wrong? She asks, trying and failing to project innocence. Look, this thing is really weird, and it's the main way most Urthani eat. Our sense of taste is strongest through it. Elder Granzi says, sticking out her proboscis and stretching it out a foot, wiggling it around to Jasper's combined horror and fascination. So you're daunted by the task in front of you? Magrica teases, and Jasper straightens up and immediately turns to the Vinok core and stabs it with his proboscis. There's a trinity of swallowing sounds as Magrica notes the very easy way to make him do what she wants for later. This is going to be a lot of fun. That was really, really good, Jasper admits after pulling out his proboscis, and Elder Granzi nods. Oh my, yes, the whole village will love it. I'm surprised you have the restraint to stop. It's just hunger. You pull back before you overeat, he says, and the elder nods. Yes, but learning that is something not often seen in someone as clearly young-looking as you are. I know your body's ancient, but I have no idea how old your mind is. 34, he says, and Magrica looks oddly at him. So you're an old pile of wrinkles? She asks, and Elder Granzi gives her a sideways look. Wasn't aimed at you, big girl? Sure, why not? Older mind and ancient body. Why not? Fantastic. Let's get my Vinok core and we can be off. You've got a full stomach, a new name, and a strong mind. I think we can keep flying for a day or two, Magrica announces, and Jasper just nods agreeably. Good idea. The sooner we get to Aridus Valley, the better. Out of Cruel Space, Part 216, a scion of many worlds. The axiom flows into him, slow and careful, much like the additions he's making to his own body. After Magrica freaked out, he had to concede that it was a bad idea to rush his organs being regrown. It was still happening, though. He was just taking it very slowly and carefully. He needs to be able to retain more energy than just the freaking axiom. If there's null on the field, he does not want to be reduced to a puppet with his strings cut. That means fat cells, funnily enough. Go figure that something seen as unappealing would actually be an important part of the human body, or in this case, an upgraded Urthani body. But he needs to store and retain excess calories. Otherwise, any loss of axiom will hurt if not kill him. Either that or develop so much muscle that it can burn itself to keep him moving. Or both. Both is good. Fat cells, a more robust endoskeleton, more nerve development around and in his claws for better control, a more robust digestion and respiratory system. The sheer gaps that were in his biology were as fascinating as they were terrifying. It's no wonder Cruel Space is named as such. Null would render him blind, deaf, immobile, and quickly dead. He would have maybe 5 minutes if he didn't have so much raw axiom bullshit in his body. Still, he's been focusing, improving his mind and memory. He could tell you the taste of textbooks he's only seen in passing, the bits about human organs, the little diagrams in basic science texts. Accurate enough that he's already working on building more of everything. But he's already burned through most of the calories he's taken in while they were still in the forest, and pushing further now that he's running on the local energy field just seems like a bad idea. There's an almost serene calm to the flying now. They've been at it for the entirety of the night and most of a day. He's going to need more water soon. However, he can make do with the axiom. He doesn't want to, but he can. Just the thought of complaining brings back memory of drill sergeants, and he pushes it out of his mind. Although he does need to do something to fill the silence. It's really starting to grate on him. So, he begins, and Magritte looks at him oddly, as if somewhat affronted that he would interfere with the journey with conversation. So, why do you only have a couple of straps for clothing? Wouldn't some form of armor, or at least well-padded cloth, serve better? He asks, and she tilts her head before shrugging. I did have some proper chainmail and a gambeson not long ago, but the problem with being a hunter of monsters and seeker of adventure is that you come across strange things. A lightning storm granted great power to a lodestone, as I did battle with a great beast. It dragged me to the lodestone and would have held me helpless if I didn't use my wings to cut myself out. In my haste, I stripped naked rather than just cutting the metal away. A load. Oh, a natural magnet. Wow, you were lucky not to be hit by the lightning in a storm like that. Wearing metal and flying at those times is a bad idea. So you're saying you want to land? Magritte asks, and he gives her a confused look. Can't you taste it? There's a storm coming. Then we should land. Being high up when lightning dances across the sky is never wise. Fair enough, I was waiting for you to notice, to be honest. This is a new body. I can't tell if I'm sensing a storm or indigestion. I don't know it yet, Jasper protests, and she giggles a little at the idea. Then you shouldn't have eaten so much. Come along, let's find some shelter, she says before diving down, and he follows by easily folding his upper wings down over top his lower wings and uses all four to steer the dive. She pulls out at the last moment, and he matches it to keep pace as they start weaving among the hills. There are small caves, and after a bit, Magritte pulls into one, and he flutters to a stop near the entrance and looks in. What makes you think that I can fit into there? He asks after a few moments, and she sighs. Her wings lash out and the stone cracks before detonating outwards. He lands after dodging the blast and steps into the widened cave. Basic stone-breaking silly moth. Stonecutters make use of it all the time. Magritte notes before there's another crack and the cave widens again. A huge chunk of rock is tossed out, and Jasper outright catches it and sends Axiom into it to reshape it into a leaning door that he puts to the side. Hey, go out and hunt something, will you? There are boar spine serpents around here. The meat's real good. There are also spine tubers. They cook real well and pair wonderfully with the serpents. Yay, all right. Should I look out for firewood too? I've got the firewood and shelter. Just get the food and don't worry about water. It's coming to us, Magritte says, and Jasper churns that over in his mind for a moment before shrugging. He'll panic when the local guide does. All right, 2 serpents each and an armful of tubers. Jasper considers it, wondering exactly how big the snakes are. Sounds like a meal, Magritte says, and he nods. So they're likely the size of garden snakes then. With poison being a rare trick in the Axiom, parts of the galaxy snakes don't really have much to scare him. He quickly flies up and gives his antenna a bit of a flick around to mostly just feel them move forward. The hills are thriving with life. The earth is covered in grass, shrubs, and some trees. The stones are usually accompanied by a thick coating of moss, and tiny things dart around in the undergrowth. He swoops to a nearby hill and flies low to get as clear an image as he can. He can sense somewhat into the earth, but it bleeds away quickly past about a meter, which is still plenty deep enough for him to notice an incredible variety of life, such as the burrows of some small creatures that link together to form small cave systems in the soil and just under the roots of the grass. There's a flicker of something long, and he grabs at it before pulling back to find a large serpent, as thick as his arm and as long as his body, writhing in his grip as its Axiom camouflage fades. A quick grab of its head, and he punctures into its brain to stop it for good. That's one boar spine, or at least he's assuming it's one, as it has a spiny pattern along its body when not camouflaged. He'd also yanked it out of a tunnel it was digging down, or boring into the earth after the little things that scurried underground. Paladin Mary Allure, I must admit you have never before come to us in failure. I am uncertain how to progress. Grand Midwife Lady Morgana notes as Lady Allure kneels before her. I'm sorry, milady. The Altered One referred to himself as a sergeant of the Undaunted. Magritte the Massive referred to him as Horus. The Altered One fought like several warriors at once. They tore my weapon to pieces, danced around the blows of my soldiers, and was utterly fearless in battle. Lady Ellior says before thinking. Why was I not warned about their battle prowess? It's one thing to recover a holy relic. Even a living one can be easily retrieved. But a holy warrior? A hostile holy warrior? That's a very, very different problem. We are not here to discuss why you failed, only that you dared to. The image of Grand Midwife Lady Ashen begins only for the image of Lady Karis to silence her with a glare. Sister, more patience is needed. Our paladin is correct. It is unfair, unwise, and unreasonable to expect her to retrieve an actively hostile holy artifact. Miladies, why is the artifact hostile? Who are the undaunted? What is a Horus? And from where did this thing come from? How dangerous is it? This artifact, if left unchecked, could cause the entire world to rip itself asunder in war. Lady Ashen says, pulling herself up on her coils to sit a little higher as she is projected into the temple. He can bring this world into war unending. If we're to contain the threat, then we have to look at the situation frankly and without delusion. Lady Aelier, the artifact is an Earthani man. He is not twisted, he is not tainted or injured or ill. He is a man, the lost part of all races upon Lacran, the male, the breeder, the seeder, that which places life within the woman so that she may bear young. But that's what our order does. Well, not my part, I protect midwives, but the order as a whole is what creates life. It isn't natural, Lady Aelier. It is a measure of desperation. All are taught that their ancestors came to Lacran in the midst of great disaster. What they are not taught is that there was something of near indescribable value lost in the disaster. The men, the males, they bore many titles. Father, if they helped to seed your life. Brother, if they were born of the some mother or father. Grandfather was a generation removed. Son was if you were so blessed that you bore a man. But they had another title, one that will be very dangerous in the days to come, Karis says as she fluffs out her wings and then resettles. Is it undaunted? Lady Aelior asks in suspicion, and there is some slight laughter. No, undaunted is unknown to us as a title. Karis was alluding to the title of husband. It is akin to a cross between midwife and lover. This Horus, he is Earthani, meaning his time of agitation is when the rains pour down. When the air grows wet and the beating of raindrops sound out, he will grow desirous, and he will feed that desire by mating. Lady Ashen says, and Aelier looks shocked. What? And each time he mates, there is a chance, a very good chance that a child shall be conceived. But what is guaranteed is that he will steal the loyalty of whomever he lays with. To make matters worse, much of the world is already addicted to the act, including all within this room. Us, you. We have all felt the burning loins. By quenching the burn, we have all tasted a small piece of what it is to lay with him. What? The burning loins is not a simple agitation like the bleeds. It is a sign of readiness for a man. There is only one upon the world, and he broke free right at the beginning of the storming season. Unless by some miracle the clouds stray far from his path, his own loins will burn. But he will quench them in the nearest women and breathe life into her, even as he secures her loyalty and brings her to great bliss. This is madness. Is this creature a demon? Some kind of mind-stealing monster? Number. This is because life is sacred and precious. It is ultimately a man's place in existence to breed and bring life. It is a holy calling, but he has also been taught the ways of battle and has grown comfortable with it. Which is concerning, Lady Karis remarks. What is the mission, my ladies? Much of this I will need to consider, but if there is a quest, then let me hear it, so I may begin. Temper your eagerness, Lady Aelier. We have been caught off guard once. We have sent a mission to Thorax village. If there is any knowledge to be had, then it will be likely found there. Why? Allure asks. He is an Earthani. He will seek his own no matter how strange he is, if for no other reason than to seek the measure of the local Earthani. Lady Morgana says calmly. Rest yourself, Paladin. Things have occurred that none of us could have predicted. We must keep peace upon Lacran. I still don't fully understand how one, effectively a single rogue midwife, unable to teach their art to others, can be a threat. Because he can teach his art to others. When a man is used to plant the seeds of life, There is a chance for another man to emerge. The chance is small, but not insignificant. If he is within a large town or a city when the rains come down upon him, then there will be dozens, perhaps even hundreds of pregnancies. Of them, there is almost a guarantee to be at least one man born among them all. After some years, when he has grown of age and reaches the time of the burning loins in his life, he shall do the same. The entire time his father's doing the same. If he sires only 10 sons, and those sons sire 10 sons, and they sire 10, then within 3 generations we have thousands of rogue midwives running about the world. Then what happens to our ability to force peace among the queendoms? It is lost forever. If we can't threaten them with sterility, then they won't cease their wars, Lady Ellior says as all 4 of her eyes widen in terror. Even if they are planning only to live peacefully, they will cause oceans of blood to be spilt. And they will begin wars. Half of all brigands, if not more, are in fact soldiers who have already had daughters going out to harm their enemies. Not to mention there is not a single nation that isn't attempting to provoke their enemies into extinction, Lady Karis mutters angrily. There is silence for a moment before Lady Morgana smiles. Ah, it appears the mission has been of some success. She withdraws a fair-speaking orb from her robe and allows it to float before her. Around it, the image of Lady Cuthbert and Elder Grancy of Thorax Village appear. My ladies, they've been here. Elder Grancy offers her full cooperation, but warns me that she told both Magrisa the Massive and our missing Altered One, who has now taken the name of Jasper Blue, that she would be doing as such. Lady Cuthbert announces, and all 3 heads of the Grand Midwives nod. Attempting to keep neutral, are we? Lady Karis asked pointedly. Keeping neutral, milady. I have no interest in angering a pair of powerful warriors while they are in the midst of my village or inspiring them to revenge. But I have even less interest in opposing the Grand Midwives. I will tell you all I have learned freely and without recompense. Elder Grancy states, and there is some nodding. First and foremost is the origins of the unusual Urthani Jasper. He is unlike any being I have even imagined. How so? He was not born, he was crafted. His body was formed from a tuft of fur somehow made to grow an entire Urthani from it, then left to sleep for eternities without awakening. Much of these eternities had the being that crafted his body, a great spider, weeping over his sleeping form and often moving to destroy or wake it, but never actually doing so. What? Lady Morgana asked in shock. What does that mean? I can only tell you what I saw, not what it means. My knowledge is limited, Elder Grancy states. Anyways, everything changes when the spider brings a strange band and places it upon his sleeping brow. She lays it there for a moment before sealing him into a crystal coffin and sending him into the stars. I don't understand. Why would she do that? Lady Aelior asks. I do not know. However, what Jasper himself has said has filled in some blanks. Elder Grancy says. The band was used as part of a healing ritual, one so powerful that time itself can be thrown back, but dangerous because memory can be undone by its power. That's what the band is for. It retains the shape of the soul and allows memories to be held. This band was stolen and then used upon the body of the sleeping Urthani to put a copy of the mind of a man named Horace Blue into it. The body is centuries old. The mind has a little more than 30 years of memories, and they've been joined together for less than a season, which leads the question as to what kind of soul is in that body. It's one thing to have a man running around, but what kind of man is he? Lady Karis asks. A warrior. He explains as serving upon a warship called the Dauntless and how it has given birth to a type of people called the Undaunted. It carries an oath, which I do not know, and an idea, one which has him facing forward as if nothing can stop him. He can already smell the victory feast he claims. That sounds like the mountain clans, Lady Allure notes. Yes, Magrika was very excited. Elder Grancy notes calmly. Anything else? Lady Karis asks. They are heading north to Aretas Valley to speak with the Order of the Star Seekers. Jasper hopes to use their power to contact his brother, the being from which his mind and soul was twinned. If it works, then the Undaunted will come here to retrieve him. Are you telling us that an entire army worth of men is soon to descend upon this world? Lady Ashen exclaims. Paladin Aelior, you have a chance to redeem yourself. Go to Eridus Valley and stop them from summoning that army. The world is already on the brink of war. Their outside interference will cause countless lives to be lost. He just wants to return to his own kind, Elder Granzi protests. And in doing so, he may bathe this entire world in blood and misery. We lost nearly everything in the disaster that left us upon Lacran, and he risks destroying what's left. I see that things are going to be interesting in the upcoming times. I only ask that my small village and people be left alone. I have offered all my cooperation and told you everything. The only thing left are small details such as that he's now wearing clothing, had some hesitation in using his proboscis to eat, considers his claws to be crude and brutal weapons. Small things such as that. Yes, yes, Thorax Village has not earned our ire. If anything, you've earned our favor with your cooperation. Lady Cuthbert, return to us. Lady Morgana states, and there's a nod from the knight, and the image cuts off. Lady Aelure, as much as Lady Ashen and I will disagree at times, she is correct in that you need to head off this Jasper. He and Magrica are now a great threat to the stability of the world, and if you cannot capture them both, kill them. My lady, the storms are descending upon the area surrounding Eridus Valley. This Jasper will soon have burning loins that he will quench. At the very least, Magrica will be pregnant, and she has a possibility of having a son. But it's a sacred thing to, Lady Aelure protests. I know it goes against the very heart of our beliefs to attack an expectant mother. However, if we do not, then there will be unimaginable bloodshed. Lady Ashen says before sighing, I understand that I am often seen as cruel and unrelenting. But there are things that must be done to maintain peace upon Lacran. If you cannot bring them to one of our temples, then send them to their ancestors. Yes, milady, I shall, Lady Aelure says, looking down in shame. Out of Cruel Space, Part 217, A Scion of Many Worlds. This is a recap chapter from this NSFW chapter. If you want to read the full story, please go to the original Reddit post. Magrica and Jasper find themselves caught in a rainstorm, taking shelter in a cave. There's clear romantic tension between them, but Jasper is hesitant due to his unfamiliarity with his transformed body and concerns about their different cultural backgrounds. When Magrica makes advances, Jasper initially rejects them, explaining the importance of mutual consent and emotional connection. This leads to a heated discussion about their different cultural perspectives on relationships. After working through their misunderstandings, they come to appreciate each other's viewpoints. Jasper opens up about his fears and uncertainties about being stranded in this world, while Magrica helps him understand the value of living in the present moment. They share a tender moment as they bridge their cultural divide, learning to trust and understand one another. The experience brings them closer together emotionally, with Magrica developing protective feelings toward Jasper, a natural response for her species. The scene emphasizes the themes of cross-cultural understanding, trust, and emotional growth while maintaining focus on character development rather than physical aspects. Out of Cruel Space, Part 218, A Scion of Many Worlds. It took several days for the storm to let up. Thankfully, the tubers had a tendency to float, and more than a few game animals sought shelter very close to their little cave, if not in it. Waking up to boar spines in the bed had been a thing, but free food was free food. They couldn't keep gathering firewood, so Magrica taught Jasper a trick to use axiom and superheat some stones to turn them into a small oven. Coupling that with a few points of glowing axiom light that Jasper maintained by imbuing small quartz crystals in the ceiling and walls, and the cave was growing into a comfortable campsite. A campsite in which Jasper and Magrica had gotten to know every little bit of each other, both physically and otherwise. When they weren't experimenting in exactly what they could do with each other, they were sharing stories. Jasper had gone into the many insane drinks that Horus had mixed together while they were in zero gravity, and the difficulty in mixing drinks when the drinks themselves were trying to fly away. But he'd managed to figure out a system in constant and slow movement, usually walking in a long, slow circle with magnetic boots. After that, he had the privilege of serving pretty much everyone on the ship at least once, as his little walks had gotten a lot of attention. Magrice's stories, on the other hand, had included long descriptions of the many weapons she had picked up over the years and on what she broke them on. Short of her own body, everything from axes to maces, hammers to spears, swords to just about anything made of metal, stone, or wood had all proven too frail and flimsy for continual use. Usually she got the best use out of things with a point on the end when she broke them off in the eye socket of her opponents. Apparently all of Lacrin had different forms of massive beasts. Elephants would be downright dwarfish in size compared to the vast majority of local wildlife. And Magrica and her people's entire way of life is based around not only punching outside of their weight class, but having a blast while doing it. Apparently a girl isn't even allowed outside of her mother's sight if she can't take on something the size of a rhino by herself. After that, though, they are all but pitched out the front door into independence and told that the world is their plaything. Those too stupid to temper themselves die in a blaze of glory or on a barroom floor, and the ones with wisdom live lives with an ever-growing mountain of gigantic corpses to stand on. After they've had their fun and decide to settle, they hit up the grand midwives to get themselves pregnant and then head home. The Matak propensity for twins and triplets serves them well to keep their numbers up, and when they settle, they really freaking settle, which means that motherhood is synonymous with retirement, and apparently Magrica is getting close to that age. Not that Jasper could find much in the way of wrinkles to tell of it. Lots of scars, though. Little spots where her skin has a bit of a different texture. No difference in color, though, so it takes some looking. Looks like it's clearing. We best move. The storms will be back quickly, Magrica notes as she glances out past the barrier. All right, do we collapse the cave behind us or leave it up? Leave it up, you never know when you may be coming back some way, Magrica tells him, and he nods even as he adjusts the belt incorporated into the vest and loosens it somewhat. He's grown a little larger and much denser in his time in the cave. A few days and he put on at least 10 pounds of organs and hardened muscle. Perhaps some bone as well. Interestingly, his body seemed to be adjusting itself naturally. His wings were growing larger as well, and his antennae seemed to be more robust as well. There was some kind of balance within him that he was attaining. Now the question was it due to something subconscious as he alters himself, or is it something that happens to every hybrid? Magrica stretches out a bit and then gestures for Jasper to follow as her wings stretch out and she launches into the sky. He keeps pace and looks down to see the hilly region below. It's more akin to a lake with many islands now. It does clarify something that he had noticed but hadn't thought of. The animals don't dig their dens past a certain point, which appears to be a few meters above the current water level. Likely the water level can climb even higher. Magrica, I've been meaning to ask, but what do you know about Aridus Valley? Have you been there before? Why didn't you ask sooner? We were a little busy, he reminds her, and she outright laughs in response. Aridus Valley has only two things: the Order of the Star Seekers and the things that keep it running. A few mines, a few logging camps and quarries, mostly a lot of farms to feed everyone. The Star Seekers are well regarded for their ability to predict disasters and the migrations of larger beasts. A lot of my tribe make a point of paying them a few visits to find out the best places to have some fun. So it's more than just an order seeking enlightenment. They have practical knowledge as well. Oh yes, Star Seekers are well regarded for their wisdom, if for nothing else than the fact they tend to think quite deeply and thoroughly on any question you ask of them. They're also able to speak to each other from great distances and effectively always have their library at their fingertips. Magrica explains, and Jasper snorts. Oh, those girls are going to freaking go insane when we bring the internet to this world. The what? The internet is a massive information repository like a library, but more. If it's set up right, then you can access it from anywhere on a planet, allowing huge amounts of learning to occur, but also large amounts of deception, as any idiot can have their say. And there are a lot of idiots, Jasper says, and she gives him an odd look as he rubs his chin for a moment. No, it's not that there are a lot of idiots. It's that they have a tendency to scream their stupidity from the top of their lungs. Makes it seem like there are 1,000 for each one there actually is. Why not simply ban idiots from using it? Magrica asks and raises an eyebrow when Jasper laughs. Oh, that's a sticky situation. After all, what's the difference between someone stupid and someone wrong? One learns and the other doesn't. But how do you tell them apart in a way that can't be cheated? That can't be fooled? That's much more difficult, Magrica admits, and Jasper nods. Hence the problem. Give the world a way for people to speak at large, and some idiot will start screaming their stupidity for all to hear. Weren't you arguing it as a good thing? Oh, yeah, I was. He notes, and she starts laughing. He rolls his eyes and joins in with a few chuckles. The flight grows fairly quiet after that, as they focus on making the best time they can. Jasper has to resist the urge to dive at and grab some promising-looking fruit bobbing in the water below, but manages to push it off with the mental consideration that there's likely a fair amount of food, if not a lot of food, to be found in Aridus Valley. So, do you think we'll be ambushed on the way to Aridus or at Aridus? Jasper asks, and Magrica laughs. That's no answer. Both, she says, and he looks to her, and she points. In the distance, there is a plume of smoke rising from one of the hills. It's a thin thing, but deep in color. They must be burning some still living wood to get that effect. If they're going for stealth, they're fools. Meaning it's likely a signal to draw us out to fight, or perhaps something else. Magrica agrees, and they both nod. She leads the way down, diving to the small island, and he follows. The sheer speed caused things to blur to sight and sound as the winds howl in his ears, but he can easily sense things through his antenna, even with them being blown back against his skull. Although the tactile sensation is beyond bizarre, there is no organ on the human body that compares. It's more like having flexible sonar towers that also are as sensitive to touch as your fingers. Then he swoops fully into range of two enormous crocodile women, one on all fours and with a gigantic tail, and the other without. Or at least he's assuming that the scales with those almost Rex-like claws is crocodile. Someone crossed dinosaurs with women to get these results. One stands upright and is giving him an odd look, and the other is on all fours and lying comfortably on the warm stones. I see that there's no fight breaking out. Friends of yours? Jasper asks as he swoops in. Something like that. Actually, no, I've never met these people before. But they're not a danger, so it's close. Magrica muses as the two reptilian women look concerned. There's a similarity to the cast of their faces, but they look like two different races. Something is up. I suppose that's as friendly as the mountain clan gets, the bipedal one notes. Really, she's been plenty friendly to me. You introduced yourself by grabbing me around the neck and slamming me into a wall, Magrica reminds him, and he shrugs. It was another time, Jasper says with an amused grin. It was 5 days ago. Another lifetime almost. How does an Orthani get aggressive enough to choke and slam a metak? The larger of the two reptile women demands, and Jasper shrugs. Well, when a mommy Orthani and a... You know what? You actually don't have the cultural backing for that joke. Never mind. I don't have the cultural backing for that joke. What does a mother have to do with anything? Magrica demands, and he shrugs. I was about to explain the sex and reproduction, but on this world it's all done through the grand midwives, and I don't think I can work the joke that way. What? The smaller of the two reptile women asks incredulously. Maybe we should try from the beginning? The larger asks. An excellent idea. In the beginning there was nothingness, just silence and darkness across all things. Then something caused it to collapse in upon itself, and it then built in power until it erupted into an explosion so fierce that warmth and light was brought into the silence and darkness. Sound and movement into the stillness, and Jasper is cut off when Magrica's shape-shifting wings snaps over his mouth to shut him up. They were talking about introductions, you enormous goof, she says simply, and he mumbles into her wing and gestures a bit as if having a full conversation. She lets him go. What was that? He makes a mumbling sound again and repeats the gesture. The joke's dead. Okay, fine. I'm Sergeant Jasper Blue of the Undaunted. This is Magrica the Massive of the Mountain Clans. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing? He asks kindly, and both reptile women are taken aback. So polite. Where did this come from? The larger asks. Just because I like to have fun doesn't mean I don't know my manners. he says with a slight bow and a smile before gesturing towards her. Now please, your name? I am Gracia Mulhide. This is my daughter, Garcia Mulhide. The larger one introduces herself with a hand to her chest and a slight dip of a bow. Jasper looks between the two. Yes, there's a resemblance, but they seem to be an entirely different species. He still hasn't put it together. Is something wrong? I've never met your kind before. I'm a little confused, Jasper admits, and the mother and daughter look baffled. Where have you been living? Garcia demands, and Jasper shrugs. Centris? On the Dauntless, on Earth. I've not been on Lacron very long. Jasper, Magrica scolds him. What? Is it supposed to be a secret? Well, yeah. No. This is weird. I suppose not. How strange, Magrica notes. It does seem to be something we should keep secret, but it isn't, is it? Not only is it not something we should keep secret, but it's not something we can keep secret, Jasper answers. Excuse me, Gracia states, and Jasper and Magrica both look to her. But what do you mean you haven't been on Lacran long? I'm from a distant world, several in fact. I've got a very strange set of circumstances that led to my being here. It's so strange to be open about this. It feels like it should be a great secret. If your opponents want secrecy, drag things into the open and make them impossible to ignore. If they want exposure, turn it against them and make them into a mockery. Shouldn't you hide things if your enemies want them in the open? It's hard, if not impossible, to keep secrets when someone's working to actively expose it. Instead, make them look like the idiot for trying to boast or show what they're exposing. Make them the fool for making a big deal out of something, and all their efforts come to is nothingness, Jasper remarks before chuckling. What's so funny? Just remembering where I picked up this knowledge. I would sit near the intelligence division at mealtimes to try and overhear things. They never spoke about what they were digging into or lying about, but the hows of it was fascinating, Jasper says, and Magrica just looks at him oddly. We've spent days together and you still baffle me, she admits, and he chuckles before clicking his claws together. Be amazed at the most baffling Urthani to ever be, he says with a pose and a laugh, before freezing and turning his head and pointing to the next island, hill over. 6 people, weapons and armor, hostile stances, 2 crossbows, 3 with swords, and a final one with a large axe. Bandits? Garcia asks, and Gracia reaches out and pulls her close. Maybe you two get into something defensible. We're going to say hello. Magrica orders the 2 women as Jasper cracks his neck and feels the satisfaction of his more robust endoskeleton cracking a bit. You're bringing an Urthani to a fight? That's madness. They can't, Gracia protests just before Jasper launches into the air straight up and then dives down to the next island. This one can't contain himself in his eagerness for battle, Magrica says with a grin as there's a shout of alarm and Jasper clearly catches something that missed him regardless. Excuse me, otherwise there'll be no fun for this big girl. She zips over as fast as her wings will carry her to make sure she misses none of the show. Holy hell, these girls are Aramenta. All of them have pale green skin and hair that flows like water. They're simply staring incredulously as Jasper outright lectures one of the crossbow women for her poor aim, reckless use of the weapon, poor maintenance of the weapon, terrible firing stance, the awful state of the ammunition, and he starts working in on her personal hygiene and how she should cut her hair short if she can't be bothered to run a brush through it when they finally seem to notice not only Magrica showing up, but that they really shouldn't have been listening to him outline all the ways they fail. The abyss are we doing? Get them! The axe wielder screams from the back, and the swordswoman nearest to Jasper takes a swing at him, only for her sword to be caught in his grip, without breaking the crossbow bolt he's holding in that hand. Oh, so you want your turn? Fine. Bad enough that your friends there are using chunks of firewood to throw splintery sticks around, but you think you're going to get anything other than tetanus swinging this rusted chunk of iron around? The hell is even holding it together? Pity? I admit there's a lot of that to go around when you're using a sorry piece of shit like this as a main weapon. Bad enough that all of your armor comes out of Queer Eye for the broke guy, but seriously, people, what the actual fuck are you thinking? Maintain your equipment. Your life depends on these tools, and you've been treating them like they owe you money. Jasper, not that this isn't making my day, but where is this coming from? Magrika asked with an enormous smile on her face, as the bandits, and bandits they most certainly are absolutely dumbfounded at the lecture they've earned. I'm military. I've trained with weapons to the point of obsession, and if my drill sergeant saw even a speck of this undulating mass of sloppiness on me, they would have broken me like a dried twig and thrown me into the fire. This shit is just inexcusable. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Do you six have a death wish? Hey, you don't get to... The swordswoman tries to get some control as she pulls on her blade to try to free it from Jasper's unbreaking grip. Did I say you could speak? He bellows at her with axiom in her voice so that the sheer force of the shout actually blows back her hair and some of the furs she's got tied to the rusty bits of half-rotted hauberk. And another thing, where did you get your armor? Did you strip them off century-old corpses? Did you raid a fucking ruin? Dig up a damn grave? A dead body would be embarrassed to be in that armor. What the fuck are you doing wearing it? Hey, it works. The only way armor like that would work is if your opponent doesn't want to get splinters of it all over them as they shatter it in one blow. It's almost as bad as these swords. Jasper rants before his grip tightens, and the rusted blade shatters in his grip. All six girls stagger back in shock, and Magrika's eyebrows go up as she notices that the rust was entirely surface level only. The sword was still mostly good iron, and he just snapped it like a twig. Look at that. Look at how easy that was. Jasper, darling, Magrika begins, are you trying to use comedy as a weapon? Because the only way a sword that shit will make an opponent fall is if they're laughing too hard to stand. My love and the star in my sky, Magrika continues, trying to get his attention. I'd tell you incompetence to fall on your own weapons, but these pieces of shit are so pathetic that all they'll do is soften the fall. Father of my children and quencher of my loins. Wait, where? The axewoman begins. Oh, that's it. All of you stand in formation. Now! Jasper bellows out, surprising everyone, and he glares at them. Stand in a line, heels together, shoulders squared and eyes forward. Oh, what are you planning, big man? Magrika asks around some chuckles as the bandits actually jump to obey. I'm going to whip this sorry excuse for a group of warriors into proper warriors. This was an utterly disgraceful display of incompetence and sheer raving stupidity, Jasper barks out at all six women who flinch. By the time I'm done, then maybe these six will be able to look at an undaunted platoon and not be a laughingstock. Wait. Consider yourselves recruits. Until you're at a level where a proper warrior won't spit in disgust, you're on the lowest rank of recruit. Understand? But understand? Yes. You will address me as sir. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. Now hold your weapons out in front of you. I will be repairing your sorry excuses for arms and equipment, and then after that you are responsible for its maintenance and care. But you broke mine. Present arms! Jasper barks, and all six of them hold out their weapons. He grabs the broken sword half from the swordswoman to push the other half of the sword onto it. There's the feel of power, and suddenly the sword is both whole and immaculate. He then reaches over and puts his hand on her shoulder. The power flows again, and her collection of bones, fur, and bits of chainmail shifts. Suddenly, she's in a functional jacket and skirt, reinforced with small plates of glimmering metal and clean, with her hair pulled back into a tight braid that tucks into the jacket. What are you doing? Magrika demands, and Jasper gives her a grin. I'm taking these maggots and putting both discipline and purpose into their lives. You six think it's some kind of game to be warriors? No. It is a calling beyond what you could ever conceive. A calling to better yourself and prove yourself in the most primal and potent of ancient trials. There is no more honest and true test of your abilities and skills. Luck does have its part, yes, but no amount of luck can save the truly incompetent. You have something to say, recruit? Why shouldn't we just... Girls, we should run. This one's crazy. The crossbow woman that didn't shoot at Jasper says. But look at my armor. My weapon is shining like a mirror, the swordswoman says, and Jasper nods. So we're not fighting? Magrica asked in an amused tone. What are you even doing? Well, first it was a joke at their expense, and then I realized I was onto something. We're a joke to you? The axe woman demands. Yes, Jasper says before tapping her in the shoulder, and her own armor and weapon are suddenly immaculate and very similar to the swordswoman. Then why are you literally helping us? The crossbow woman that did shoot at Jasper asks. I'm wondering that myself, Magrica adds. Simple. I'm either getting you girls as recruits or as a workout. It costs me nothing but a moment of my time and a flicker of focus to repair your weapons and armor, he says before grinning. If you girls want to run your shiny new toys come apart. If you want to fight, I can certainly oblige. If you want to follow, then I don't get my fun, but I do get recruits. Why do you want them as recruits anyways? Magrica asks. Gotta start somewhere. Besides, I started out as some idiot trying everything weird I could drink and then getting my ass kicked into shape when the opportunity arrived. Jasper remarks as he walks down the line of bandits and repairs their gear before walking back. Granted, these 6 are an even sorrier pack of pukes than me and my first squad, but you have to start somewhere, even if it is in the pigsty. At that, Jasper spins and catches a sword that had been aimed to his back. All right, all of you, and with all you've got. What? All of you with all you've got, against me. Do all you want to bring in an advantage. In fact, I insist on it. Jasper, what are you doing? Magrica asks, and he chuckles as he paces behind the 6 bandits. No better way to let an enemy know that you're the one in control than letting them have every advantage they can dream of and crushing them anyways. Oh, really? That's what you're doing? All of us on you? With everything we can bring in? You sure you want to take us tightless wonder? The axe wielder asked with a vicious smile. Yes, by all means. Go to the water and use it to strengthen your weapons. Wear it as armor, extend your blows with it. Push yourselves to your limits. I will break you regardless, then I will remake you into something more. Or you can run. You think we're afraid of you? The crossbow woman he caught the bolt from shouts, and Jasper nods as he walks around to the front. Yes, Jasper says. Yeah, you girls are afraid of the tightless Earthani without any weapons. Magrica taunts them. What's going on? Gracia asks from nearby, and Jasper smirks. He knew they were swimming over for a while. Jasper's taking control of a small gang of idiot water bandits. It looks more like they want to kill him, Garcia notes from her mother's back. That's part of it. First they try to kill me, and when they fail, I'll bring them into line. Why do you want recruits? I think that part has been glossed over a few times. Even if everything goes flawlessly with the Order of the Starseekers, it will take time for my people to come. So it's best if I have something to do, like training some new recruits, Jasper remarks. You think we're entertainment? The axe wielder demands in a fury, and Jasper nods. A complete joke as warriors, he states, and there's a pause. All right, you're asking for it. I am. Girls, let's show him exactly why he's made a mistake, the axe girl says as she reaches out with the axiom. Hey, you two should get out of the water and possibly to the other side of the hill. Jasper calls out to Gracia and Garcia, who hurry out of the water at his direction, and from the top of the hill stare down at them all. In a single movement, the axer brings down her axe, and a massive wave crests around. Both miss Jasper, who simply vanishes to the side and doesn't get so much as drop of water on him. I have no idea what the air did to you, but you've clearly taught it a lesson. Then there's a snapping sound, and he's suddenly holding a crossbow bolt. What did I tell you about your stance? Improve it. If you don't know how, then widen your stance and take your time to aim. He tosses the crossbow bolt back to the shooter. You could have lost that bolt in the water somewhere, and that's on top of missing me by a country mile. Kill the arrogant bitch, the axe welder screams out, and Jasper weaves around 3 different sword swings. Then he steps into the line of danger for all 3 swordswomen and ducks down low so that their swords clang against each other. They are then sent staggering back as he rises up to punch to either side and then feints a lunge at the 3rd swordswoman, who flinches back so hard she staggers. Jasper sighs, working from the sty on up. Good Lord, he mutters before swatting the axe swing away and then catching another crossbow bolt. No discipline, less ability to work together. Your stances are as solid as gelatine, and you girls are flailing with these things like clubs. Do you clowns not even know the basic swings? He ducks around a few more and then stomps the ground, causing a stone to rise up. He reaches into it and withdraws an axe of his own and holds it in a solid stance. He quickly deflects 2 swings and then slowly moves through a diagonal swing with his axe. Like this, a horizontal slash with an axe should only be used if the opportunity is overwhelming. Axes are for chopping and controlling the enemy. As he explains, he goes through the motions of up to down diagonal chops with the axe before a large overhead one. Magrica is giggling to herself as he's giving the bandits a lesson, even as he fights them. The 2 crossbow women are looking for an opening, but neither is considering walking to the sides to shoot around their leader and not hit her. A jab with the head is only to throw the enemy off balance. He says, butting her in the stomach with his stone axe, and she staggers back. Then he brings up his axe to hook around hers and toss her around. You're using a bearded axe, which means you can swing enemies around and hook their weapons and armor to control the fight. There's a pair of twangs, and 1 bolt breaks against the head of the axe now behind Jasper, and the other is caught before it goes zipping into the distance to his left. He tosses the bolt back. Accuracy over speed. It doesn't matter if you only shoot once. Make your shots count. There's a roar of frustration, and Jasper scoots back to avoid a stomach slash, and he sighs. Look, if you want to stomach slash open up with a swing to the face, they dodge back, and then if they dodge the stomach swipe, they're off balance. To demonstrate, he swings the axe slowly at her head, and she flinches back, and he slaps her in the side with the flat of the axe. See? It was hard to dodge it, and as you blinked, I was able to get a proper horizontal slash in. No, you didn't. I turned the blow so as not to kill you and you're complaining? Jasper asked before sliding to the side and dodging a man-sized sphere of hyper-compressed water thrown by the 3 swordswomen at once. That was not very smart. The axe wielder sputters and chokes as she clearly inhaled some of the water, and despite being elementally aligned to water, is not able to breathe in it, or at least wasn't ready to. Get her! The axe wielder chokes, and all 3 swordswomen rush at him as the 2 crossbow women miss so badly that Jasper can't even reach out and catch them this time. He hops back and then catches all the swords with the blade of his stone axe. Your teamwork is fascinatingly bad, Jasper remarks in a mildly stunned tone. Then he forces them all back one-handed and lets the axe rest on his shoulder. A moment later, he adjusts it to catch the axe of the leader, and he looks back at her in disappointment. I'm starting to think you girls might not be worth my time. He then slams the butt of the axe handle into her head, and she drops like a puppet with its strings cut. He then shifts his grip on the axe and smacks all 3 swordswomen in a single swing, before vanishing to pommel, the crossbow women and sighing as they all drop. Is this going to be worth my time? Should I keep trying to recruit or just leave them? He asked Magrica, who shrugs. You never know. But these girls clearly have something wrong with them if they think they're going to be bandits with such terrible control of their weapons. Magrica notes, there's also the concern of bringing them with us while the weather's still good. True, very true, although I could probably carry them with enough rope. But do I want to go from press ganging to straight-up kidnapping? Even bandits are owed some form of dignity. Not really. Bandits are disowned by their homelands and not protected under any laws. Even you and I have some consideration as guests within these lands. Of course, if we start breaking laws, those few considerations are taken away, but that's to be expected. So as long as I can prove they're bandits, it's all right for me to literally drag people around on a rope? You want to live outside the laws, then you live outside their protections, Magrica says with a shrug. Isn't that the way it works everywhere? You don't want the laws on you, then you don't get the safety of the laws, right? No, that's really barbaric. There's a certain level of dignity to consider, and oh boy, this planet is all sorts of messed up. You could just drown them if enslaving them is so bad to you. Garcia offers, and Jasper looks at her somewhat shocked at how eager she is to have someone killed. What do you mean by this planet being messed up? Were you being serious when you said you were from another world before? Yes. Yes, I was, Jasper says after a moment. So, you died and came back? Gracia asks. Think of it like sailing. but between stars. Jasper massively oversimplifies and sees that all he did was stir up more questions. Out of Cruel Space, Part 219, A Scion of Many Worlds. Lady Aelur scans over the valley with her 4 eyes as she soars overhead. She had come to peace with what she had to do. Perhaps if L'Kran was not always screaming to rip itself asunder with war, then they could let him be. But if you carry your wishes upon one wing and reality on the other, you will lose all sense of balance. The valley has many forges and fires burning. Its position between many mountains means that it's actually subject to different seasons than the land surrounding them. Now is the dry time, the time of burning, so that the ashes of scrub, grass, and bush could nurture life anew next harvest season. It also carried up the winds and rendered entire days of flight effortless. She could almost nap on the wing, even in full armor. Still, there's a large amount of flight into the valley, and none of them look like Urthani. There had been some Matak, and a few of them were even from one of the mountain clans. Magrisa was not among them. A fair amount of Erumenta are plying their trades during this season of fire, particularly several ice Erumenta who are offering treats of fruit juice and crushed ice. She personally liked the tart orbs. Sure, they weren't the most popular, but that always meant there was plenty to be had, and for a fair price as well. She had made excellent time getting here with a squadron, and had already spoken to the stubborn, stupid, and to be frank, senseless Starseekers. She could understand seeking answers and ways to better your life. She could appreciate their ability to predict the weather and willingness to help the surrounding kingdoms with their harvests, and their sheer duty, where they warned of monsters rising up, was nothing short of inspired. But their heads were somewhere up in the stars themselves because these women were oblivious and just plain stupid. She had explained the danger, explained it many times without giving things away, a rogue midwife willing and capable of training others. She had explained the sheer amount of war and instability such a thing would bring about in the appalling level of bloodshed. The airy idiots had only nodded and agreed to let her and her warriors patrol the valley. How this order could be so wise and so foolish at the same time utterly baffled her. Another of her warriors rises up on the warmar and throws her a salute, relieving her of her patrol. She begins a gentle circular dive and swoops down to the small collection of tents that she and her women had set up. She lands gently and fluffs out her wings before tucking them in nice and tight under her cape. She readjusts her sword for walking as opposed to flying and begins to stretch her legs a little. The reins have stalled out Jasper and Magrika. If it's the burning loins, then she's going to be spherical. She's going to be so pregnant, she tells herself as she untucks her braided hair and shakes her head. All right, girls, you did good, and I've got some money to burn after those beast bones sold so well. You've done me proud today, and you're getting a treat. Jasper's voice sounds out, and Aelur's jaw drops in incredulous bafflement. Feeling as if she's in a daze, she walks towards the source of the sound to find her quarry, with his proboscis in a large fruit, as around him, 6 exhausted-looking water, Erumenta and Magrika the Massive, are all drinking crushed ice treats. All around the 8 of them are massive packs filled with stones and facsimiles of weapons, with further stones tied to them for extra weight. You, what? How did you get into the valley without being seen? We have eyes in the sky. We know everyone that comes into and out of the valley. You girls clearly haven't been keeping watch at night. We've been here for 2 days now. Magrisa notes as she shovels flavored ice into her mouth with her fingers. What? 2 days. We have an appointment later today to speak with the elders, Jasper says after withdrawing his proboscis from his fruit. He gives it a little shake and then stabs it again. Do you have any idea of the damage you're going to cause the world? Wait, what's Sergeant Blue going to do? One of the Erumenta asks, and Aelur looks towards them in confusion. Who are you girls, and what are you doing? I'm Lena. Sergeant Blue was someone we were planning on robbing, and then he drafted us into the Undaunted. He what? He beat these girls so hard that they can't even think about fighting back. He let them attack him at once, fixed their gear before the fight, outright started teaching them as they tried to hurt him, and made a complete mockery of them. They used the strength of water, numbers, and steel to no avail. So now he's teaching them to be warriors, proper warriors, warriors worthy of being sworn in to his own people of the undaunted. Magritte says, and Lady Ayler looks all over them and then recognizes it all at a second glance. Endurance training, a punishing, brutal routine designed to force out strength from even the frailest form. He's also clearly been carrying the largest, heaviest load of the lot, possibly as much as any two combined. He's also a swirling hole in the local power field. He's just drinking things in and doing something to his body, something that he's clearly been up to for a long time as his arms and chest have expanded enormously. There are hints of cracks along his claws now that she's really looking, and he's clearly been forcing himself to fight an enormous amount. There's a cracking sound as the fruit he's drinking from caves in on itself, and he keeps pulling until it's a small, wrinkled bit of brittle plant matter. "Is there a reason you're staring?" Jasper asks with a mildly amused trill in his voice. He clearly knows why she's staring, but wants it said out loud. "How much fighting have you been doing?" she asks, and he shrugs. 4 times daily since coming here, 22 with one-on-one training sessions, and 25 with group training sessions as well. He's been outright beating competence into these girls. It's kind of scary to see, honestly. Magritte adds in with a grin before Jasper chuckles and then bites the shriveled and dried remains of the fruit. It crunches between his jaws, which is not supposed to be able to do that. Lady Ayler watches in awe and horror as Jasper quickly eats the entire fruit, something that an Earthani should not be capable of doing. "Waste not, want not," he says calmly, even as the sheer amount of power he's drinking in from the area around him focuses more on his throat and stomach to accommodate the thing he should not have eaten. "Do you eat rocks as well?" That's about all he doesn't eat. Magritte taunts, and Jasper looks at her with a grin before turning back to Ayler. To be fair, when the fluids are all gone, most foods are basically either jerky or crackers, and both of those are tasty enough. Jasper remarks with a shrug. "So, are we going to be fighting again? I'll give you the same odds that I gave to my new recruits. You and all your friends, with time to plan, and all the power you can bring in. Against me." "What? That's absurd, not—" She catches herself and coughs into her fist. "I have to ask you to come with me. You're a danger to the stability of the world, as is any woman you've impregnated." Stability? Can the world really be called stable if it's only a single step away from eating itself alive in the fires of war at even the best of times? Jasper asks, and she frowns at him. Or is it even stability? As horrific as war can be, it is at times needed. Like the season of fire in this valley, there is a time when destruction is needed, and is in fact the greatest thing for a place. He gestures out to the plumes of smoke rising all around them. From destruction comes new life and creation. Sometimes it must be applied to entire societies. "That's a bit much, big man," Magritte notes, and he sighs. "The problem is that without the threat of extinction over their heads, almost every nation would do so. We don't have to force war. We just have to remove the only bit of mutually assured destruction, and the world eats itself alive." "So you're aware of the danger and you don't care?" "I do care. The problem is that there was a point where things could be resolved without an obscene loss of life. That was past long ago. No, that can't be. Imagine bloodlust and a desire for war as akin to food. It passing from the stomach to be digested and then excreted is the war working itself out and the unpleasantness at the end. Your order and its relentless desire for peace has gotten in the way of this process. War may be terrible, but it drives things forward, it brings needed change, and it shifts things, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. That's simply not true, isn't it? In the early days of Lacron, there was no need for paladins and knights of the Grand Midwives. There were simply small churches of knowledge dedicated to keeping civilization alive. You advocated for peace, and that's not a bad thing, but you were forced to take control in order to ensure it. The problems continued and continued with no way for nations of people to express their feelings properly or even vent them, and the anger turned to hatred, which became a poison, one that may destroy the world. And what would you have done? Stayed out of it. The Grand Midwives are bringers of life. That should be where it began and ended. If you wanted to really push, then you should have pushed for rules of war. No slaughter of the civilians, no salting fields, and no burning of precious temples, libraries and storehouses. That way, hatred would not be able to build, and the worst excesses would have been curbed. Why libraries? One of the Arumenta asks, having finished her chilled treat. Knowledge can serve and save many. Ways to treat injuries, cure diseases, grant greater harvests. All these things can be collected and immortalized in libraries, Jasper says, and Lady Elure just looks at him oddly. So do you want war or not? It's not that I want slaughter and death. It's just that it's inevitable. At least it's inevitable without outside intervention, and even then, it's going to be bad. Explain yourself. Her job is to keep the peace on Lacran. If he can not only see a great danger, but a way out, then she's obligated above mere orders to listen. With every moment that passes, there's another chance that some traitor in the Grand Midwives gives out the secret of ceding life to a nation, which then goes to war without fear of consequences. Or perhaps a midwife gets captured and the secret's tortured out of her. There are many ways to tear information from the minds of the unwilling. The moment this happens, the building pressure to do war will overflow, and we will all be washed away. Mixing your metaphors? Magrica taunts him, and he glances at her before smirking, figuring out better ones when they're too late. Imagine a war as a small flood, dangerous and destructive, but you can dam it off. But if you only dam it off and never release the sheer amount of water, then it will eventually overflow and sweep away entire cities. I understand, Lady Elure says as she thinks. Do you really believe that we've been compromised? That there are spies and traitors among the midwives? It shocks me to my core whenever I'm reminded that your secrets aren't already stolen. It's nothing short of a miracle that they don't already lie in the hands of the more active warmongers on the planet. But miracles can't hold out forever. Even gods can make mistakes, and miracle can fail. Which means there's no way I can convince you to come back with me. Wait till I've made contact with my own people, and I'll go with you willingly. At first, I only sought to escape and find answers. I've now realized just how much this world needs help. Let me help. Please. So, you have been scheming? Magrica asks. The midwives are right in that the world seems to be on the brink of war, but they don't have any answer to it. If I can get them to throw their lot in with the rest of the undaunted when they arrive, then the whole world wins. Why go for the little victory when you can get the biggest one imaginable? So your eyes are on the biggest possible prize? Why stop at the world saved? Why not conquer it? Magrica asks, and Jasper taps his chin a few times and visibly considers it. If I have to, if things get really bad and communication is clearly out the window, then yes, as aggravating and tedious as it will be, he says, and Lady Elure reaches for her sword. Oh, are we fighting? You're planning on conquering the world. Of course we're fighting. She snarls and he shrugs. I plan many things, much like how some part of you is currently planning how best to seduce me and have a son of your own just to see what would happen. Maybe you'd be canonized as a saint of the Grand Midwives. Maybe you would start an entirely new portion of your religion and slowly bring the world into balance, Jasper says out loud in a considering tone. Of course, it could also turn you apostate and make you an enemy of the— I would never, she exclaims, drawing her sword and pointing it at him. You are coming with me now. No more games, no more words, no more running. She says, and he huffs a bit as he lets the last few bits of his weights drop. His entire pile makes a smacking noise as he reveals that he was in fact holding the entire thing up still. He moves his neck oddly and cracks it. Something Urthani cannot do. Magrica, keep the girls out of trouble, please. I have a theological debate, Jasper says, and Lady Elure blasts forward with an enormous tearing at the energy around her. His claws parry the brutally fast sword, and he feels them crack as he allows the blow to carry him backwards to bleed away the momentum. He dodges twice more. She's not uncertain this time. She's not looking to bring something precious in. She's pissed off and out for blood. She then stabs, and he collects all the kinetic energy and allows himself to fly backwards. Follow me. His taunt is on the money as she pursues without pausing for a second. Yet she still has the focus to bring out a horn and let out a call that bugles out over the entire valley. Her entire force converge on her location, even as Jasper takes the gap in time to heal his claws and reinforce them a touch. Now that they're in the air, though, there's less chance of some poor soul being caught up in the madness. Her sword rings out as he bats it away with his claws. There are nearly a dozen other women, all with swords, and all coming in hard, diving at him. Some propel themselves with axiom, but all dive either upwards or downwards. He flickers away in a teleport. What is this race called again? Somali? Saramali? Screechy? Something he should probably ask. He pours the power into his speed and reflexes, into his perception of time. The quickly reorienting winged women seem to be moving through molasses to him as he casually drifts out of reach. One of the ones that dove in from above rights herself first and comes in fast even by Jasper's perception. Then she starts to swing, and it's so much slower than the rush up. Clearly she thought she had him off balance. A swat with his claw, and not only is her grip on her sword suddenly loose and uncertain, but there's a flaw revealed as a tiny crack shows itself. The sword must not have been properly tempered, or perhaps the iron was impure. Either way, it won't survive many more blows. So what's your species called again? It evades me at the moment, he asks as she tries to readjust her grip, and all four of her eyes blink. What? She demands as she gets her grip back and takes another swing only for him to smack away the sword. The crack widens ever so slightly. What is your species called? I can't remember, Jasper remarks calmly. To his own ears he spoke rather slowly, but maybe he's speaking too fast. How could any Cretan forget the Saramali? She screeches at him in a nearly psychotic fury. Her next swing is bad enough that he outright snaps her sword in half as he deflects along the crack upon it and the iron blade goes flying. He dashes back in midair and grabs the blade and reshapes it to form a gauntlet around his right hand to protect the meatier bits of his palm. It'll also give his punch a little something more. All right, that's you done. Take a hike. He orders the shocked warrior as he points away. He then drops out of the sky a little to dodge a small force of incoming. They dive after him and then grow confused as he's suddenly gone and pull up to begin scanning the valley below. He's making a mockery of us, Lady Allure screams in range as she slams into Jasper as he hovers above the small group. There's a definite clang as he catches the sword in his gauntleted hand and then reshapes the metal around his left hand to form another gauntlet and take away her sword. You vile vandal! Her responding kick is empowered with enough axiom that Jasper's forced to let his wings go limp or possible damage them, which is fine. He easily rights himself and uses his lower wings and limp upper wings to steer the massive dive. She gives chase and he reinforces and pulls out his wings at the last second to see if she would crash into the ground. No luck. She's been flying longer than he has. Vandal, all I did was remove a deadly weapon from a fool looking for a fight. The moment you heard something you didn't like, you just jumped to conclusions and attacked. Jasper hollers over his shoulder at her as they swoop upwards and beyond the main temple. The sudden aggression was insane. His offer of going with her after he was done with the Star Seekers was more than fair in his opinion. It was literally a win-win scenario. You're planning on attacking and possibly destroying this world. I cannot let that happen. My God, woman, you're making Olympian leaps of logic. Besides, didn't you hear me? Only if I have to, and I bemoaned how annoying such a thing would be. Best case scenario, my people come for me and they get the smarter sorts to start helping out this world. I want off Lacran. I don't want to rule it. If you wish to leave this world, then I can oblige. Lady Allure growls at him, and he rolls his eyes at the cheesy line. Okay, he's clearly hit some mental switch on the idiot that put her in crusade mode, which all told is more than a little messed up, but it leaves him with the question of how to turn it off. He catches a punch and lets her face come close to his as he tries to decipher the pure crazy that's spilling out. There's a hint of this being unnatural in her aura, as if it clicks. He grabs her fist and spins to throw her away. She really doesn't want to do this and set herself some rules. Rules on when she would attack and when she started, she wouldn't stop. A rule he'd broken somewhere, and now she was just flat out going to kill him. A few of his fellow soldiers were much the same. People that would only let themselves do something if a certain condition were set, then obsessively chasing it if it was met, which meant he had to knock her out for the stupid to stop. If not outright kill her, but killing a high-ranking Knight of the Grand Midwives was probably a one-way ticket to having a world-spanning organization hate him. Hate him more. There's a flicker of something at the extreme range of his antenna's senses, and he turns to see something small harassing the ever-loving hell out of the other warriors. Leaving this one for him. "Thank you, Magrika," he notes with a grin before dodging away from a furious charge. Unfortunately, Aelier is a lot more agile, and she's on him in a moment with a barrage of punches and a lot of work trying to keep a dagger at bay. She's out for blood, death, and doom. An axiom-enhanced punch to her stomach doubles her over, but she then lets out a burst of power that slams into him, and he focuses to teleport away. A lot of the momentum is preserved as he skids to a stop, his claws skittering along the cobbles within the temple. "What are you doing? What's going on? Why are you bleeding?" A nearby Great Plains Nagache sister of the Starseekers demands in shock. "I've apparently angered another warrior past the point of reason. If I hold her still, would you be willing to try and talk? Or maybe shout some sense into her?" Shouting at people rarely helps them find their senses. Yes, but having the reasonable person injured doesn't help much either, Jasper says as he feels his injury knit itself back together. The shockwave had been shockingly sharp and had lacerated both his palms as he tried to literally catch it with the aid of the gauntlets he had made out of his enemies' swords. Now there was a slight blue tinge to his fur around the metal. It still somewhat disturbed him to know he was literally blue-blooded now. Or rather, blue-green-blooded. He didn't know the exact details, but he was sure that copper rather than iron was the oxygen-carrying agent in his veins. "Who's trying to kill you and why?" The name escapes me, as does her excuse. But I truly do not know why she wants to hurt me. I was actually agreeing to most everything she wanted from me, and only asked that I be allowed to finish my business with your order. Jasper is cut off as Lady Aelier warps in, having apparently been paying attention as she fought him, and slams into him. He deflects a few punches before she slams her head into his face, grabs him, and he feels the axiom around him twist and shift as she forces a teleport on him. He tries to focus, but the slight daze from the headbutt gives her the time to stop it. And he's suddenly somewhere else and staggering to a stop, right in front of an enormous black mirror with an elegant black frame. The frame shows a relief of many creatures fighting identical clones of each other. He has no reflection in the mirror. A mirror that doesn't have a brass frame, but a Kutha frame. A Kutha frame that suddenly erupts with power, and he flinches away, and then looks around to see what the hell happened. The mirror is gone. The world is gone. He is in darkness. The darkness pulls away, and he's facing the mirror again. This time he has a reflection, but the frame is backwards. What is going on? That's when his reflection jumps out and attacks him. Out of Cruel Space, Part 220, a scion of many worlds. No talk, just action. The double introduces itself by diving for his face claws first and switches it into a disemboweling cut with the foot claws that he rolls away with and then dives onto the bastard to put it in a headlock. But his answer is something he had been considering for a while. It channels Axiom through the edges of its wings to turn them into blades and moves to try and slice his arms off. He has to teleport to dodge the attack. The double is on him in an instant as it only has one setting, which is attack. A swift punch earns a dodge back and turning it into a slash by extending his claws at the last moment and reefing to the side earns a slightly larger dodge as he's then forced to catch a brutal knee by closing his legs before it can be driven into his manhood. He rides up on the knee while locking the leg before throwing himself backwards to grab the ground and slam his opponent as hard as he can. The mirror-born bastard rolls with it and drags him to the side to try and puts him in a clinch of some kind. So he teleports away to try and get some distance, as being at the mercy of a kill-crazy fucker with his face is not something he wants to happen. The axiom behind him twists, and he turns in time to deflect a claw thrust at his head like a spear. He then dodges another thrust, followed by an entire flurry of spear thrusts from his mirror clone. "The hell is even going on?" he demands as he weaves away, finally having a moment to talk. There is no answer as the reflection, clone, doppelganger, as the bastard that Jasper is going to goddamn end keeps on, its unrelenting, unthinking, and unreasoning attack. He can sense nothing but a pure will to kill him. No expression on its face. No deviation in its axiom presence. Just sheer hostile intent. Lady Aelier pants as her mind reels. She had managed to teleport him to the mirror chamber. She had actually teleported someone. She stands up with all four eyes clenched shut and stretches her wings. That wretch was unnaturally skilled in battle. No Orthani should have that level of killing instinct. Such ability to fight, and there's the sound of a gasp and she jolts to the side. Her eyes open just in time to see one of her knights slam into the ground where she stood. It's Magrica, having made a fool out of her knights. Her entire troop is being dragged behind the Metak madwoman. There are only a few drops of blood. Magrica says, before throwing another of her knights like a rag doll, causing the girl's wings to wipe the blood in the process. "You don't have that kind of strength. Where did you send him?" Has he impregnated you?" Lady Aelier asks as she feels a cold hand move down her spine. Throwing that man to the dark mirror was one thing, but fighting a newly expectant mother? What business of yours is it? Where is he? I can sense the teleporty sorcery jiggery pokery. He did. You're rabidly loyal to him after I grabbed him and rode the man's burning loins? Best thing I ever did. Nothing compares. You could probably use a bit of it, you uptight bitch. Wait, you what? The Starseeker nearby asks, and Magrica turns to face her. It's the big cover-up Miss Crazy here is a part of. That Orthani she just did something to? He's a male. When he gets the burning loins, he can quench them in a woman's burning loins. And that's a way to have a child that isn't some big ceremony, but a huge sweaty party that leaves you feeling like you've been beaten, but you love it anyways. Magrica answers the visibly terrified Nagasha. Wordlessly, Lady Aelier pulls out a crystal lens that she holds up to her eye and sighs before tucking it away. Magrica the Massive, I'm going to need for you to come with me. I've already killed one person to maintain the peace today. I don't want to make it 3. 3? Wait, she's pregnant. I am? Magrica asks. She knew it was possible, but to have it confirmed this early was weird. Normally, a woman had to go back once a month, and it was only at the 2nd or 3rd that she knew absolutely for sure. The lack of bleeds would do it too, but she was well away from her next. There's a second life within her. It is flickering. It is frail. It is not a sure thing. But it may be, Lady Aelier says. And so must... Shut the hell up, you stupid idiot. Magrica dismisses her and turns to the Starseeker. What's this mirror that the puffy-winged hypocrite here mentioned? Mirror? Oh, yes, the dark mirror. It's the final test for martial masters of the Starseekers. No one has passed the test in many generations. That explains why I've never heard of martial masters of the Starseekers. We generally don't need them. Our order offers knowledge and succor without asking recompense. No one bothers attacking us because we give much for free. Yeah, the healers, the farmers, the scholars, and the teachers. Since when the hell did any of you girls have warriors? Not for the last 200 years. The mirror is the ultimate test. What separates the merely violent from those who can feed on battle? Feed on battle, Magrica asks. Someone like you, someone who revels and learns in every fight. It takes a special kind of person to... Magrica's laughter interrupts whatever it was the Starseeker was about to say, and she smiles up at Lady Aelier with an impudent grin. Well done, stupid. You not only made him stronger, but handed him the respect of the Starseekers. The air condenses and collapses as the nitrogen shifts to allow for oxygen. The slight variation in the atmosphere and the smell is all the warning Jasper gets before an enormous fireball erupts where he once was. His kick to the back of his double's head is dodged, and he's forced to twist away to avoid his thighs being lacerated clean open. Even before he started messing with his physiology, there was a massive vein there. Opening it would kill him, a lethal blow for either of them. He focuses as he catches a kick with the claws as close together as possible to form a brutal baton. He skids back, but in the contact he had gotten another sense of his double's body. No loss of energy. Consistent axiom flow. Whatever his double was, it both is and is not flesh and blood. It is real enough and a huge threat, but it hasn't lost a single calorie and the axiom isn't replacing it. It was also a match for his own. From the tiny bit of wear and tear that had been developing to the slight stains on the hand. A perfect duplicate, but unnatural and propelled by forces unknown. One that seems to know everything he does, except what he's learning about this thing. It clicks. It's a snapshot of him. Nothing more than a snapshot. It won't tire. It won't decay. It won't get hungry or thirsty, and it knows everything he does and can do everything he can. But it won't improve. It's stuck. It's static. If he grows even 1% stronger from this, then he has the advantage. Thrust, deflect, weave, clinch, and body blow. The bastard is stunned for a moment. He needs to focus, to be more than just a soldier, to be more than simply someone who swore and wants to live up to it. Headbutt to the face, right knee to the side, deflect 2 thrusts to the sides and open palm strike the chest, slide back to avoid the foot claws. He must embody it. He must be the example. Sacrifice throw with the feet as I'm dived at. Wings are exerted to aid in the kip up. Spin with the side of the claw first to ward off the double. He must be as an unrelenting inferno, consuming all that would stand before him with an endless hunger for battle and conflict. Never to languish in peace, but to seek problems to test himself against. The proboscis stabs out with the force of an arrow, but he catches it. A swipe and the double is spraying blood from the tongue like organ. He shifts his stance to throw the mirror clone off balance as his offense ramps up further and further. He must be a great tree, his roots always seeking more water and new places to grasp at the earth. His branches and leaves ever growing wide and tall to drink the light of the sun and nourish his great trunk. He must always seek new paths. The next thrust is dodge upwards as he pushes himself to move in ways both unexpected and incredible. His double has no expression, but there is a pause in its movements. He's found a path that it can't follow. A brutal swipe of his claws tears into the wings of his double. He must be an endless mountain, reaching heights so grand that his enemies would choke to reach his peak. Yet also depths so low that those who think they've found his base have barely even understood that he sits upon the base of the continental shelf, unyielding and impossibly vast. The double spins and he blocks the thrusting blow. There's a following headbutt and he counter-jabs to parry it at the collarbone. He could have killed the double, but there is more to learn, more to understand. He must be a flawless gemstone. The universe will never cease testing and pressuring him. It will forever apply heat and seek to crush him. But like the carbon born to be diamonds, the weight of entire worlds will only serve to perfect him further. There is a flurry of thrusts, and he focuses as they bombard down on him. His each parry is easier than the last. Easier and easier as he turns sideways, and with the thinning of his profile, he needs only a single hand to keep himself unharmed. He turns his head away, relying only on his ears and antenna to keep track of the double. He must be an unknowable ocean, flowing around all obstacles and holding unimaginable mysteries, able to bear the greatest of weights with ease, yet also shift into a roaring tide, a bringer of life and a tsunami as one. He melts around the blows and learns before slamming forward, suddenly solid and all-consuming. His claws flash out and sever tendons, and as he flows, blurs and refuses to be thrown off balance, he tears the into the double in a furious offense. It is now a lesser thing, unable to come close to him. It stumbles back, falling, vulnerable. He consumes it, his hand thrusting into the chest of the copy and closing on the beating heart. It's shredded against the serrated edge of his claw, and the entirety of the double simply ceases to be. His claw is still coated in blue-green blood that reeks of copper. He looks around the area as it seems to crack and fade. Then there's a sensation of movement, and he's suddenly facing the mirror again, this time on the right side. Around his neck is a pendant made of black glass with 5 missing triangles that make a crude star-like shape. It shines as brightly as the mirror. Well, that happened, he notes before looking at his gore-stained claw. Pity I couldn't rip out their heart. It would have made for a better story. Right, I have some place to be. Or rather, there was some place I was. He mutters as he feels the local energies and then vanishes. I really don't want to do this. But what is growing within you can? Lady Ayler begins before going stock still, as suddenly Jasper is there among them. The Starseeker gasps at the sight of him, and Lady Ayler braces herself. His right claw is coated in still dripping gore. All right, I would like an explanation of the bizarre mirror I was placed in front of that pulled me in and tried to get me killed by reflection, Jasper asks. You survived the trial of the dark mirror. No one's done that in centuries, the Starseeker says with her hands over her mouth. Okay, so was it supposed to make a copy of me out to kill me? Yes, the trial of the dark mirror is to conquer yourself, to feed off the conflict with a perfectly equal opponent and surpass them. You've done it. The Starseekers have a martial master. The Circle of Five is complete. Did I just get thrown into a major position of power in the organization I was about to beg a favor of? Jasper asks incredulously, before snorting in amusement and turning to Lady Ayler. Even when you get a good shot in, I pull ahead. Just wow. What is it you? No, this is not going to be some absurd story where this madness takes part. You are coming with me or you're going to fight to stay free. Do you understand? Lady Ayler barks out and Jasper slowly raises an eyebrow. I ripped into the heart of a man that looked a hell of a lot like me not even 5 minutes ago. I also like myself far more than I like you. If you are so eager to die, take a knife or sufficiently sharp object and slit your own throat. Don't get me to do the dirty work for you. Jasper hisses at her. So you ripped your own heart to pieces? Magrica asks and Jasper chuckles. I was going to try and rip it out, but I was a little too on point and shredded it on the way into the chest of my double, which is a pity because I wanted to rip it out and crush it, maybe eat it. Oh my, what is it exactly you want to? The Starseeker begins to ask, before Lady Ayler begins to speak, and finds a gore-encrusted claw wrapped around her mouth. Please continue, Jasper says, and she swallows nervously. What do you want? She asks as Lady Ayler starts to try and thrash, but he either doesn't notice the blows or is simply ignoring them. I need the help of your scholars to help me get in contact with someone. Who? Are they missing? Number. In fact, I'm the missing one. My story is strange and foreign, but I need a way to speak soul to soul with my sibling across the stars themselves. Lady Ayler vanishes only to reappear in Jasper's grip. He's containing her. How are... The story as long as it? Very well. What do you hope to gain from this? I'll be sending a call for help with my memories of the night sky. With those both, they will be able to find this world, and then me. Then I get to be among my fellows again. Jasper explains, and the Nagasha woman gives him a disappointed look. What? So you're one of the crazies? Someone that devoured something odd and became addled? Perhaps struck on the head? She asks, and he just looks disappointed in her. Oh, don't you try to turn this around. Do you have any idea how many people get the idea in their heads that they're meant for more, for better things? How many convince themselves that they're the ones to undo the great disaster and set us back to the age of wonders? That there's some kind of star-born savior? I'll wager you met a fair number yourself and have records of a great many more, Jasper admits. However, have I not proved myself at least capable and odd enough to have something going on? Even if I am addled, there is something to learn from this addlement. I suppose trying to simply stand in the way of a martial master is a bad idea all around. Follow me, please, she says and begins to slither away. Jasper begins to follow, dragging Lady Ayler by her mouth, as if he had forgotten about her entirely. I'll go fetch the water girls. After all, them knowing that you're suddenly a martial master is going to be a feather in their caps. How many are you traveling with? And are you going to keep dragging that woman around? The Starseeker demands, and Jasper shrugs. 6 trainees in Magrica? And when her aggression levels drop low enough that I don't think she'll attack me the moment I let go. Jasper answers, and Lady Ayler makes several gestures before growling and then forcibly calming herself down. He lets go. Do you have any idea how much damage this man is going to cause? Half the things everyone around me has been speaking about has sounded like absolute madness. From what I'm able to figure out, this woman... Man, Jasper interjects as she gestures at him. Fine, whatever. This man thing, whatever it's supposed to be. This man is somehow a threat to the grand midwives in a way that seems to make... Did they refer to you as a him or he? Yes. Fine, somehow this man is a threat to the grand midwives, likely because he can somehow create children in some way that's pleasurable, rather than formal, and has something to do with the burning loins. My loins are made differently, so when they burn, they seed rather than receive. This can create children. It has created a child. It has... Wait, Magrica's pregnant? It's early and fragile, but yes, the seed is there. Lady Allure says, and Jasper lets out a slight chuckle and smiles. Huh. Well, that just means I need to either find a way to get her to a better life yesterday or make this world a better place sometime around then as well. To the council, time I introduce myself proper, Jasper says, pointing dramatically into the distance. And then the Star Seeker gently takes his wrist and rotates him, so he's pointing to where the council chamber actually is, which is a fair bit more left than where he was pointing. You were pointing at the kitchens, the Star Seeker says, struggling to keep a straight face. The downside of a bottomless appetite. Jasper immediately confesses to, and she snorts loudly, then holds her face in shame. No, damn it, I hate my laugh. Nothing wrong with it. Now then, forward we have a... Really? You really want to do this? Jasper announces before Lady Allure moves directly into the path and crosses her arms. My life for the Order. You are a danger to the Grand Midwives. You are a threat to the stability of the world. No matter how innocent or even benign your intent, I cannot let you continue. You can't stop me. Your great big attempt to kill me just made me stronger. What could you possibly do now? Jasper asks. Whatever I can. I am a paladin. We stand even when it costs us everything. We stand for what we believe is right, no matter the cost. Lady Allure says solemnly, and Jasper sighs as he runs a claw through his hair, inadvertently painting a thick streak of greenish blue in his hair with the gore. This would be a lot easier for me if you were just a kill-crazy thug in fancy armor, Jasper says lowly. You think this is easy for me? You just want to go home or help people, but the sheer risk of what you might cause is too great, Lady Allure says, widening her stance. Pity, Jasper says, rolling his neck. Are you ready? Yes, she says, and he blasts into motion, and she barely gets her arms up in time to block the first punch. There's a ringing like a bell as she skids backwards, followed by a trinity of similar rings. Then there's a squeak of shock and a sickening crunch as Jasper drives his fist into her face. His right foot is stomped down sideways on her left one, and the claws sink into the floor to prevent her further retreat. She's limp and lifeless, but merely knocked out, a touch of axiom to exaggerate the sensation of the concussion and forcing her to sleep. He awkwardly tries to keep her from falling, not quite sure how to do so with a winged woman so much larger than he is. Short of tucking them in close, there's no way he can bring her anywhere without the feathers dragging on the ground. Did you? The Star Seeker's question is cut off by a loud snore from Lady Allure. Never mind. Is there somewhere I can put her so she can rest? You want her to rest? She's not a murderess. She's not a slaver or a sadist or any brand of monster I'm aware of. Quite the opposite, she's a protector of others. We're on the same side, it's just that we're having communication issues. I want to be a force for righteousness, someone that can be relied on. I can't do that if I'm killing people for misunderstandings. A life can be easily taken, but it's damn hard to give it back. And I have now given up trying to make sense of you. You need to see the council, if only so that I don't get a headache trying to figure you out. I teach basic reading and writing. I'm not suitable for this kind of strangeness, she says, looking up in a despairing tone of voice. Oh, stars guide me. This is going to bother me for seasons to come. Sorry, Jasper apologizes. What is your name? Or for that matter, what is this woman's name? You've been fighting her and you don't know her name? Not really. If she's told me before, then it slipped my mind, Jasper confesses. That is Paladin Mary Allure, not quite a living legend. But she has a reputation of being relentless, untiring, and resourceful. That she chased you all the way here from wherever you began and threw you to the dark mirror when you were starting to win says a great deal towards those traits. And you, he prompts. Sister Bellwether, she says, and he nods. A pleasure to meet you, Sister Bellwether. Now, not to be rude, but I do need someplace, preferably someplace soft and warm, to put Lady Aylur here down. It would be rather awkward for me to meet the council carrying her in as her wings drag on the ground. Not to mention there's no telling what she would do when she awakens. That's a fair point. We'll make a quick detour then. The healing wing isn't far from the council chambers. It's a bit beyond it, in fact. Sister Bellwether says, and Jasper nods. So what does it mean to be the martial master? Am I expected to suddenly lead armies for an order I know little about? Am I to protect it? To teach people? To do something else? You want to fulfill the duties? I'm about to ask the council a favor. Considering the little token I won from the mirror, they may decided that the payment for it is to fulfill what the badge of office implies. I'd rather not become some kind of assassin or warbringer on a large scale, although I do understand the need. Do you? So you're aware that the Queendom of Meru and the Greenstone Alliance's border tensions have risen into sabotage between their minds, bandits roaming the countryside, and enough mysterious disappearances that being a minor in those countries is a death sentence? No, I didn't. What's going on? Jasper asked solemnly. Oh, what isn't? They've despised each other since the Greenstone Alliance broke away from Meru and declared themselves an independent nation-state. Both countries lost nearly half their population almost right away when the Grand Midwives came down and ensured that only those that refused to fight were allowed to have children. But surprise, surprise, hatred doesn't live in blood. It's simmered with the occasional bandit raid and a lot of insults and sabotage and theft for a while. But then prospectors just had to find numerous ore veins in the border mountains. Both sides are trying to get all the metal they can and keep the other from getting any. The casualties are in the thousands, and it's only been going on for 3 seasons. So a gold rush with knives out. Nice. Jasper's tone is dripping with sarcasm. Not even, it's mostly tin and some iron. There have only been tiny traces of precious metals. There's maybe enough silver to cast a large dagger, and at most enough gold to gild a belt buckle. Good God. But that's not all. The Bright Dawn Archipelago has numerous pirates choking out the shipping lanes, which is making both countries desperate for additional grain. Of course, legal traders from Bright Dawn are selling a more expensive grain that's of similar quality to what they used to get. Or rather, they were until the Goldlands caught wise and stopped sending the shipments entirely. So there's now a famine on 3 nations, while a 4th is sinking into economic depression, and that's just on this half of the continent. So what you're saying is that if the Order wants to do something, then there's a great deal to be done. You are truly blessed with the gift of understatement, Sister Bellwether says drolly, one of my finer character traits. Oh, and before I forget, Greenstone and Meru have blocked several rivers each in the construction of their mines, and the side effect is causing a drought in the Goldlands. That's something I think will be solved fairly soon, though, as both nations were effectively holding the water hostage in return for enough grain to break the growing famines. The problem is that there's simply not enough. Too much of the harvest was lost in the more inept pirate attacks, so both Greenstone and Meru are considering theft as an option. It just keeps piling on, Jasper says in a somewhat awestruck tone. Perpetually. Generally, a problem is only solved when it's 4 or more generations back. Thankfully, at this point, the doom-filled conversation peters out as they arrive in the medical wing, and Lady Aylur is all but ripped out of Jasper's arms to get her to a healer's bed to recover. Unfortunately, for the sake of expedience, Sister Bellwether drags Jasper towards one of the Order's washrooms instead, as covered in gore, and wild-eyed from a life-or-death fight is no condition to meet the council in. Jasper reluctantly agrees, although is more than a little worried if bathing will cause his lust to peak like the rains did. Out of Cruel Space, Part 221, A Scion of Many Worlds. It turns out that it's more high humidity and rain that turns him on now. So just washing off the gunk and getting himself back to the stark, shimmering white of his fur was easy enough. There was the fun game of discovering an entire series of bruises and cramps as his time in the mirror had pushed him well and truly beyond anything his body had ever undergone before. If not for his upgrades, then the strain probably would have killed him. The water seemed to wash away both the filth that had been building up on his person and the small stresses and aggravations of the day-to-day. He hadn't let them do anything to him. The mission of contacting the Dauntless was too important. But it felt as if he was shucking a backpack full of rocks for all the weight it seemed to lift from him. So the Urthani cleanliness is somewhere between biological and psychological? He asks himself as he steps out of the water and stretches. He had cleaned his clothing, cleaned his fur and claws, and reshaped the metal of his gauntlets into less nicked and banged up defenses and more ornate and still effective tools of both offense and defense. He runs the axiom over his body and gathers the water up to flick it into the diverted stream. It was actually rather clever. The kitchens were upstream, the dumping area downstream, and between where people took their water for food and medicine and where they dumped out the trash was the bathing area. Cool water, and you were responsible for warming it yourself or just letting it stay cold as Jasper had. He glances left and catches little hint of the grime and dirt that had been building on him. During most of the bathing, there had been a streak of deep brown, so dark it was effectively black. How the hell he had gathered that much dust and dirt without it showing was a form of mundane magic all its own. Like when you brush a fluffy dog and end up with more shed fur than the dog had body mass, either before or after the brushing. He extracts the water from his outfit and then slips it all on. He'll need more clothing, both off and on duty. Proper armor, some real weapons with ranged options. His claws are powerful and brutal, but he'll need to take some people alive. And he's not sure if a bow can survive his pulling back on the string. Still, first things first, get in contact with the Dauntless. Coming here was a long shot, but his only one. He had actually grilled Magrica a few times and inquired with the locals since first making his appointment 2 days ago. There were a lot of legends and stories about how they got here, but the points of agreement was that the technology was either entirely destroyed or lost somewhere. Most stories pointed to the deep ocean for that, a bit beyond his reach, and that's if, big if, the technology could somehow survive all this time. It had been at least several centuries since the crash of what he assumed to be a colony ship. Likely whatever bits were still around were either priceless relics gathering dust or being worshipped or had been salvaged for scrap metal in some way. He runs his claws over the longer hair on his head and brushes it all back and out of the way. His antennae pop out and angle forward. They had been growing ever since he had started altering himself to get closer to human endurance and ability. Something to consider. But later, almost everything is later than him actually getting the Undaunted to him. He doesn't like working alone and with no idea where or if backup is coming. Not to mention, he needs to know if the better idea is to up in the world and look to unify it by force, or if he should just keep his head down and wait for rescue. He steps out of the small room with its little isolated part of the river. It was strange. They split it and fed it into this area, then merged them back together to be the sluice that takes the dirt and grime away. Primitive, but smartly put together. His claws make a clacking sound as he moves around and pauses as he senses a Nagasha approaching from another hallway. She makes no noise and is well out of sight with solid wall between him and her, but she is there, and he flutters out to wings a bit before using a trace of axiom to blunt the impact of his claws onto the stone floor. There's an eep of surprise from the Nagasha as he turns the corner. It's Sister Bellwether. Clearly his silent approach had startled her. Is something wrong? He teases her and she frowns before letting out an annoyed huff. I was coming to tell you that the council is ready to meet you and to hurry up. Anyways, just follow me, she says, twisting around him and then heading back where she came. It is and isn't an attempted power move. Her tail is so long that she needs the room to move around unless she wants to strain herself. So is there anything I should know before meeting them? Proper forms of address? Personal issues not to bring up? Gestures that are regarded as a threat or insult and should be avoided? Jasper asks, and she just gives him an odd look. The council is made up of our wisest and most accomplished. If you manage to insult them, that will be a minor feat in itself. Good, it will be nice to deal with people in power who want to talk. So the grand midwives don't want to talk? I woke up in a crystal coffin in one of their temples. a balcony that was quickly and shabbily built over with scrap wood. I fled as I was lost, confused and upset, and then they sent warriors to grab me. And when I asked for time to speak to the council here first and then speak to the grand midwives, they became hostile and angry. They chose violence, not me. Although you're certainly not shy in returning the violence. Of course not. I'm a soldier. I was trained for it. I had the hesitation beaten out of me in grueling training. I've spoken to Magrica. You didn't go through the training, your brother did. Sister Bellwether returns and Jasper huffs in amusement. Hence why I'm training so hard. I have a standard that I'm trying to hold myself to, and pushing myself is how I get there. Jasper returns and she gives him an odd look. No pride? No trying to justify that you have the memories and therefore are the same. I'm not even the same species. I can barely use these blunt, crude monstrosities I have instead of proper fingers. When I get back among other undaunted, I'm going to need a custom gun. I'm going to need a costume, everything. My body doesn't even have the same color blood. My brother bleeds red. I bleed blue and green. I'm not the same person that went through that training. This body has never crawled through mud beneath barbed wire. It's never climbed up a wall with a heavy pack of gear or gone through hours upon hours of rifle training. I have not marched in formation. I did not fight until I felt myself start to crack in body and mind. I am not Horace Blue. Sister Bellwether is silent as she continues to lead him forward. I am Jasper Blue. I am someone new, someone different. I've got a lot of work to do if I'm going to be able to look my brother in the eye, much less stand by his side. Jasper admits and she nods and the walk descends into silence. She leads him towards what seems like a side room, not far away from what Jasper's antennae are telling him is a nearby library. There are 11 people in the chamber. Magrica and his recruits, Lena, Jane, Erica, Millie, Aqua, and Ariel, as well as 4 strangers. Sister Bellwether opens the door and the conversation in the room spills out. I'm just saying pants are overrated. Just go in with your bottom half bared and there's no way to tangle your legs up, one of the girls states, and Magrica moans. Never give up armor if you can get it. There's no part of your body that doesn't have something important in it. Even the tip of a finger can open you up to sickness, Magrica counters. You say that to them when you've been running about in little more than bindings and a loincloth. You're barely dressed at the best of times, let alone armored. I've got the skin hardening technique down to reflex, on top of my wings, which are both sword and shield. Also, it's because I have yet to be able to replace my armor. I lost my last set not long ago, Magrica says before pausing and looking. There you are. Hey, what's with the shimmer in your fur? Afraid you look too scruffy for these girls? I appreciate the consideration, but it wasn't needed. He's Earthani. I doubt he'd be thinking straight without being clean. Sister Bellwether says, slithering in. Everyone sitting around on comfortable-looking cushions, with small baskets full of one kind of food or snack or another. Buns, fruits of all sorts, sausages, and some cheeses with little bundles of nuts, and several dips all over the place, with numerous pitchers of water all over the place. Jasper Blue, meet the council. The masters of each field, each of them have undergone the final trial. So they've gone through their own dark mirror? I'm honored then. It was no easy thing to survive that hell. I needed to do what I thought I couldn't and push beyond to survive. Jasper says, moving into a graceful bow and rising up. All 4 of the strangers are regarding him curiously. They're a pair of Arumenta, some kind of squirrel woman he's not familiar with, and some kind of catty rabbit woman, or rabbit cat woman. Either way, she has glowing markings in her fur. They're wearing what seem to be robes of office in dark blue, with small crystals woven into them to simulate the night sky. Not quite the dark mirror. Our own tests are less lethal than the martial one, which leads to the question of what do we do with you? You've passed the final test, and that's the only real mark for applying to the council. But the martial branch has been. The Arumenta counselor with pale skin and ever-blowing cloud-like hair begins only for the squirrel woman to wave her tail into her face. Blah, 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 blah. Enough from our navel-gazing healer. We need to know exactly what this warrior is here for, the squirrel says, and Jasper shrugs. I'm a copy of someone else. Their mind was placed in this body, and I need to use that connection to talk to them. I want to be among my own people, and I'm not talking about the Earthani, Jasper says. So what we've got is a strangely put-together Earthani with strange memories, strange ideas, and enough skill in a fight to pass the trial of the Dark Mirror. The squirrel woman states, standing up from her cushion, and Jasper shrugs. Which is strange. Yes, what do you want exactly? I was directed here by the elder of Thorax Village. If there's going to be an easy and straightforward solution to my need to contact my own people, it will be with you, a collection of scholars, teachers, and more that have their eyes on the stars, Jasper says, and the squirrel woman leans forward with narrowed eyes. Really? So how do you think it can happen? You think you can just... She makes a strange wavy gesture with her hands. And you can talk to someone from beyond this world? I don't know. That's why I've come here looking for answers, but if there are answers to be had, then it will be with the people that dedicate their lives to finding them. Well, I like him, the squirrel woman notes, and Jasper just blinks. Oh, right. Names. I'm Ivy, Master of Scholars. The Foza here is Mika, Master of Education. Our Erumenta are Lynette, Master of Healers, and Anne, Master of Agriculture. And your species? I've not met one of your kind before, Jasper asks, and she smiles. I'm a Lyrak. I hope that you weren't the first Earthani you met when you woke up as one, she remarks, and Jasper grins. Oh my goddess, you were! It's been a hell of a thing to learn about. The very fact that I need to use a weird tongue, hose, spear thing to eat really well is weird, he remarks before sticking out his proboscis before drawing it back in. Still, it will lead to all sorts of fun conversations back with the rest of the Undaunted. Also my unchanged brother Horace. He has a habit of mixing the most absurd drinks possible for his own entertainment, most of which would be a deadly poison to other races. Hell, most of them are so potent that having more than a small number of drinks would see anyone dead. And that's fine. Is it some kind of alcohol? Hyper-concentrated and really powerful compared to those other races use. Compared to other races, humans can drink what amounts to straight-up poison. It's going to be something I miss. But Punch kicks so hard that to a human used to the stuff, it feels like you took a hammer to the head. Punch? A punch is a mix of drinks. A punch is one with enough alcohol content to feel like you've been physically attacked, Jasper says before chuckling. But we're off topic. Is there a way to contact someone that I have the memories of? A sibling, not of blood, but of soul? Oh yes, I have used memories of people to predict where they are, but it's only been on World. What would it take to get this done? Jasper asks, and Ivy looks from his pendant up to him, then grins widely with her buck teeth showing. An agreement from you. Service for service, you understand. I'm guessing from the glance you need something fought off or killed. Yes, your 6 recruits here are part of a larger bandit clan that have been attacking people coming to our valley for trade, learning, healing, or knowledge. They need protection, and you've turned 6 of the bandits into warriors that follow you. That's exactly what we need. I'm able and willing to help you, even without the rest of the council behind me, but I need your oath that you will help us. I am undaunted. I am a soldier and servant of my people. The oath may have been sworn by Horace, but it binds me as well. I am Jasper Blue of the Undaunted, possibly a sergeant, but undoubtedly a soldier. You have asked for the aid of the Undaunted. As the highest-ranking member of my organization on this world, I agree. Just like that? Lynette asks curiously, and Jasper shrugs. No amount of dancing around will get me what I want, and what you want is something I'm inclined to do anyways. There's no reason for me to say no, Jasper says, and Anne smiles. And what about training volunteers like you have these women? She asks, and Jasper nods. All right then, so you think you've got a link to someone. Ivy cuts herself off, gesturing up and beyond. Way out there on some world called Centris, right? Magrika's quite the talker when she starts eating. I'm aware. Good. So I'm going to focus on the links in you. Soul first, but blood might leak in. It's a powerful thing after all. Ivy offers as she saunters up to him and paces around him. What if this doesn't work? What then? Then while I work at helping the valley defend itself and keeping it safe, I go through your books and scrolls to see if there's another way to contact the Dauntless. If there isn't something here, then I'll try to figure out some way to do it anyways. There is a way. If it's not known, then I'll have to make it, he asserts, and Ivy pats him on the shoulder. Good. Very good. Now don't squirm, she says before putting her hands on either side of his head. Think of your brother. Remember how it felt when you were him. Remember him? How he lived. The more you think, the closer your mind is to him, the closer I can bring you both. The axiom begins swirling and moving as Jasper considers the impish joy in mixing absurd drinks. The ironclad will forge into him as he trained. The feel of weapons, boot leather, and all sorts of gear under his hands. The sensations of his fingers and the slight creases that always showed up in his uniform. How he always kept his hair cropped really short because he could never be bothered to clean the overly curly mess. And what the? Is that? Are you the double? An achingly familiar voice that had never before been heard on Lekran sounds out. It's Horus. Just like this, it's been done. Axiom is pure bullshit, but it's working. It's done. Somehow this brilliant squirrel has done it. I've gotten help from local scholars to do this. I'm on a world called Lekran. Hold the link tight. There's no time to explain. Just hold the link and don't let it break. I've trained for this. Horus orders, and Jasper puts his hands on Ivy's shoulders to hold her still if he has to. Confirmed. Be ready to receive. I've got a package coming through. Horus says. Jasper can't help but notice that his old voice sounds even deeper than he remembers. It's still clearly him, though. It's just kind of annoying how he started considering this higher-pitched trilling thing as his own voice. You what? I've been trained to teleport objects over a ridiculous distance for this. Hold your hands out in front of you and be ready to catch. Horus tells Jasper, and he does so. How long did this take? Jasper asks as several things begin to dawn on him. Shut up and let me concentrate. Horus snaps. Then there's a humming sound, a feeling of exertion, and something is happening with the axiom. Something is gathering and coalescing, and all the power is being drawn to a spot between Ivy and Jasper. He holds out his claws just under it to catch whatever's happening, and then, in a single moment, almost all the axiom leaves the room, and both he and Ivy collapse. He falls to his knee as something lands in his claws, and she swings down, and thankfully falls on a pillow. What the hell was that? Magrica mutters softly as she struggles to keep her eyes open in an area almost entirely stripped of axiom. What's in Jasper's claws is chrome box with a clip, a dial, a speaker, and a button. With the axiom drained, Jasper's thought processes are outright slowed, and it takes him a moment to put it together. He presses the button. This is Jasper Blue, mental clone of Sergeant Horace Blue of the Undaunted. Do you read? Sergeant Blue, we read you. A new voice says from the other side, and Jasper smiles widely. Confirm that the beacon is intact. Is there any visible damage? He looks over the entire thing. None I can see, but my training did not include galactic range walkie-talkies and homing beacons. We're improvising. If there's no visible damage on the outside and the communication line is working, then we can track you. The same signal we're picking up is what we'll be homing in on. Where are you, soldier? The world is called Lekran. From what I've been able to decipher, an accident in a colony vessel shattered their technological base, and they've either been trapped at or recently reached the Iron Age, an area possible edging in on the Renaissance. I've seen evidence of large societies of learning and have even allied myself with one, but the most advanced weapons I've encountered are crossbows. Your physical status? The planet's status? Your plans? My status is physically fine, but adjusting. I've been placed in the body of a race known as the Urthani. Think moth people with timid attitudes. I've surprised just about everyone with my willingness to use violence. I've been adjusting and training to get back up to dauntless standards, but I have a lot of work to do. Jasper admits, and there's a sound that he recognizes as typing from the other side. He gives it a minute to peter out. The political situation on this world is a powder keg. One of the major powers has been tramping down on war by levering the fact that their help is needed for any form of reproduction. There are no males on the world, so the grand midwives are required for there to be a next generation. The problem is that all it's done is turn small arguments and border issues into massive fucking problems, just waiting to happen. My current location is in the midst of a series of 4 countries that if this shit was happening on Earth, there would already be open war. These grand midwives, are they a threat? Yes, they recognize me as a male and believe that I will cause their delicate house of cards to come crashing down. They're not entirely wrong, but I'm more the straw that broke the camel's back in this scenario. This world needs help above all else. It's very much at the cusp of self-destruction, if not for several benign parties trying to keep things together. Unfortunately, one of them has decided I need to be contained, and if not killed. I got into a life or death fight because I wanted to talk to the people that I'm in this room with first. Understood. As our eyes on the ground in Lakran, what is your opinion? What should be done going forward? The communications officer on the other end asks, and Jasper glances around the room. They're all staring at him, stunned that he's actually everything he said he was, no doubt. I consider this a rescue operation. We're a few hundred, if not thousands of years behind schedule. But damn it, these people need help. They live short, desperate lives of ignorance and loss, and we can help them. Not to mention a lot of them would make amazing Undaunted. I've been aided by a local champion called Magrika the Massive. Her entire society is based off of physical excellence and self-betterment. They would make amazing soldiers if they'd be willing to take orders, and if not, then they'd still be very good friends to have. The Star Seeker Society is so outright benign that their 4 main branches are doctors, teachers, scholars, and farmers. These are good people and they deserve a chance. Very good, Sergeant Blue. One last question. Go ahead, Control. How long have you been aware and active? 8 days in total. How long has it been since Horace was sent in for the healing coma? 6 months, 2 days? We've had time to prepare an answer to this. 6 months? What have I missed? What's happened? The situations was always moving fast and... Sergeant Blue, calm down. First, let's sort out the mess you're in before we move on to every other thing that's happened. Control barks out and Jasper takes a deep breath. You're right. Are there any orders for me? Stay alive and pay attention. Beyond that, we're putting you on loose leash protocols by sheer necessity. Do your best, soldier. It's all anyone can ask of you. Confirmed. What about my own status? We were waiting to either rename you or hear your new name to fill out the last bits of paperwork. Your rank and standing is equal to your brother's at the time he entered the healing coma. You will, however, be tested psychologically, physically, and practically to ensure that you're up to the standards of a dauntless sergeant. Understood? Sir, yes, sir. Good soldier. Keep the beacon near you at all times and protect it. Do not be afraid to use it for clarification or even just to speak with someone. If you need it, we can get a psychiatrist on the horn here with you. Hold fast, soldier. We're coming. She typed at a keyboard. The pale green hologram as the data fills itself out is a scant comfort. Her evening being interrupted by that Axiom message. It had winged right by her, and she had outright observed the transference. It was an elegant and brilliant solution. Effective and almost understated, if not for the sheer strain that it had put on the Axiom fields. The world was about to be lost. It had been an interesting subject to observe. A lost colony regressed to primitivism with several major factors of societal development being either absent due to circumstance or outright suppressed. Truly fascinating. Of course, a system like that is inherently unstable, and there is not only no value, but no point in trying to suppress it. However, was throwing her latest test subject into this observed area really the best course of action? It had been both excruciating and an unimaginable relief to jettison the body at long last. She still found herself occasionally wandering to the laboratory that once held the thing. It was illogical and irrational, but she still found herself there time to time and was unable to truly describe what was within her, a sensation of loss and yet anticipation. The mixture was truly baffling and without proper explanation. She shakes her head and clears her mind as she types out further commands to her crew and researchers. The observation posts on the world will need to be double-checked. The Undaunted are not the most technologically advanced organization in the galaxy, but they've proven themselves resourceful and capable of lateral thinking. It would be best not to be caught unprepared. Out of Cruel Space, Part 222, The Dauntless. Admiral Cistern puts down the report of his newest soldier, Jasper Blue. A childish joke brought about his name, but what he had done was impressive. Managing to make peaceful contact and get a proper overview of the political scene of the world within 8 days, while also adjusting to a new body in an entirely unknown situation? Impressive. The door opens and the savory smell of coffee wafts over. "Hello, Philip, When he looks up, it's a cardboard cutout of Philip with a tray that has both the coffee and a folder inexplicably balanced on it in front of him. He looks over his right shoulder to find the man there, giving him an odd look. "I appreciate that you're keeping your skills of misdirection and subterfuge sharp, but is this really necessary?" "Is what necessary, sir?" the cutout asks, and Admiral Cistern turns to see that Philip is where the cutout was, and he turns back to find that the cutout where Philip was. "All right, that's it. You are now under direct orders to tell me how you compromised my office to such a degree." He snarls in rage. "Very well, sir," Philip says as he places the coffee and the folder on the desk, then claps his hands. There's a thud behind Admiral Cistern, and he glances back to see a second Philip and a few other men he recognizes from the intelligence division. The second reaches up and removes his nose to reveal a smaller one beneath, before pulling out a handkerchief to wipe off the simulated wrinkles and liver spots. He turns back as the false Philip peels off a fake scalp, with the hairline receding to reveal very short cropped hair with a brown hue. "Well done, and as I said, I do appreciate that you're trying to keep us all on our toes and how it's not interfered with your service. But I must know how you're choosing your recruits. I understand that these men are from the intelligence division, but I know for a fact that only one of them has ever served as a field agent, and the other 3 are exclusively data clerks and codebreakers. Simply put, sir, I'm recruiting talent where I find it. Those that get ahead of my shenanigans without blatantly cheating with axiom use are quickly recruited in. A talent for sleight of hand, deception, and subversion are to be encouraged, especially in a galaxy where everyone's solution to every problem is throw axiom at it. Having skills they do not expect or fully comprehend will allow us numerous advantages. Of course, the downside is that it takes considerably longer to train up the skills and capacities, whereas axiom use is a few moments of concentration. I assume that these teachings are also going to your apprentices?" "Indeed, sir." "Very well. Now what have you brought me?" "A wondrous drink brewed from ground beans that pairs well with a large number of—" Sir Philip trails off as Admiral Cistern looks up with a cocked eyebrow. "We have drawn up all the information related to Lacran, or rather, Planet V621395. It has not been officially christened in the galactic scale of things, but is likely to be granted the name the natives use. It's in use enough to not raise eyebrows and is far enough from the nearest Lacran that there will not be anything more than token protests at most." "I see." Admiral Cistern says, taking the folder as Sir Philip's assistants all salute him and leave the office via the door. No doubt greatly confusing the secretary, especially as there are 2 cardboard cutouts of Sir Philip with them. The rumors spreading should be rather amusing. To summarize, sir, a colony vessel was sent 1,246 years ago. It was reported lost with all hands unaccounted for, and then was swept away. No rescue arrived, and it was assumed that a pirate base or an unexpected mechanical failure destroyed the vessel. Sabotage was also considered. I'm afraid that not much else is known, as the records are extremely old, and only a passing effort was made into preserving them." "I see," Admiral Cistern remarks as he quickly sifts through it. "So I'm going to assume that the reason why there are no men on the world is because they were within this specialized pod on the ship? This man's deck? Is this a nickname or the actual title for this portion of a ship?" "A bit of both. It was called a preservation deck initially, but its nickname has been used in official correspondences so often that blueprints will simply call the preservation deck the man's deck." "I see. That's an interesting thing of note. I wonder what occurred to take out the preservation deck on the original colony race. From what I'm reading, it should have been the portion of the ship that survived with the least amount of issue." Admiral Cistern notes comfortably. "Something to have Sergeant Blue II look into?" "Possibly. He's already befriended an order of scholars, so they may have some idea." Admiral Cistern remarks before taking a sip of coffee, which leads to what is to be done with this world. It's registered as a danger zone, meaning technically up for registration. No mining company or colonization effort will go near it until it's been properly rescouted. It simply hasn't happened yet, as the galaxy moves very slowly. Sir Philip explains, and Admiral Cistern nods, which means that we could likely take it for ourselves completely legally. No fuss, no muss, rescue the descendants of the initial colony, claim the world for our own, and get started on the infrastructure with a grateful populace there to help out. Sergeant Jasper Blue has reported numerous warrior societies and such that would make excellent soldiers, and if not, they would be prime learning material. Sir Philip explains, and Admiral Cistern nods once more. Yes, the sad thing is that not all warriors make good soldiers. Admiral Cistern remarks, I think we will be laying a claim on the world. No one's touched it, and having it called Lacran will ease things, I believe. Which leads to the question of if we will get there in time to decide the government rather than stumble upon an Emperor Blue. Sir Philip says, and Cistern nearly snorts into his coffee. True enough. From what I understand, he's already potentially the head of the martial branch of the Star Seekers. There might not be a way to get there fast enough to stop him from being king by his own hand. Admiral Cistern quotes, and Sir Philip chuckles lightly. I didn't know you were a fan of Conan the Barbarian. I'm not. However, I've spent a great deal of time with the Nerd Squad, if you'll recall. They are fans of just about everything, Sir Philip remarks. I've become quite adept in the language of L33T and Nerd both. The sheer tartness in his voice brings up a chuckle from Admiral Cistern, and he nods while thinking. So what we need is more than the small rescue we had planned, but what's effectively a colony ship in order to set up all the infrastructure and defenses a colony world needs. Not to mention the teaching materials and such required for an uplift. Granted, not a difficult one, as they still speak galactic trade and have some cultural recollection of being colonists. It will be an interesting balancing act in order to keep ourselves from accidentally being labeled as gods of some kind. Although, from my own understanding of the documents, there are two organizations we can use to streamline all of this if we approach them properly. The Star Seekers are all but on board already, from my understanding. However, there's still an opportunity to speak with the Grand Midwives. One of their higher-ranked paladins is already nearby our sergeant on the field, and he's tried to speak with her multiple times. Wasn't she hostile? Admiral Cistern asks. Yes, but that doesn't mean she will stay hostile. Besides, with a bit of guidance, we could turn her hostility to our advantage. Sergeant Blue does not have that form of training. I will have to ensure he has some guidance, if not is. Oh, that is an idea, Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern gestures for him to speak further. Simply put, sir, if it becomes known that he's taking orders from whomever is on the other side of the beacon we've gotten to him, then we can directly manipulate the political side of things with the beacon itself, which would lead to the beacon being put at risk by more irrational individuals or being stolen outright. Admiral Cistern remarks, a fair point, sir. Perhaps it would best be used to simply clarify things. Regardless, I'll put things in order so that at a request it can reach me as needed, Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern gives him a stern look. Just remember that Sergeant Blue hasn't been trained to keep pace with your shenanigans and likely is undergoing what must truly be a record-setting case of body dysmorphia due to his circumstances. Admiral Cistern warns him. Of course, sir. Never fear, I have no intention of starting things I cannot finish or at the very least control. In truth, my main goal is to explain things in a manner more diplomatic than Sergeant Blue has likely attempted. Nothing more. Very good. Is there anything else before I dedicate the next hour and a half to absorbing all this information? Admiral Cistern asks, and Sir Philip nods. By all means, tell me. There have been some inquiries as to what we're doing with the sudden draining of the local axiom when Sergeant Horace Blue sent Sergeant Jasper Blue the beacon. Shall we continue to deflect, lie, or simply let them choke on the truth, sir? I'm assuming that more people will be asking me personally, otherwise you would have already appropriately dealt with this? Admiral Cistern asks and receives a nod. Just tell me which is the best of the three options and do so. This is your speciality, Sir Philip. I won't pretend to be the wiser party here. I did say choke on the truth. The story is delightfully absurd despite being completely accurate and is likely to serve as wonderful obfuscation to both make our word more trustworthy and will serve a great deal to distract the more slander-prone parties. Excellent. No easier lie than the truth. I'm glad it's so easy this time. Admiral Cistern says, and Sir Philip nods with a smile. Very good, sir. I'll inform the rest of my department what we need to do then. Sir Philip says with a nod to Admiral Cistern, who returns it. Admiral Cistern starts reading and then quickly puts down the folder, expecting Sir Philip to already be gone. Not this time, sir. If I do so every time, then it becomes predictable, Sir Philip remarks, having not moved an inch. Admiral Cistern gives a slight chuckle, and the proper old man is gone when he opens his eyes again. He's far from surprised. Trying to be unpredictable is just as predictable as being predictable, Sir Philip. Admiral Cistern remarks calmly as he starts to read. After a time, he approaches the sheer scale of the political bomb that's been set up, which leaves the question on how best to disarm it. Simply showing up with sperm donations from the men to help give them a healthy male population on top of their robust female one will simply remove the last real limit between an entire planet and war. He will need to get a level of influence into all the governments. Bribery, blackmail, and possible assassination will be needed on a large scale in order to prevent war. But should it be prevented? How many of the governments are even stable outside the Grand Midwives, keeping them all from falling apart? For all he knows, there may be one or multiple countries that would have been devoured alive with civil or foreign war, if not for the midwives, and if that's the case, should such a policy be allowed to keep itself in power? Then that leads to the not-so-fun idea of propaganda and how much of the information is actually true and what's just some sheer nonsense brought up by enemy agents. Rumors and hearsay can be a good source of information, but all of it is suspect. He will have to push forward carefully. Out of Cruel Space, Part 223, Not Exactly Hidden. Jeth Erla pants hard enough for slight sparks to emerge from his mouth as he moves, the branches of the trees serving as his pathway as he leaps from branch to branch with ease. He'd been at this for a long while. The sheer endurance of the human sorcerers was mind-bending. Still, one of the major tricks was breathing and pacing it correctly. They were right about that. Like a fire, he needs to devour the air around him to sustain himself. He kicks off the trunk of a tree and bounces down to another level down. Sensei Koga had explained a lot to him. He wasn't being taught as a traditional sorcerer, but as both a sorcerer and shinobi, a survivalist, scout, and at times assassin. A sorcerer could be considered a natural disaster with a will. A shinobi, on the other hand, was someone whose job was to get around as fast and as skillfully as possible, which meant that the joke going around the village was that the newer style of sorcerers would be basically hidden bombs that could precision guide the damage. A lot of it went right over Jeff's head, but he was all right with that. He was told time and again that his job was to learn, play, and take part. He had to grow up, and there was a lot to do as an adult and child. He finishes bouncing down to the forest floor and hops onto a stone sticking out of a clear freshwater creek. The water is cold and refreshing in a deep way. For some reason, water tastes better after running around a lot. Although now that he thinks about a lot, there are a lot of fully realized sorcerers that have come to the hidden village in order to add the skills of the village to what they know. They'd been told by the forest that there was something of value to learn here, and so they came, which had led to the neat bit where Darchar had been made to spend time with his dad Brinchar and teach him a few things. It had been fairly successful, though, and by the end of it, with Brinchar outright sharing stories with his boy about the interesting times and ways he's used sorcery to get things done, and Darchar was responding with stories about tricks he's been learning and pulling off. Jeth, however, had something to chew through. Hatred is a good motivator. It can lead to incredible things, but it has to be justified. He had been sat down by Dale, and he'd spoken with him. Jess sits down and thinks about the talk. The forest shifts, and Dale drops out of the canopy above. You called for me? I was thinking about it, Jeth replies. Did the forest tell you? It did. Are you all right? Dale asks, and Jeth looks away. Is it really a bad thing to hate my mom? Hmm. Hate's always a tough subject. It's a powerful thing and can help you do incredible things, but it can also lead you to doing terrible things. Hate turned a conquered, crippled nation into a global threat that conquered all those around them. But it also turned them into monsters who committed atrocities so horrific that they're hated and feared to this day. It's not who they are, it's how they turned hatred into strength, and that strength led them to horror, Dale remarks before stepping out onto the water of the creek. But she kept me from everything I wanted. She stopped me from doing anything. It was nothing but books, learning and watching as everyone else got to have fun. And that was wrong of her. But like I asked you before, did she do it because she wanted you to not have any fun, or because she wanted to keep you safe and went too far? She wanted me safe. So you're angry because she made a mistake. I understand that, but hating her for it? No, save your hate for someone that meant to do harm. Save it for those that deserve it. Your mom made a mistake. You've made a few in training, but you learned from them. Do you think Mom learned from her mistake? I'd be shocked if she didn't, Dale says, and Jeth just sticks a finger in the water and considers. Do you think I should see her? Jeth asks. Probably. If she hasn't learned, then you know she hasn't learned and can make up your mind on what to do. If she has, though, then things will be better, won't it? Dale offers, and Jeth just leans back and thinks. He could sort of mostly hear the forest. It was alive and listened and talked, but he wasn't really ready to hear it. He wanted to think for himself a bit more. No one wanted to rush it, not him, not the forest, and not the teachers in the village. But there was still a lot they had to teach him before he was ready. It's going to be lunch soon. How about you think about it over a nice meal? Sure, Jeth says, standing up and holding up his hand for Dale to take. Dale takes his hand and helps Jeth to the edge of the creek and walks with him into a tree. The world goes weird and they're suddenly stepping onto a branch overlooking the village. Thanks, Jeth says, jumping down onto the plateau with the many buildings, and lands easily with the help of the axiom to bleed the effects of the fall away. It was an easy trick that anyone who came to the village was taught. You didn't even need to listen to the forest to understand it or much in the way of training. A lot of the things the village taught were like that. Simple little things that you never really considered until you were shown them. Things that looked really big or impressive were usually just one or two small things coming together to make something bigger. Dale lands beside him with less issue, and then Jeth grins and rushes ahead. It'll take him a bit to admit it, but Dale's right. He should go see his mom and see if anything has changed. He's been living here for a while now and it felt like home. It is home. Skewers of paratak with some older grass wrapped around them to spread some flavor, and roughage made a wonderful treat. The humans were trying to find ways to add more and more flavor to everything without tipping over into poisoning things. Still, when they got it right, they really got it right. Older grass was used to flavor bits of stews and soups, and apparently when wrapped around the meat and flame, kissed it just added a little bit of flavor to it. It was perfect. He grabs another skewer after his first and eats as slowly as he can. Paratak is a tasty and fatty meat at the best of times, which doesn't have too much flavor, but carries flavor well. He knows all this because there's nothing happening in the village that the students aren't being made a part of. Everyone takes their turn helping with the cooking, the hunting, the fixing, the gathering, the foraging, the everything. No matter what there was to do, you did it at least some of the time. If you were really good at it, you did it most of the time. And Jeth was actually good with the cooking. He liked it. It made a lot of sense, and he was practicing his flame to build it up and cook at the same time. But it wasn't his turn to cook lunch. Not today. Tomorrow, though. That was his turn. Still thinking, little buddy? Dale asks, and Jeth nods. If you want, I'll take over cleaning your dishes. Give you more time to think. No, I need to be doing something while I think. I think. All right, although I do have something for you to consider, Dale offers, and Jeth looks up at him. I could go with you. That way you feel like you've got some backup. Really? Really? You may not be able to woodwalk yet, but that doesn't mean you can't have someone nearby who can. I know so many of the old stories about sorcerers have them as single, solitary beings of power, but you don't have to be. A person can be strong, but many people are a true force to be reckoned with. Dale replies as he bites into a few sticks of a local root thing that herbivores and omnivores like the humans can eat. It was just a bunch of horrible tasting woody stuff to Jeff, though. Well, that really makes things easier. 2 hours later, he's knocking on a very familiar door and fiddling with a chunk of shaped wood, his training sword. He's still in the same clothes he left home in, and Dale's behind him standing at ease, as it's apparently called. The door opens and she freezes. It's his sister, Vidierla. She looks from him to Dale and then slams the door. "What?" Jeth asks as Vidi screams for Mom inside the house, and Dale laughs. "What's so funny?" "You'll figure it out easily enough later. Don't worry," Dale says, waving him off as he turns and glares up at the larger man. "What's going on? What's so—" his mother, Cor Erla, demands as she stomps down the hallway and freezes. "Are you going to slam the door too?" Jeth asks, and Dale breaks into more laughter. "It's not funny." "Yes, it is," Dale retorts, even as Cor Erla kneels down and pulls him in for a hug. Jeth goes still for a moment and then returns it, sinking into the warmth and softness of his mom being close. Dale just smiles at the sight. "Knew it." "Knew what?" Cor asks, looking up at him, very much aware and attentive. "Did our best to keep him busy and active. Let him burn through all his excess energy so he wouldn't have any left to keep himself getting angry and getting obsessive about it," Dale explains, and Cor looks confused. "Mom?" Jeth asks after a little bit. "Yes? Are you all right? Is everything okay?" she asks him quickly. "I'm sorry I ran away. I don't hate you." Jeth says softly, and there's a slight clicking sound. Both mother and son turn to see Dale with his communicator out. "What? It's a touching moment," he says, and Jeth can't keep himself from letting out a slight giggle. "Anyways, ma'am, I am Officer Dale Newhart. I'm one of the trainers and soldiers posted at the Hidden Village. I've been teaching hunting, wilderness survival, and tracking." "I see. And, Jeth, my child, is this a visit or are you coming back entirely?" Cor asks, and he goes quiet. I still want to be a sorcerer. There's so much to do, and I'm learning and doing so much, and there's so much." Jeth tries and fails to explain. "I see," Cor says, looking from Jeth to Dale and back. "Jeth, my little flame, I want you to know that no matter what you chose, you can always come back. I'm sorry that I was so smothering. I wanted you to be safe," and she trails off as Jeth's features harden a little. His Axiom presence is annoyed. "My son, you don't remember this, but I do. You had an accident when you were smaller. That aching you get when you're really angry, that feeling right here." She touches the top of his head between his horns. "That's where you were hurt. I still remember it. I don't want it to ever happen again. But it won't not if I'm going to do anything," Jeth says. What is it that a lot of the men say? Life happens? We're keeping ourselves more polite when we say that. But generally, yes. Life is unpredictable. And sometimes bad things just happen. You have to learn to roll with it, Dale explains. "Like falling training and martial arts training?" Jeth asks, and Dale nods. "Exactly," Dale says. "How is he doing as a sorcerer? Is he doing well?" Cor asks, and Dale nods. "He's doing very well. There's no set timeline for sorcerers. They all learn at their own pace. But compared to the ones of history, our current training is pushing him to develop much faster than normal. He's at a point that took historical sorcerers several years to reach after just 6 months," Dale admits before shrugging. "Now, whether it's because me and the rest of the guys are doing a great job, or because Jeth is just plain awesome with sauce on it, we don't know yet." "Wait, what kind of sauce goes on awesome?" Jeth asked curiously. "Awesome sauce." Out of Cruel Space Part 2, 24, The Bounty Hunters. "So what's so urgent?" Pukey asks as he examines the wall console that suddenly lit up next to him. "Stupid fuckers using plasma in the station. Not a banger, but straight up plasma. The hull in Sector 1 has a small hole in it now, and if not for some backup systems, there would be an obscene amount of death. Bitch is going down, and then we found out that there's a bounty on her head in the Aniru system. If you're willing to be over the top and make an example out of the bitch, we're willing to help out in capturing her. She's got a deadly weapon, a paranoid mindset, and is a fairly powerful. She's got a plasma canister launcher and decided to fire it off when having a spat underwater. She flash-boiled at least 3 people, and the plasma ate through the hull, but thankfully only about 2 layers. Still a huge fucking leak, but not something that'll drain the deck. So she's got a modified plasma launcher that waterproofs the stuff. Think impact grenade launcher with a plasma payload. There are a lot of ways water messes with conventional weapons, and she found a way around them. It shoots little torpedoes that make a big boom on impact. Hoagie clarifies before the image of him moves to the side to show an Eco woman with clear eel-like traits. Is she more like a moray or electrical? Electrical. We have a survivor in the form of a hydronagasha, but she's going to be going into a healing coma or living with some truly nasty scars. She was speaking with our target but wasn't in any shape to say anything. Okay, what's the name of our next payday? She's going by Aqua A, Aquatas at the moment. Her real name is Melissa Glaze. She came in on bulk transport and kept her head down before blowing her stack and blowing a hole in the hull. It's looking like some kind of deal gone bad. But Melissa is still in deck 1, and I've been watching the ways in and out. Good, inform me if she moves to another deck. We'll take her down, quick, calm, and without collateral. Thank you. Don't worry about keeping it quiet, though. In fact, I insist you make it loud. Stupid should not only hurt, but have examples made out of it. This way people learn, Hoagie says, and Pukey nods. All right, so we've got a clear to operate blatantly and are encouraged to do it. That's actually great. Most of the girls on the station are smartening up and not taking the bait anymore. How many have you got anyways? The current tally puts several billion credits in numerous taken bounties just waiting to be delivered. You play it right, and you'll be able to make a station of your own with all the money you're making on the station. Oh, that is an idea. A station dedicated to helping out bounty hunters and training them. Get a place where there's talent just waiting to be picked up and sent out. Anyway, here's all the information we've got on here. If she shifts decks, I'll tell you. Hoagie promises, and Pukey nods before grinning. He brings out his communicator and downloads all the information before calling Bike. Hey, buddy, were you listening in? He asks, and there's a pause. That means yes. Start slapping a plan together while I gather the team. This is going to be an interesting one. We don't have a lot of underwater expertise beyond the walking subs and Mustard's girls. On it, Bike replies quickly. I've got a few ideas already. I'll need to do some digging with chemicals, though, and do some math. Excuse me. She slithered through the water with ease. Things were grittier and cloudier in this part of Deck 1. The cameras didn't have even half their normal range or ability, so she could move more freely. Stupid bitch had tried to cheat her, and now she was being hunted again. She could feel it. Electrical currents slowly making their way through the water. It was a useful trick she had taught herself when she was younger. Her body made electricity and she was resistant to it, and with just a touch of axiom could sense it. It moves in nearly perfect silence, which isn't something that happens in a place like this unless you're looking for or avoiding trouble. You announce yourselves around here or get a knife in the belly for startling someone. She adjusts her launcher and fits the next torpedo to it. So someone wants to fuck around with armor, do they? Time for them to find out why that's a mistake. You don't come to a water deck if you can't breathe the stuff. She fires the torpedo from the wrist-mounted launcher and smirks to herself. It's right on target for waboom. The shockwave is immense, and it slams into her like a freight train as something is let off into the water itself. It tastes like meat and muck and something else. Her eyes widen in panic. It's poison. She's been tricked. She unleashes her electrical energies to sheathe herself in its power and swims as far away from the now still mech suit and doesn't trust herself to so much as open her gills until she's well and away from that part of the deck. She brushes by some poor idiot Mara that lets out gasp of shock and then turns to look back and let herself breathe. She's feeling lightheaded. The poison must have it. The poison. Her vision swims and there's a flash of alarm as her launcher slips from her numbing hand. That should be the end of all of it. She's too close to a hard surface and the torpedoes are weighted to the head. If they hit, they haven't hit. She tries to look down and feel something in her arm. There are tiny needles there as her mind fills with gunk and muck. Her eyelids weigh so much, and she... Hey, this is Roth. We've got her. Crazy girl is out cold and waiting for pickup. Roth says into her waterproof communicator, and there's a chuckle from the other side. Good job, girls. We're grabbing our remote control mech suit now. What was on it? A big forward-held shield with a waterproof capsule of potassium, some meat, and a few chemicals that taste nasty but aren't all that dangerous. So it was all just a big scare? Andrea asks as she starts wrapping up Melissa. You bet. The thing about people on the run is that they're paranoid. If they've got a way out that looks safe, then you can bet your bottom dollar they'll go right down it if you give them a nice big scare. Makes setting up traps nice and easy, Bike sends out. So what are we doing with this thing? Roth asks as she lowers down to the level of the weapons that Melissa dropped when she passed out and Andrea caught to prevent from exploding. They're resting calmly on this level of alleyway plateau, but neither Mara is comfortable with them. Bring them over. We're going to reverse engineer the things and outfit our subs with them, Bike says, and Roth takes a deep breath before letting it out. Yes, you're getting your own version too, don't worry. It's not that. This thing is scary. I drop one of these things and boom. Then don't drop one, is Bike's heartless answer. What? Don't drop them? That's all you have to say, Andrea demands with her eyes wide. Hang on, your boy toy has a few things to say. Bike, I swear to God you better lock your damn door at night. I told you not to call me that, Mustard growls out. We're still technically on the job, gentlemen. Keep it professional. Pukey warns them and there's a pause. Right, okay. As much as a dick as Bike was being about it, he is essentially right. Roth, Andrea, we wouldn't be asking these things out of you if we didn't think you could do it. You've been training and you've been on the ball. Not only are you ready for this, but you're more than ready. This should be easy. This should be nothing. Go forward. You can do it. You've both lived in Octran's spin for years. You know how to move, how to get around, and how to survive and thrive. This is easy street for you both, Mustard says in a warm tone, and neither girl can stop themselves from smiling a little. What the hell is going on? A new voice asks in a trinity, and both girls look up and to the left at the sound and see a massive Lidris looking down at them. She blew a hole in the station, so we're wrapping her up before she stupids all of us out into the void of space, Roth says after a moment. With that thing, what is it? The Lidris asks as one of her bodies lowers to examine the launcher and mini plasma torpedoes. Impact plasma bomb designed to be... Andrea begins and the Lidris jerks away, and then there's a blast of water as she swims away hard and fast, tail and massive claws working in tandem. She's fast. She's the smart one. Why do we have to carry these things? Roth demands, and neither of them catch the sigh of frustration from the still active communicators. Because I've got the target? Andrea offers and Roth gives a yank at Melissa's tail. I'll take her and you take the bombs. No, I've already got her. You don't need to worry about that cousin. I'm fine, Andrea insists. You really should. Roth cuts herself off when she hears something and turns to see Mustard swimming up with his shirt and boots off and a rebreather and goggles on. There's a distinctly annoyed look on his face. I'll take the bomb. No, it's all right. I've got it. Andrea answers, letting go of Melissa, and both of them quickly head down for the launcher and mini torpedoes on the plateau below. Mustard lets out a muffled shout, and they both look to see him with his hands out in front of him in a grasping motion, as if trying to stop them, despite the distance. How about we both take it and we take it carefully, Roth suggests, and Andrea nods. There's a sound of relief from Mustard, and he continues to swim up. A few minutes later, all three of them are slowly. By Andrea and Roth's standards, Mustard is working hard here, swimming towards the rest of the group with the walking subs. One of the two is carrying the damaged third bridal style as the second waves them over, a spear gun at the ready. Catch of the day there. We're getting a small bounty from the station and a second, much bigger one when we hit the Uniru system. Stupid bitch shouldn't have blown a hole in the bulkheads, Pookie announces from underwater speakers hooked onto the belt of the walking sub. I see Mustard got impatient to see his girls again. There is a flurry of motions from Mustard as he shoves Melissa towards Pukey, who catches the unconscious eel, Aka. He can be vaguely seen smirking through his faceplate. Come on, let's get this idiot stacked up with the rest of the terminally stupid for a later payment. The public declaration made, the group turns and starts to walk, swim away, with Mustard holding onto Melissa's tail to hitch a ride rather than swim himself. It's considerably faster than his highest swim speed. So what's the big deal with the weapon? You guys can't use it in the station. It's not going to be useful at all, Andrea asks. It's an underwater armor penetrating explosive. This makes it perfect for both our mech suits and you girls in question. If there's an aquatic enemy hardpoint we need to get through, then this new toy is a perfect can opener. However, we've also tested out a new toy as well, one that'll let us make a non-lethal version of the torpedoes. Same thing, except it's just a potassium explosion underwater. The pressure won't crack the hull, and it'll rock the world of anyone that you decide to use it on. Maybe even pulp the organs, so keep some distance from your targets, all right? Why would we need a non-lethal underwater weapon, or a non-lethal ranged one? We've got our needles, we can take out anyone, right? Roth asks as she swims with them. Mustard makes a few gestures, and she giggles a little at the sight of him trying, but unable to talk. His lack of a shirt is also a plus in her book. It takes another 5 minutes to get to the waterlock, and then into the shuttle that takes them back to the chainbreaker. Pukey keeps carrying Melissa, as the sub had been insulated against electrical discharges as well, that if she were to wake up, then she'd just exhaust herself against him. You two girls did good. I know things are a little intimidating when you first start to get into the groove of things, but trust me, it gets a lot easier. Today you grabbed a bomb. Tomorrow you'll plant one of your own. Mustard assures them, and they look somewhat pensive. Hey, you've been training for this. You'll be fine. If you say so, Roth says glumly. Out of Cruel Space, Part 225, Danger Zone. There are jitters along every inch of his scales, and he can't keep the smile off his face. Today was the day. This was it. The prototypes were finished. The training was as thorough, both in as out of the VR pods. All right, boys, we've got green lights all the way down. Call sign sound off. Ground control orders, and Hugh grins. He'd met his whole team in person. Hugh was the smallest by far, with ground control being one of their all-male team. A Nagasha man where you could hear the occasional rattle as he manipulated things. This is Red One, Triple D here for fun. Deep and playful Triple D was always ready for some new stunt. The Drin man had modified his cockpit to accommodate all his extra arms and own senses in order to really push his ship to the limit. Red 2, Contrail, here to be counted. A little raspy due to being punished for disobedience when Big Mama had her hooks in him, Contrail was happiest, high up and soaring. One of the 4 Trets on the team, he had to do something to stand out. Here is Red 3 Velocity, for how stern the man could be, and how stoic he normally acted. He was kind of crazy when he got his finger on an accelerator, mostly in that he wouldn't take it off the accelerator for the life of him. A Tret as well, he kept his head bald and shiny. Red 4 Manic, from a basso lounge singer being passed around as a trophy under the families to the man who could not stop pulling stupid stunts, crashed 2 of the prototypes by himself and bragged about it. Manic's life had changed a great deal, and if the smile was any indication, for the better. He had the kind of casual grace that no one else could match. He had gotten by being seductive and intoxicating to the women around him. Now he was as deadly as he was tempting. Red 5 Hugh, too. Hugh adds in as his smile widens just a little more. Franklin had brought him in for a family movie night to show him where the designation sign came from. As a result, he got himself a blue-hued plasma sword in order to complete the setup, then a green one for when he was in all black. Red 6, Double Tap, ready and waiting. One of the fresher recruits of Red Squadron. He made a point of making sure things were super dead in all simulations. It wasn't enough for them to be in pieces, the pieces had to be blown into smaller pieces. He had taken to the training with sidearms the most. The man's obsession with his gun was growing scary. Chonky Red 7. The Platin man had massively oversized limbs due to a bevy of drugs he had been forced to take. He had trouble getting into most door frames and wanted to be something more than just eye candy or a fist in some idiot's gut. Red 8's a bird brain, the only member of the squad that could fly without machine influence. The fact that the man's a Sonier just really makes it ironic. Heifer here, Red 9. The Agella of the group, he was the only person that could easily manhandle Chonky, but tended to more technical affairs. He fancied himself an artist, and already put in the paperwork to be allowed to repaint his ship. Red 10, call sign Giggles. One of the prizes of the slave ship sounds out. Giggles had no sense of humor and was as cold as his element. All right, gents, we've got a few more moments until the big reveal. How are your systems looking? Ground control asks, and there's a quick flurry of affirmations. All right, good. Remember that this is just a show-off. We're unveiling the ships today, and if you launch anything but flares, there's going to be hell. What about the other squadrons? Green, yellow, and blue? Double tap asks. Don't worry about the other squadrons. Just focus on getting the demonstration right. Today we show off to the people of Vuxa that we've got awesome new toys to keep them safe with. Out there are your friends and families. Let them know that you've got them covered and forget about the rest. Ground control says, and there's some confirmation all around. All right, boys, the Duchess is starting her speech. You know your cue. When I took control of this planet, I made a vow. A vow to myself in secret, but a vow you must hear this day. I vowed that I would never see my home burn again, Duchess Lilpaw announced on the screen. Whether it was live or pre-recorded, no one knew or cared. The heavily pregnant Lopen and Naval Finery announces herself dramatically. A small festival had been set up with free drinks, and the street vendors had shown up in force for a massive payday. Couple that with some games such as the laser tag maze, a few dueling circles, a small army of street performers, and even more besides. All over the world, there were similar festivals in major cities. Whether it was morning, midday, or midnight, there was all the reason to be up, out, and partying, or at least listening to the announcement. I know that pain. I know that suffering. When I was taken long ago by the Dark Cabal, the atrocities they committed upon me burned the truth of the galaxy upon me as surely as their flensing knives left lines of burning pain through my flesh, she announces before taking a deep breath. I have refused to have these scars healed so that I may never forget the cost of weakness and sloth. A weakness I do not have. My warriors and I have already fought off those that would come to make you slaves, have slaughtered those that held you in bondage, and have spent every day ensuring that our new home would be a paradise. But to be that paradise, one must have the strength to protect it. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. The price of paradise is power. The price of safety is strength. And today our strength grows. Never again will I look upon a blasted world and feel my heart die. Nor shall any of you. This world, this system, is safe. Safe under my warships, safe under my attack satellites, safe under my warriors, safe under my fighters, she announces out loud, and from the base a series of 10 different strike fighters launch into the air. Vuxa 5 is strong. Vuxa 5 is safe. The fighters leave of singular trails of red smoke and paint symbols into the sky. Even our men are mighty, not only the humans who've come with me, but the people of this world. The sons of Vuxa. They soar straight and strong to guard you all, Duchess Lilpaw announces. And more will come, Duke Brent says, stepping in to stand beside his wife. He gives a smirk to the camera and nods calmly. This world is allied to the undaunted, and we will be growing stronger. All those willing to swear the oath and stand up beside us will be taught to be strong as well. Strength to protect your own. Strength to change the world. Strength to accomplish your goals. Strength to stand tall no matter who or what tries to rip you down. In space, in the sky, on the ground, or manning the guns. There will always be a call for those willing to stand up for others, to stand for what you love. Hell, if you just want some adventure and good pay, then we'll take that too. And not all is combat, my dear. Do remember we need a great many people in the logistical division as well. Those willing to build, organize, and even just cook are all needed. Armies march on their stomach, and there's no one more loved in a unit than the cook. Then right in front of the screen, the fighters zoom and then climb into the sky, corkscrewing together in trailing red smoke before zooming down to the streets below. Multiple streets had been kept fastidiously clear by security, and all of a sudden it becomes clear why. The fighters shift and reorient themselves as they descend from the sky. Then they stand upon legs that had unfolded from their wings, and they march in formation. Their burn lasers hanging low beneath them, with their railguns hidden just above them as a simple hole. To either side are plasma cannons primed and ready to slag any armor. There are cheers on the street as in the 4 major cities across the world, each of the squadrons march in their machines. Behold, the Vuxa meteors, our defensive strike fighters. Their burn lasers will eat through any shields and leave our opponents vulnerable to plasma fire. But if the enemies think that's all they've got, well, we've got a few surprises in store for them. There will be more to come as we will be recruiting for more and more. Right now, there are 40 of these great ships and more to come, but we need pilots, brave women and men, ready and willing to take to the sky or land to fight for Vuxa 5. Miles steps forwards. But of course, anyone can fly a ship easily enough. We have a test for all of you. There are remote control codes being handed out. These will let you use your communicators to control drones we're about to unleash into the sky. See how well you can evade our forces? Then Hugh grins as his radar pings. The targets are in the air. Now comes the fun part. He triggers the transformation to flight mode and blasts off hard into the sky. The climb pushes him back into his seat as he adjusts the controls minutely. The Trets, with the exception of Double Tap, all blast ahead with Triple D leading them. But Hugh's not worried. In fact, he's feeling pretty confident because he opens up with his burn laser first. He tested it up and down, and it turns out the laser generally had another 1/4 kilometer of maximum range in the mid-atmosphere compared to lower. It wasn't much normally, but at times like this it made the difference. 1 kill for him. 500 drones above the city alone. They all scatter, some charging with their lasers, some trying to dive bomb the fighters, others just shifting around and trying to get control of the drones properly. None of the squadron bother with the railguns, but Double Tap is constantly using his plasma as soon as it refills from the local atmosphere. This, of course, encourages everyone else to start bombarding with plasma shots, and Hugh just chuckles as he flares his burn laser over and over. Why bother with the slow, clumsy plasma in atmosphere when you can just burn it away? He tilts his ship to the side to avoid a drone attempting to ram him. Apparently, the crowd down below aren't fond of losing. Go figure. Humir huffs in amusement as Red 5 burns down her own drone. She turns off her communicator and looks up at the lights dancing in the sky. There's no way of knowing which one is her boy, but he's up there and blazing with all lasers hot. So many years of worrying, of terror and threats, and not knowing. She had given up so much on the promise of him being safe, and now he was flying to protect her instead. He's doing pretty well, isn't he? A male voice asks from behind her, and she turns to see her daughter Hutha, or rather Smitha, as she took his clan name to place upon hers. Because it's always clan first. Always. And right behind her daughter, who's so beautiful despite the bandaged scar across her face, is the red-coated Franklin. His growing hair clashing horribly with the coat as it always does, but knowing that it's a symbol of his victories and sheer disrespect to his enemies paints it in a new light entirely. The sheer ferocity to wrestle down a monster with nothing but brute force and then cut it up for parts in retribution for it attacking children said so much about him and the other men. He's the one that's not using plasma. He's sticking to lasers alone. Franklin explains, pointing up, and then following a specific craft as it dodges, weaves, and burns down opposing drones. She can only smile up at her little boy, so strong and so free now that he's had a chance to fly.